In just a few minutes, the HiVe Summit will begin. Please turn your phones and devices to silent and take your seats.
But don't you shuffle a little closer now? Cha-cha with me, I'll show you how you would do it, one of a kind. You're so groovy, catching all those eyes. We gon' shuffle a little closer now. Cha-cha with me, I'll show you how you would do it. Say I'ma make you mine.
In just a few minutes, the HiVe Summit will begin. Please turn your phones and devices to silent and take your seats.
Thinking and I close my eyes, everything is black and white. I can't tell if we're getting closer. Running up against the tide, I could go my whole life playing this thing just over and over. And won't you come on and turn us now, baby? Can't you feel the ground we on is shaking? Tell me have you had enough? Yeah, always with your guard up, your guard up. With your guard up. Your guard I'll help you find your peace of mind. You don't always have to climb. We can just stay under covers. Leave the old world behind when everybody's going blind. Baby, you don't have to suffer. And won't you come up and turn us now, baby? Can't you feel the ground we on is shaking? Tell me have you had enough? Yeah, always with your guard up. Lean into me when your worries they weigh. We will watch as they all fade away. Lean into me when there's nothing to say, 'cause you don't have to go out every day.
We're calling on builders to be the drivers of a new era. Those who acknowledge the nature of progress and are willing to redefine the power of collectiveness. Together, we can multiply the impact of everyone's efforts, using blockchain technology as a layer of trust to empower society and give new value to our data. We are creating a global movement that upholds our values as humans, demolishing every barrier, fostering scalable, digital, and sustainable ecosystems. Progressively, quietly, then all of a sudden, they say all it takes to start a revolution is an idea, and people committed to make a change. Welcome to the new era. VeChain, fighting for sustainability, building a better future.
Right? Hi, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming here to join the HiVe Summit. It's so exciting, but no one introduced me, but I guess that's okay. You know about me. Actually, from the arrival in the lobby, I hear so many good wishes. I say, break the leg. You must break the leg. And I promise you guys, my leg is so broken, I almost made to the stage. Well, I was talking to some of my friends the other day, just realized this year is the 10th anniversary for me. When you were a kid, at 10th birthday, you probably will get a horrible truth from your mom, like, I'm sorry, honey, the Santa Claus actually your daddy. I think for me as well, I'm trying to seek for the truth for the next decades, not only for me, but also for VeChain, for the entire Web3 space. But I believe today we should get the answer, okay? But honestly, 10 years, time flies. There have been so much going on in the space, so much going on the VeChain as well. With all of the developments, technologies, products, services, use cases, even regulations. If you look back 10 years ago, it's not the same. The developments has been so impressive, so amazing. But actually, most of the people in the community, or let's say in the Web3 world, still feel like it's not fast enough, right? We need to do quicker. We need to do it like tomorrow, something like that. But honestly, it's there is a expression in English. It's called startup hustler. It's actually there is also a Chinese expression. It's called startup dogs. I think it's more direct. I think it makes sense. People say 1 year in Web3 equals to 7 years in the real world, right? So basically, we're living in the dog year. So next time, if anybody asks me like how old, I should say 70 now. So, but seriously, with all of the progress made by the developers and business builders around the whole world in the Web3, I believe it's about the right time. We're entering in the new era. So, new strategy for VeChain. I guess we have been, let's say, talking too much as a warm-up in the last few months. And even ChatGPT knows about what the VeChain new strategy is. So if you go to ChatGPT, you get the straight answer. For sure, we were getting better and better, but here we are. Actually, I want to share a fun fact about how the idea comes from. Literally, the idea was written in the napkin as a scratch, as the first scratch. 4 or 5 years ago, when I was sharing the breakfast meeting with Renato, in Singapore, actually the idea came from there. But after 4 or 5 years, hard work, research, study, discussion, even including some of the proof cases in a few years, And we believe sustainability and the Web3 meant to be each other. The missing puzzle from sustainability is how to motivate, how to get individual involvement. And believe me, Web3 is the answer, right? And new partner, new strategy coming along with new partner. I don't need to say more about BCG. Most of you guys know about that for sure. But I just want to mention one thing. Sustainability is also the global priority for BCG. Actually, today we have a few senior partners from BCG join us. We will have Vinay Shando, Guy Gilliland come on stage as a managing director and partner of BCG to share us more. So I don't need to say more about that. And the new white paper, okay? The first white paper of VeChain was delivered in 2017, and the other one was in 2019. And now we're coming to the third version. I think VeChain is one of very few projects in the blockchain space has done that. I think the recent close one, I guess it's Investor Day of Tesla, right? Elon Musk made the new secret chapter. But this time we do it a little bit differently. And we co-author with the best from the sustainability industry, which I mean BCG for sure. And after 4 or 5 months from very intensive, very hard work from both teams, and here we are. It's a third version of our white paper, so also called Web3 for Better. Okay, and also new website. It just launched a few minutes ago. It's woof. And thanks Antonio and also the technical team in Dublin made a very intensive work about that to make sure the delivery. And you can find the white paper from the website, but don't check it now. Put your phone away, please. You can check it on later today. Maybe when you get bored watching the UFC fight, you can check it by now. Spoiler alert. I think you may watch the UFC fight, at your home with your friends. Also, you may have a chance to watch the UFC fight on site in the arena. But I bet you never watch the UFC fight in the headquarters of UFC, right? So, so we're gonna have a party after this, in the UFC headquarters later on. So, but don't worry, the logistics will be announced, at the end of the summit, right? And the new steering committee, honestly, being elected by the beloved community, it's not just the honor, but also more responsibilities. So with the new course we set as a sustainability going on, there will be so much going on, there will be so much work to do, and those people, I believe, including myself, will devote ourselves not only the capability, but also the stamina, even the resource, the connections we used to build up for our life, and all committed to the sustainability course. So it's more than just honor, but responsibilities. And last but not least, I'm very proud now, announcing the new advisor, Professor Sir Konstantin Novoselov. Professor K is leading very important, very great team in the Institute of Intelligent Materials, Functional Intelligent Materials of AUS. His research and his work will be a very important pillar for the future sustainability ecosystem. Actually, I think someone said a few months ago, the missing puzzle of globalized new energy, one of them is actually linked to the missing of the new materials. So with Professor Case joining us, I don't think we don't need to worry that too much, right? But no pressure, Professor. We have time. We're going to build it little by little. And did I mention Professor also won the Nobel Prize in 2010? So that's very impressive, very impressive. So I don't need to say no more. So let's welcome Professor Sir Konstantin Novoselov. Come on stage, share with us the insights about physics, chemistry, and sustainability. For sure, I hope he can mention a little bit about the VeChain as well. All right, so welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, good morning, everyone. It's really a great pleasure to be here with you today, and it's of course it's really nice to see how the hard work of a year and a half really culminates in this beautiful event. And of course, the white paper took quite a few different directions and turns, but for today, let me talk about something which is closer to my heart, about sustainability and how can we achieve it with the blockchain solutions, but also with the advanced materials. So, and when we talk about sustainability, of course, we mainly probably think about energy. So I will talk about other aspects of sustainability a little bit later, but energy is still the dominant factor there, and of course we use quite a number of different energy sources. To my taste, not enough. The problem is that the fraction of the renewable, that green corner, that green slice, is not large enough. And the task for us, the task for the whole humanity really, for the next few years, is how to increase this slice in the next few years, how to make this whole diagram green. I'm sure that there are many people in the audience now immediately think, come on, are you an idiot? You use PowerPoint, just simply go and just paint it green, right? Unfortunately, it's not that simple, because the energy landscape is by far more complex. It doesn't depend only where do we source the energy. It's how do we transport it, how do we just change it from one type to another, how do we store it, how do we utilize it. You try to pull one string in this diagram, and the whole diagram needs to be changed. So now you can imagine how difficult and how mammoth task is it to change entirely the entire ecosystem, the entire energy ecosystem, from the non-sustainable into sustainable. And as Sunny said, the biggest problem here is to find the driving factor for this transformation. How do we convince people, how do we convince industries, how do we convince companies that we need to transform into this new reality of being sustainable? So we can talk separately. It's really a long conversation about sustainability. The level below is net zero emissions, so different people, different countries understand different things in this. And there are many different models. How can we go sustainable in the future? So Europe is focusing on electric slash hydrogen model, which might work, and probably Europe doesn't have any other choice. Then for US, maybe another model is better. So hydrogen slash carbon. It's probably even more feasible and would require even less investments. In fact, we can go really wild. We can just go with forestry. We can keep everything as it is and simply plant one Nevada large forest every year, and then we would probably achieve the net zero emissions. So we just need another 1 trillion tons of CO2 to be extracted. But the problem is, whichever scenario you take, they all require huge investments. We still don't know which one is going to win. I'm sure that the one which is most convenient, the most eco-friendly, the most with the largest infrastructure to give you the largest access to the renewable energy. But the investments into sustainability would be huge, and unfortunately it has to be made, and it has to be made now. So that's not news, of course. Every single industry requires investment, and every single industry starts with investment. The only difference is that the energy industry, same as many other, they would convert this investment into energy, of course, but also profit. So generally, all the industries are optimized for profit, and that's the basics of capitalism. People are fundamentally greedy, so then if you promise them higher return, you promise them higher profit, they would invest there. Our task now, and that's where really I think VeChain can really help and can really drive the way, is to completely change this picture and create a way how to optimize investment, not for profit, but for sustainability. It doesn't mean that it cannot be profitable. It will be profitable as well, but still the prime goal now has to be sustainability. And in order to do this, you really need to gather efforts not only from industries but from pretty much every single individual as well. And unfortunately, the current structure of the energy market doesn't really help. So we have the centralized production and supply of energy, which has quite a few positive things. It's robust, it's easy to regulate. The problem is it's really supply driven, so it doesn't give any customer a choice. So it's not flexible. So it's really very difficult to find those triggers, those mechanisms which would help to optimize it for sustainability. So it's very, very resistive to the sustainability switch. Instead, what we would really need to create is a distributed market of sustainable energy production, and it's a market where every single one of us is not only a consumer but also a producer of the energy. So we already do this. So we have solar panels on our roofs. In some countries, you can sell electricity back into the grid. In some countries, you can sell even natural gas back into the grid. So we already start to create this complex network. The problem is there are no mechanisms how to regulate it. And I think blockchain solutions, and those which are created by VeChain as well, they can be the way how to regulate this extremely complex market. So we really need to create those mechanisms of the automatic accounting of the green energy produced, and the way to sell it on the market, and the way to consume it on the market. And then there are a few other maybe smaller things which come further, that we have to figure out how to regulate the actual grids, either natural gas grid, if we're still going to use it, or electric grid, or hydrogen grid. And even with the current complexity, it's already quite hard. You can see that across the globe, more and more blackouts start to appear. It's because those regulations are not working well enough. So we would need, and it already exists, some AI solution for the regulations of those complex grids. But also, we really need a lot of smart horizontal contracts, so which don't really include those big energy producers, so which really can do it not only business, but also business, but people to people as well. So just some time ago, just few weeks ago, really, the Tesla announced their Tesla master plan to become to create fully sustainable Earth. which is not that much different, honestly, if I read it, than the white paper which we announced. But I think that we have ideas which can go even further. We really have this ideology that every one of us is not only a consumer of energy, but also a producer. Even if you take a simple Tesla, there are so many ways how you can optimize your own car and be rewarded for that. So the important part here is that we need to include into those complex contracts the reward for being sustainable. So you start to utilize better batteries, you get rewarded. You get a hybrid engine with the hydrogen storage. You extract energy from the hot engine through thermoelectrics. You extract energy from the vibrations, or you can even maybe convert CO2 emission by coating your car with some catalyst. And so there are so many ways how you can contribute on a personal level, and blockchain solutions allow you to capture those efforts and get rewards for sustainability. It's actually even on a personal level. So every time you work, so every one of us, we over the day we generate enough energy to easily charge our mobile phone. So you get it from the thermoelectric, you emit enough power from the vibrations again, from the impact. You go on the rain, so into the rain, so you can create clothes which generate enough power. So we can do this. We can get much more sustainable on the personal level, and if it is captured properly, it can be turned into a reward. Now. I should say, so this now has to be really captured by the blockchain solutions, but we also need to create a lot of opportunities, technical opportunities, how to do it. And in that sense, intelligent materials we're working on is really one of the key aspects for to become fully sustainable. So let me now just switch topic a little bit, and before I tell you exactly some of the solutions, so we have a number of those solutions, some of the solutions which we have with the intelligent materials for sustainability. Let me tell you just a story. So why materials are important? Well, actually, somehow we really put a lot of pressure on the dominant materials of our time. We even call the ages we live in by the name of materials, right? There was a Stone Age, there was the Bronze Age, there was the Iron Age. It would be really a good question to ask. So, which age do we live in now? And probably for the first time in history, we actually have a choice, because we can call our time the Silicon Age, or the Digital Age, or the Nuclear Age. So there are really many different opportunities. But maybe rather than having a choice, maybe we should really think about it, and for the first time, not to make a choice, and really keep it open. And maybe we don't need to really focus on one dominant material. So we're now switching from the standardized production to custom manufacturing. So you can draw something in the comfort of your office, send this drawing by email, so they can 3D print it for you the next day. Maybe we can do this. With materials as well, and that would open many more opportunities also in sustainability. So why do I say so? Let me just give you one example. So here is the periodic table of elements which have been used in silicon technology prior to 1990. So very simple technology. 6 elements, right? So silicon, boron, phosphorus for doping, aluminum for interconnects, so hydrogen, oxygen for passivation. Very, very simple. I mean, even I could probably do it now. So after 1990, the transistors became smaller, so we needed to transfer more current pure unit area, so we have to get into more conductive material. We started to use copper rather than aluminum, so if you use copper, you have to put some diffusion barriers, some work function matching materials, but still manageable technology. But then we kept betting on silicon, we bet on silicon, and now these days, so we use half of the periodic table in our silicon technology. Something which started as a beautiful, very simple, very straightforward approach, these days is a very, very complex, very complicated enterprise, and really the complexity, sometimes it feels that the complexity outweighs the possible benefits. And and the reason is that we basically bet on one material, on silicon, long time ago, what, 50, 70 years ago, and we kept betting on one material, and we kept adapting the technology. Maybe at some moment we should have switched to a new material, and we will probably do. Now, if I show you how many elements is there in your body, you would see that we actually use many more elements in our silicon technology than there are elements in our own body. And of course, you would agree that human can do many more versatile tasks than our computers. And that's actually generally the case. If you think about it, we only bet on a few materials. So as I said, our electronics is all silicon. Our construction engineering is really based on the strengths of steel, and that's it. So our aerospace engineering, it's mainly aluminum. Now we start to use a little bit of the carbon, and few materials means only few opportunities. So if an electronic engineer needs to create a new device, so he or she needs to check, okay, what silicon can do for me? What's the band gap? What's the work function? What's the band gap of silicon oxide? And then they just design something within those constraints. Now, if you really ideally, you don't want to be constrained, of course. You really want to think wildly. So, and then, okay, I want to generate energy from the light just shining on my clothes. Can I use this energy to charge my phone? So, which material, which kind of textile do you use for this? And we start to use those new materials. We usually combine different materials to achieve new properties. It's called the composite materials or heterostructures. And there are some examples there, but still it's few and far between. Really, ideally, you would really want to create a material from scratch, really just design it in the way you want, and really then create, if not atom by atom, but at least layer by layer engineering, and then you can really assign certain functionalities to different layers. And that's, sorry, there will be a couple of minutes on graphene, but that's where graphene comes quite handily into play, because it's only one layer of carbon atoms, and it's really convenient to use it as one of the building blocks for those materials. But let me actually, it's quite a convenient way to make one of the points about sustainability, because long time ago, when we started to work with graphene, so these days it's quite it's used quite widely in many different applications. But a long time ago, when we started to use graphene, so graphene is one atom thick material, the thinnest possible material only, and it consists only of carbon atoms. So we used Scotch tape and graphite with the material which you find in your pencil, and just simply exfoliated it and got into the monolayer. These days, there are many other ways how to produce it, depending on the price you want to pay and the quality you want to achieve. And one of the way is the so-called chemical vapor deposition, when you have a hot catalyst and you run carbon-containing gas on top of it, and then when those molecules feel the presence of the catalyst, they crack into carbon and hydrogen. So hydrogen fly away, you can take the hydrogen over, and then carbon rearranges into graphene. So this is quite a popular way how to produce it. Many square kilometers is produced every day, but it actually has some consequences as well. I'm sure that many of you are familiar with those flares which you can see on top of many refineries across the globe. So many of our processes are not efficient enough, and we simply throw away this waste gas. It's basically methane, and you have to burn it, because methane is actually even worse greenhouse gas than CO2. It's better to emit CO2 rather than methane. So those flares, they have everything which we need to produce graphene. So they have methane, they have heat. So and that's what we do. We create those reactors which you simply put on top of those flares, and you can immediately convert the methane into hydrogen and graphene, and create added value, and then register using those blockchain technology on the carbon credit market. So just once you combine those technologies together, you really start to get additional profit. So you stop emitting the greenhouse gas, you get hydrogen, you get graphene, and you register your carbon credits at the same time. So, and then there are many other ways how to produce those materials, but then the beauty of this is that there are many other pencils, of course, in the world, and I said that we produce graphene from lead pencils. We actually can produce many other two-dimensional crystals, only one atom thick crystals from other pencils. And now we have this opportunity when we produce one atom thick fabrics, and we can just start combining those materials together, but in a manner Mother Nature never intended it to be. And then we start making those devices which we could never make before, including very high efficiently solar panels. We can make transistors, we can make light emitting devices here, so we can really make quite a few things. So I just one last slide about physics, and then we move on back to the sustainability, because it's something close to my heart. You really, with those, when you have a chance to combine, to create new materials and new devices and new structures, really with the atom by atom or layer by layer engineering, you really get a lot of opportunities. So even how you assemble those crystals together, it matters. So when you rotate them, you create this those beautiful patterns. They're called Moira patterns, and those Moira patterns apparently create new properties for your materials, and so this is really one of the new direction in the field of electronics and material science, the so-called twistronics, when you control the properties of your materials by tiny rotations of the two neighboring layers. And there was a few years ago the breakthrough from MIT, from Pablo Group, who discovered superconductivity, and then we found ferromagnetism in the same crystal. So it really works. It really works quite well. So we are quite well on the way to create novel materials with novel properties for many different energy applications. But now let me make the next step, and let's just let's dream a little bit. So if you would be given just any opportunity in the world you want, what kind of materials would you like to create? So I'm not going to ask to just, as my students, just you and you to tell me the answer. Let me give you the answer, and not even my answer, is the answer from the directors of this movie. I hope some people recognize the movie, right? Terminator 2, right? So it's for those who don't know, the plot is that the robot from 2029 was sent back to 1991. So the movie was shot in 1991 to kill Sarah Connor and her son, right? And the only reason I'm showing it to you is to show how people in 1991 dreamt about robots in the future. So it should be made from liquid metal, changing shape, changing color, would be able to self-heal, self-adapt, and so on. So now we are in 2023, and I have a little bit of a bad news, that unless we really work hard, we don't have any chance to fulfill the dreams of those people who shot Terminator. And it's not only about our robotics. No, it's actually generally our technologies are completely wrong. So we have the so-called top-down technology and top-down functionality. So individual components, individual pieces are not functional in their own right. They start to be functional only when assembled into quite a complex system, like a clock, like an integrated circuit, like a robot. But individual components are not functional, and that really creates a problem, because you really if it's not very sustainable. If one piece breaks, that's it. The whole system collapses immediately. Now, if you think about it, biological systems like ourselves, in biological systems, the functionalities are distributed across all different channels, or all the different scales. So individual proteins are functional, individual membranes of the cells are functional, individual cells are functional in their own rights. You don't think that, okay, the protein in my finger needs to unfold, get oxygen, or transfer electron from this molecule to another, then fold back, and then get stored. It is done on the level of the molecule itself. And unfortunately, if you would have to design something like this in terms of our modern electronics, you would have to program all those processes. So basically, what we want is to create materials which can function in their own rights and would be able to extract and just do some smart functionality, for example, extract energy from the ambient and so on, on their own, rather than not when they are assembled into a large system. So really start to work on those functional intelligent materials. So functional means that they can be programmable to perform certain tasks, and intelligent, at the very least, they would need to have memory to be able to learn and adapt to the external environment. Just let me give you one example. So one of the applications of graphene is membranes for desalination. So in countries like Israel or Singapore, most of the water, actually pretty much all the water is coming from from desalination plants, and it's usually membranes. You simply just press the water through this membrane. Salt, just you keep the salt out, and the fresh water goes through. But same as the energy landscape, the water supply systems are very complex in their own rights, because of course you have to control the quality of the water. So after this membrane, you put a sensor which senses the presence of the toxic elements maybe in the water. So then so the sensor sends this information to the computer, and then the computer analyzes it, sends the message to the actuator, which opens or closes the valve, and so on. But imagine if we can do this in the membrane itself, so that if our membrane is intelligent enough to sense the presence of those toxic elements, and if they're present, just change their conformation and basically close by itself. So now our material itself fulfill the function of the membrane, of the sensor, of the computer, of the actuator, and that makes it much more efficient, much more sustainable. You don't need to use the complex system, the computers waste energy, and so on. It actually works on the material level, like the biological systems in our body. And by the way, I think this is really one of the way where we should think next, because water supply is probably the next big thing after we solve, actually, or maybe we need to solve it before we sort out the energy supply. And there are many good technologies these days that there is absolutely no reason for it to be a shortage of water anywhere in the world. With enough energy, there are good enough technologies which can supply you water. And again, if it is properly managed and with the proof of work and with the proof of production, I think it can be made not only sustainable but also profitable. Okay, so now unfortunately, we know roughly how we can make those intelligent materials. So there are some basic rules that it needs to be done from the components need to interact strongly, and there should be multiple interactions between components, and then you create the so-called the degenerate energy landscape, which works in a similar matter like the proteins in your body. And so proteins, they're so versatile because they can exist in many different conformations. So they can fold and unfold into different states, and different states mean different functions, and then they perform this function, folds back, and then gets stored until better time. So that's exactly what we try to do with our materials. So they would have those smart functions in order to be used for a variety of energy applications. And so we work really now with a lot of different materials. We don't limit ourselves to graphene alone. So there are really many. It's usually low-dimensional materials like quantum dots or polymers, polyelectrolytes, even some life materials, and we assemble them into those complex heterostructures, and then and we program them that upon certain stimuli they produce some response, but also would change their own structure and have some memory effect in it. So maybe just say that unfortunately physics doesn't give us good guidance here, because we basically trying to create live materials starting from non-living components, and physics doesn't give you answers how to create life, right? So we all know how to make live people intuitively, but if you are asked to explain how to do it, it's very, very difficult. So we use a lot of artificial intelligence, dynamic artificial intelligence, time variant artificial intelligence to design those materials, and of course we have to create a lot of robotics labs to gain enough data. So when we talk about robotics lab, of course many people think about those robots with the hands and then just start doing experiments in the lab together. So we have those, but that's really more for fun for students to have a bit of fun. In reality, those robots are much more specialized. So for a particular robot, if you want to create more efficient solar cell, you really just have a robot which only produces solar cells and just mixes different elements, test the performance of the cell, makes a new one, test the performance, sends the data into our AI system, and just keep doing it repeatedly. But then if you do it right, you really can create live material, and you can create some materials with very interesting properties. So let me give you a couple of examples. So here is the material which we programmed to have the self-healing properties. So it's a crystal, and you just drill a hole, just punch a bullet through, and then if you design the material right, and if you give it a little bit of energy and a little bit of time, the material itself would heal the hole entirely. And so it's not this robot from the Terminator movie, but we're getting close to that. So so this material is based on so-called high entropy alloys. So another application is the smart drug delivery. So we all had to have those jabs with the vaccine, because you cannot take those mRNA vaccines orally, because the vesicles and mRNA itself, they're not very stable in the low pH of your stomach. So we basically need to create a very smart capsule, which is tiny capsule, just few atoms across, which would stay closed until it gets from your stomach into the bloodstream, and only open up in the bloodstream. So unfortunately, I cannot show how it works in reality, but on the similar principles, you can create some robot materials which have which can do the moves, but here the functionality is embedded in the material, so there are no moving parts or anything. So it's just materials with shape memories or materials with some additional functionalities. So same story for the smart membranes, which I showed you before, and for the antiviral coating. So maybe I'll just for the last 5 minutes of my talk just say a few words about how those smart material can bring us to the next level in terms of sustainability. And in my institute, there are many different streams of work which are directed to this. I just chose 4 topics for today, just very briefly tell you what can be done. But in fact, the efforts there are really huge. So one story which I really like is the biological fuel cell. So this is something really amazing. So there are those bacteria which can emit electron. So what you do, you combine those bacteria with some metal form, and then so those green things are bacteria, and then say this red, the orange thing is graphene form, and then they can emit this electron which is collected by graphene, and then you can collect this electron in the external circuit and use it. Of course you have to run the second half of the reaction as well, but it's not that difficult. So you just feed those bacteria with either CO2 and light, or sugar if you don't have light, and then you basically create electricity. You convert CO2 directly into electricity using this biological product. So that's how it looks in reality. So that's graphene and then bacteria on top of that. And in principle, it can be quite efficient. And the beauty is that you start with one bacteria and the conductive polymer, and then it just you basically you don't need to manufacture your battery. You basically grow your battery. You just give it a bit of sugar from time to time, and then it just grows and keep producing electricity as we speak. Now another example on the more efficient catalyst, and that's really the big deal and the big problem now, because we unfortunately produced so much CO2 already that simply turning sustainable is not enough. We have to actually actively pump out CO2 from the atmosphere, and for that we really need very efficient catalysts. And so what many people across the globe work on are those single catalysts that you don't. So the catalyst is not this big platinum piece which you connect into the exhaust of your car. It's really single atom act as efficiently as those big chunky pieces. And so we work on those, and again it's quite an effort. So we utilize a lot of AI. You just feed your AI with a lot of different type of single atom catalysts, and then you can try to design a very efficient catalyst. But this actually has another interesting connection with the white paper, with the fidget world, because those single atoms, they act as single photon emitters, and that's really important for modern telecommunication, especially quantum telecommunication. And that's the question of the digital environment, when you need the identity, the exact identity of the person with whom you are communicating, because we can make arrays of those single photon emitters, and all those arrays would be unique when they are produced. So we can actually put it as a chip, and it fits nicely with on the silicon photonic chip. So you can request the unique identity of your counterpart with whom you are communicating, and this is done on the physical level rather than on the digital level. Then the problem of the CO2 extraction, as I said, so we need very efficient membranes. So graphene is a good membrane. It doesn't allow anything through, or we can actually functionalize it and we can design it in such a way that it would allow only certain species to go through it. And now we combine it with many other materials, with like morphs and covs and so on, and we create those membranes which can extract hydrogen, separate hydrogen from CO2 or CO2 from nitrogen, and that's going to be more and more needed in the future because unfortunately, as I said, we already produce too much CO2, so we have to actively extract it from the air. And maybe last example, I wanted to show you that sustainability actually goes across many different areas. It's not only energy. So we wear synthetic clothes now all the time, which is from the petrochemicals. And now what we need to do is to avoid this and find a replacement for this. And that's one of the work which we're doing now. So I just wanted to show you one of the things. So we try to replace those artificial fibers which you produce from petrochemicals with the natural fibers. Unfortunately, natural fibers and natural polymers, if you try to create, so you can make textiles, of course, from natural fibers. The big problem is the shoe industry. So we need there is still a challenge how to produce artificial leather. So we combine those polymers which we extract from the biological products, and we combine it with the two-dimensional materials to create this artificial leather. So we can make it because there are many different materials. We can make it black. We can make it different colors. I should have white here as well. So and now it goes into the shoe production with one of the green sustainable shoe company. Again, we really hope that it can be because we can do it. The whole process is automatized, so we can register it directly on the blockchain and register the proof of work and the proof of production, and even maybe the proof of wear. So let me just finish here, just stop here and say that unfortunately we have to do a lot of work in the next few years to keep our world sustainable, and I really hope that merging the two areas of advanced materials and sustainable materials with the blockchain solution and Web3 solution would be a way forward. And thank you so much for your attention. It's really a great pleasure to be here. Great.
It has been a very great speech. Actually, just like I mentioned, I think Professor's research going to be a very important pillar for the future sustainability ecosystem. It's really a missing puzzle, right? You know, we have a Web3 technology, we have the great business partners to bring the use cases, but the missing puzzle is about the new materials. I think with that kind of combination, we can have more. So it's very rare time to have Nobel Prize winner with us. So if you guys have any questions, please. We have around 10 minutes. So any questions for that? Any questions from the audience? I mean, not to me, but to Professor.
Here in Las Vegas, we have a large facility that captures methane gas from the landfill and extracts the hydrogen, and then they ship it all the way down to Los Angeles for hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. But they're releasing all the CO2 into the air. Is there a way we could resource that CO2, monetize it, turn it into some type of commodity or product?
Right. So yeah, it's a very good question, and as I said, there are many different ways, many different approaches to sustainability and net carbon emissions. So what you mentioned is indeed one of the ways. Is a way for hydrogen economy. You take methane, or you can take oil, and you can convert it directly. You just split it into hydrogen, and unfortunately, often to CO2 is the cheapest, and the simplest possible process. Now, there are actually other processes. They're a little bit more expensive, but so how it's done? They heat up methane in the presence of water, and then carbon gets oxidized and emitted as CO2. In principle, you don't need to do this. You can split methane directly on the catalyst and get hydrogen and carbon. The reason they don't do this because there are no incentives. So the carbon credits you cannot really register. You don't know. So it's quite evolved in Europe. It's less involved in US. So that's exactly what we're talking about. That if it would be strong incentive for the carbon credits, so that would be so they would be using these other methods. There are other methods. So you can use nickel as catalyst. You can even use carbon as catalyst. But then on top of that, usually, so now they throw away this CO2. If we convert it into carbon, which you can use as carbon fiber and sell to aviation industry, then you get an additional incentive, not only carbon credits, but you can sell the actual carbon. Now you throw away carbon as CO2. If you can sell it, it's additional profitability, and it is doable. That's exactly what we're working on. That's not me.
May I have your attention, please? The alarm you have just heard is part of the building's early alert system. The reason for the alarm is now being investigated. We will keep you advised. Thank you.
Okay. I'll keep an eye on the back, so just in case something happens. So, but yeah, it's brilliant question, and that's exactly what we need to think about. Yeah.
Right. Okay, that's a little bit hiccup. A little bit surprised.
Right. Right. Okay. So we
should I run?
I think we have a tea break maybe, and then for early tea.
Seems like it.
Yeah, seems like it.
Okay, the working stuff are checking.
Right. All right.
Hi, we're back. We're back. We're back. Please come back to seats. There is a little unexpected event. I guess somebody just want to crash the party. But don't worry. After the lunch break, we're going to have an epic panel for 2 Nobel Prize winners, including Konstantin. So if you have questions, didn't have a chance to ask, we're going to have an afternoon session to continue. Okay? So I will take this chance. Firstly, I apologize, but most importantly, everybody is safe. Don't worry. Run back. Don't run out. So let's continue the session, and let's welcome Renato, the managing director and a partner from BCG, to share us about sustainability and the co-work of Whitepaper for us. All right? Thank you. Thank you, Sean. All right. No worries.
I'll give it to you, Chris.
Huge thanks for Novoselov's work, so thank you again for that. Folks, look, before I get into it, I gotta say something. I have never been to Vegas before. People look at me funny when I say that. It's not because I have something against Vegas. In fact, I love Vegas. I love everything Vegas has to offer. But here's the thing, the fact that you all showed up, I think it's a huge deal. Not to Vegas, but here. Because Woody Allen said showing up was 50% of the battle. But showing up to bring the speed while you have all the distractions in Vegas is like 90% of the battle. The fact that you're here to engage on the real issues, the solutions, the problems.
Us in this polar bear is we can do something about it. And we can do something about it for ourselves and for the polar bear. Okay? Now, BCG, the organization I represent, sorry, this just, trying to go back on my slides, hitting the red button. Can someone take me to the top of the deck, please? It's the very top. I'll do that again. Yeah. Perfect. Okay, let me just say a word about who I am in BCG. So BCG, we're thrilled to have this partnership with VeChain. More importantly, as an organization like VeChain, we are committed to sustainability. We are a 25,000 person large organization, and of all of the stuff that we could be spending our time on, sustainability is top of the agenda for us. We've made a C-suite level commitment around this topic. And yes, that means we do great client work on the topic, but more importantly, my colleagues and I, many of whom are here today, are immersing ourselves around the tables where the solutions to some of the vexing problems are being kicked around. And partnering with an organization like VeChain is absolutely a part of the solution. And why do we care so much? We care so much because of this. Okay, so take this in. This is the carbon particles per million in the atmosphere. And for centuries, for millennia, it was pretty much flat in the high 200s. At 450, we're at a 2-degree warming scenario. Bad stuff starts to happen. Now, bad stuff is already happening. We're already 1 degree hotter than pre-industrial levels. Why? Because if you look at the hockey stick inflection in the amount of carbon that we release each year, it explains some of the issues that we're seeing, rising sea levels, other weather events, resulting in massive dislocations of communities, people, and broader economic dislocation. Now, at 450 at 2 degrees, at 430, 1.5 degrees, which is the high water mark where scientists want us to be, to have a sustainable future. And yesterday we were at 421. Yesterday we were at 421. Okay? Now, everyone always talks about what it does to the planet. What does it do to us? What does it do to you when you are in an environment with high carbon? They ran this study where they had 2 groups, a control and not control, running math problems. And they started to introduce carbon into the room of one of the rooms, not the control room. And what they found is once you get to carbon levels that are where we might find ourselves in 2075, and that might sound far away, right? 2075? People in this room will be alive. Some of you in this room, I see some of you young people in this room, will be alive in 2075. Your kids will certainly be alive in 2075, 2100. So these are not far out projections. This is going to happen in the lifetime of people that are already on this planet. Their cognitive ability, the people in that room with carbon that matches the intensity of what you find in those rooms, in that version of the planet, was impaired by 20%. 20% impairment of cognitive. We never talk about this. We always talk about the planet. And so as the crisis mounts, our intelligence and ability to deal with it gets challenged. And so this reality is something we need to embrace. But remember I said, we're going to be optimistic. I said it was easy to get depressed. I saw some of you look depressed and are about to head to the slots. Don't do it. Stay with me. We got this, okay? All right. So, if we're going to do anything about this, there's 6 acts to engage. They're listed here. You're one of them, individuals. Now, many of you represent maybe public policy organizations. Maybe you represent individual corporations. But at the heart of it is also individuals in the community. That's what I love about VeChain, how it talks about the community. Right? The individuals have a role here too. But let's go through each of these, and I'm going to hit the headlines because I want us to catch up on time a bit. Number 1, government. Every year, you've seen the Secretary Kerry photo ops, and I'm a huge fan of Secretary Kerry, so I'm not trying to get political on you. But you see the annual photo ops where heads of state show up at some city where the COP is being hosted, COP26, COP27, COP28 this year. And what's happening at COP is individual countries are making climate commitments. They're making pledges. They're saying, we're going to cut carbon in our country by this level. And the belief is that if countries come together and make those commitments, we're going to bring the line down to the 1.5 degree scenario, the scenario where we need the world to be by 2050 so we can have a sustainable planet going forward, a net zero future. By 2050, no new carbon into the atmosphere, okay? And everybody comes out of these COPs celebrating all the pledges that were made, but every year we refresh this slide, and at the last COP, which was 5 months ago, we're at the red line. So and that's just the pledges. So if the countries do what they said they'll do, and by the way, the heads of state making these pledges, they'll be gone by the time the day of reckoning comes. But if they do what they said they'll do, we're at the red line. Look at the chasm between the red line and the green line. Okay, so that's what this is about. That's what we're going after. And the good news is, despite some of the limitations of the pledges, we're seeing a lot of dollars flowing into the space. Again, I don't want to get political, but this is watershed legislation, right? The IRA, which, by the way, I don't think does anything to reduce inflation, but it's called the Inflation Reduction Act. It does a lot to pour money into the climate crisis. And so much so that other countries got quite threatened by this, because what it meant was that if you want to invest in clean tech or in green infrastructure, suddenly the economics of doing so in the United States became very attractive. I serve global pools of capital, investors from around the world, and suddenly the US became this hotspot. Everybody wanted to come in. Carbon capture, green hydrogen, green ammonia became hot. So what happened? The EU is going to match. They've just announced a Green Deal. And so you have this virtuous race to the top among markets to push capital into the solution. And a lot of that capital is going into clean technology, which is, I know, a space where a lot of you have deep interest, enthusiasm in some spaces where you traffic. The second group we need to get on with it is the private sector. This chart is actually quite encouraging if you look at the top half, which is last year, the number of companies that made a science-based commitment, which means I'm going to bring down my company's emissions, the carbon my company releases into the atmosphere every year, I'm going to bring that number down in line with what science requires for us collectively to get to 1.5 degree scenario. The number doubled last year. But when you scratch under the hood to see if anything's being done, 90% of the companies, 90% of these 4,400 are off track, okay? And you're like, hey, but you said we're going to be optimistic. We're going to be optimistic now. This is why I feel optimistic. We did this study last year with the World Economic Forum where we looked at 8 supply chains. 8 supply chains that collectively contribute 50% of global emissions. So if you took all of the carbon we collectively put into the atmosphere every year, 50% comes from these 8 supply chains, okay? Food, construction, fashion, etc. And what we found, which was really exciting for us, is that you can take out 80% of the emissions today. The first 40 you can take out for a cost that is less than $10 per ton of carbon. And a lot of that 40 you can take out in a way that's actually economic for your business. Even more so now, and this was pre-IRA, so it's even more economic now. But at the time, the first 40% you can take out at a price of less than $10 per ton, and a big chunk of that in a way that's actually economic. That will save you money. The next 40%, we talked about the first 40, the next 40 costs somewhere between $10 and $100. And so the introduction of a price on carbon gets you there. The last 20% requires technologies that are either in their infancy and need to scale, and we've learned about some of those today, earlier before the break, or technologies that don't yet exist, okay? So that's a place from which one can draw courage. The other place one can draw courage from is this chart, which is the amount of money flowing into clean technology is climbing at a very aggressive clip. So I mentioned I serve pools of capital. Last year, if you were out fundraising for a private equity fund or a venture fund, not for a company, but for a fund, fundraising was down 30%. It was a hard year to raise capital. But if you were a climate fund or a sustainability fund, fundraising was up 40%. So the amount of interest from people with money, institutions with money, to pour money into this sector is growing quite aggressively despite a tough fundraising environment. But the issue is, so that's the positive. The issue is, remember that 1.5 degree line, the green line that we're all gunning for? To get to that green line, we need an 8x increase in the amount of capital flowing into this space. So despite the fact that it was 30% growth versus it still needs to increase year over year by 8x. And so if you're in the space with a new venture or startup looking for capital, you're in a great spot because money's flowing in. But if you're thinking about this at a systems level, the gap is still quite meaningful. Then there's the individual, consumers. Everyone's talking about, a lot of young people are posting on TikTok or Insta about their, ecologically friendly this or that. And that's good, that's a nice trend, but it's only less than 10% of consumers for whom sustainability is the #1 purchase criteria across categories. But the good news is that if you couple sustainability with other dimensions, convenience, affordability, quality, the number actually shoots up. And so what we need here is both sides. Companies to respond to this reality, because a lot of executives will still tell you, oh no, consumers won't pay for green. This proves that it's not true. And it's every day it's less true. So consumers are moving, the community is moving, individuals are moving. And I think individuals creating that global demand, insisting that products be cleaner and greener and lower carbon is going to be an input. But then companies stepping in is the other. And the last one I'm going to hit is collective action. So much of the narrative when you talk to private sector about this issue is my company, my sustainability, my commitment. But like I said, this is a systems level problem. And what it really begs for is collective action. And I'll give you one example. 2 days ago in New York, we announced our partnership with the EDCI, the ESG Data Convergence Initiative. It's the third one on the right. And I'll tell you what that is. So for a long time, you have public companies and private companies. Public companies, tons of transparency. They disclose, investors can ask for information, their stock is widely held, every quarter they have to report results. Compare that to private equity, privately owned companies. None of that is true. There's 1, 2, maybe 3 owners at most. It's all very opaque and intransparent. And that's not a bad thing per se. It's a context in which private companies can do a lot of good. But the issue that we saw was that $1 trillion of high carbon businesses were divested over a decade, and 90% of that divestment ended up in private hands. Because as public companies came under pressure for, hey, you got to cut your carbon, what's your net zero plan, what are you doing about emissions, an easy out was, gosh, I'll just sell it. I don't want this headache. I don't want this high carbon business. I'll sell it. And who came in and picked it up? Private equity. So the big concern became, gosh, private equity is going to become the place where bad assets go to hide. And they go to hide because nobody is accountable. There's no transparency. And so the fact that this industry that's been known for opacity and secrecy committed, the whole sector, 20 plus trillion dollars, 275 global GPs and LPs, some of the biggest names in the industry, collectively put their hands together and said, we, starting this year already, we're getting the data at BCG, are going to start disclosing our ESG data. 15 different metrics: sustainability, climate, human rights, workplace safety. They're going to share that information on their companies in a verified way to start benchmarking themselves, to start creating some accountability. That's collective action. That's what we need to push in the sector. So now look at this list. Look at this list. This is all of what we need if we have any hope of getting back on that green line. And as you stare at this list, it's easy to start getting a little discouraged, because this is a lot. This seems monumental. And how are we going to get all of these actors, governments, companies, coalitions, individuals to start moving in this direction? Okay? But anybody who's ever gone negative on our ability, who's going short on human ingenuity, is a bet that I wouldn't want to take, because I'll give you a few examples. Not 1, but 2 COVID vaccines in less than 12 months, right? Nuclear energy. Nuclear is a source of energy everywhere. Stuff that we just thought wouldn't be possible. Everyone connected everywhere all the time. You know how in 2003 they said, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas? Well, that was before social media, okay? Now they say what happens anywhere in Vegas is known everywhere outside of Vegas, because we're connected, all of us, all the time, okay? The auto industry, right? Road vehicles, deemed impossible, right? Next day, and in some markets, same day delivery. And this is my favorite quote. This is the professor of the guy who went and founded FedEx. Told him that he'd get a C for this crazy idea. And even in climate, we're pessimistic on climate technologies. And so if you're in the trenches coming up with a startup, with a new idea, a new concept, you have to contend with so much it's not possible, it's not going to happen. And here's the proof of why those voices are wrong, why you need to quash those voices and ignore the haters. This chart basically, in a nutshell, says the following. You know what it says? It says we consistently underestimate adoption and we consistently overestimate future cost. So whenever there's a new technology, we say it's going to take forever for it to actually gain traction in the market, and it's going to always be expensive, right? And look at any of these examples, solar, wind, batteries. The data on these, and I could have had 6 other examples, the data is consistent. And I'm going to conclude with a story, because everyone loves a good story. Even in pro cycling, I don't know how many cyclists we have with us, but the common wisdom, if you want to be better at cycling, what's the play? Well, work out more, practice more, lean into your turns better, get a better bike, better air pressure, diet. But no one ever says, when it comes to pro cycling, sit differently. Sit differently. Because we're 200 years in. How could you possibly innovate how you said? But not so, said Matej Mohoric, a Slovenian cyclist, who in 2013, after years and years of innovation, decided, you know what? I'm going to sit differently. And yeah, it looks ridiculous, but he didn't care because he felt invincible as he blew past the competition and won the U23 World Championship. And you know what this is called? This is called the Super Tuck. It's a crazy name and it looks ridiculous. It's called the Super Tuck. And he owned it, okay? Now look at this list again. Look at this list again. Is that voice still in your head saying, no, man, we can't do this. We don't have hope? Well, mute that. You know what? Don't mute it. Tell that voice to go super tuck it. Just tell it. Go super tuck it. It's like appropriate version of cursing at someone. Go super tuck it, right? Like if someone tells you you're never going to scale your business, what do you say? Go super tuck it. Someone says, you know, we're never going to solve the planetary crisis. What do we say? We say go super tuck it. Go super tuck it. It's so therapeutic. Say it. Go super, whisper it. And no one's going to listen. Just go super. It's a good feeling. In fact, you know what? It's Vegas. You were out late last night. I'm going to try something out. Don't let me down because it's being broadcast. On 3, we're all going to say, go super. You ready? You ready? Who's ready? You ready? Ready, Rock Casino Resort? Let's do it. 1, 2, 3. Oh my gosh, that was good. I thought we'd have to do 3 tries, but you nailed the first one. So look, if this is going to be our anthem, if Go Super Tuck It is going to be our anthem, anytime tells us that we're being too audacious, that we're being too bold, that we're being too ambitious, that we're being too optimistic, that we're being too naive, then we need to know what happened to Matej. Well, the Cycling Federation said, sorry, bud, your whole Super Tuck is too dangerous and we're going to ban it. 2021, they banned it. You know what Matej said? Go Super Tuck It. And you know what he did? He went back to his lab, his garage, started innovating, trying new things out. And he decided, he figured it out. He said, I'm going to take my hydraulic airdropper, which is tech that's used in mountain biking, and I'm going to move it to my road bike. And yeah, it added a few grams on the ascent, but on the downhills, he was an aerodynamic bullet. And he went on last year to win the San Remo 180-mile grueling ride. And this is what the tech looks like. So folks, I want us to know that even though I have this message of optimism, which I don't want us to lose, the crisis is real. The solutions are going to require a lot of hustle and a lot of work. But this optimism that I'm pushing us to embrace and own is our only way out, and I'm confident that we'll get there. And I'm going to now call up my dear friend and partner, Guy, who's one of the most talented partners at BCG, manages our global relationship with VeChain, is behind the Whitepaper that Sunny mentioned, to talk about how companies like VeChain are going to be part of the solution. And with that, I thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here. I want to continue that spirit of optimism and talk about the work we've been doing very quickly because we are a bit behind schedule. I want to talk about the work we've been doing with the leadership team at VeChain and why that makes us optimistic. You know, we at BCG, actually, let me go back to, so my slides aren't up here, but I'll talk anyways. So we at BCG reached out and connected with Sunny and Renato and Luca at the team at VeChain to talk about the opportunity of how business and technology can come together to change the world. And so we've been working, here's an example. We've been working with VeChain since the last year, for the last 6 months, to help make this a reality. And one of the reasons we got excited about VeChain was they already had recognized that they can solve real-world problems with a greater purpose, a purpose of helping society. And there's just a couple examples up here already of work that's been done already by VeChain, more to be done to help solve real-world problems, from traceability in the supply chain for recycling of plastic, to the circular economy in textiles. So in textiles, only 1% of textiles are recycled, but that industry, as Vinay just mentioned, is responsible for more than 4% of greenhouse gas emission. How can we solve that? Well, one way is to create a circular economy. And then another example I really like is the ReSea opportunity, where the vision is for a plastic-free ocean. Who doesn't want that? We all do, right? But how do you motivate people to do that? Well, you have to create the incentives for collective action. And I think that's one area where blockchain and the technology that VeChain is really a leader in can drive that kind of action. And that's the genesis and some of the thesis behind the work we've done together. So we started this partnership last year, and we've been working quite diligently to understand where can we take the technology we have to solve real-world problems with the greater societal value. It's really all three of those. And so we've leveraged the deep expertise of the VeChain team and the broad experience that BCG brings by working with global companies around the world to understand what are those supply chain problems. And Vinay just mentioned the 8 largest contributors to greenhouse gas emissions. What are in the broadest sense of the word for sustainability, where are the biggest problems and where can we deploy the technology to solve those problems? That's been collectively the work that we've been doing. Part of that is you have to understand what is value. And so you'll see as you read the white paper, I encourage you to do that, not today, because we've got a lot going on today, but as you read the white paper, what you should take away from the white paper is we have a good understanding of what sustainability problems are and where they exist in the world and how we can solve those. We talked through a couple examples. We talked about the circular economy in textiles. Another good example Professor Konstantin mentioned was around supply chain efficiency in industrial goods, the whole concept of 3D printing. This is a really good example where the technology's evolved. 3D printing was invented in the 80s, but it's really maturing even today. But that's not enough. You have to understand, why do supply chains work the way they do? And we understand that. And we can deploy technology to solve things like the IP rights for printed parts. But in its essence, it's very simple. If a company has a need for a part in Europe that's made in the US, why are we shipping atoms? Why don't we ship bits and print the part where it's needed? It's much more efficient, better for the world economy, and better for everyone. But there's some impediments to that. And we need to understand what those impediments are and how technology can solve that. That's what we're talking about in the white paper. And we anticipate there's a lot of work to be done. Bringing all these players together to a common vision is not simple. And we're excited about the opportunity working with VeChain. This is the start of a journey, which is an exciting time for you all because you get to be there at the beginning of the journey. But what we want to create is a snowball effect. And the kind of snowball effect I'm talking about is like ChatGPT. Who raise your hand if you know ChatGPT? Did you know that company went from 0 to 100 million users in 2 months? That's the kind of snowball effect we need, okay? Let's set our aspirations high and let's work hard to go for it. And I think this Peter Drucker's statement here really epitomizes what we're talking about. The best way to predict the future is to create it. And that's what we're doing with VeChain. And so you'll hear more in a minute from Renato and Luca about what's in the white paper. But that's really the gestalt underneath it. And I appreciate your time. Thank you all.
Okay, good morning everybody. I apologize in advance for my poor English. And it's also very difficult for me to start this presentation after a speech from a Nobel Prize and also, obviously, an opening speech from the founder and from the terrific speech from BCG. So I cannot run this session on my own for two reasons. First of all, this is the outcome of a collective effort. So before going ahead, I would like to thank all people and all entities that have been supporting VeChain in developing this white paper. Obviously, BCG team, made by many people coming from US and Europe, customers and stakeholders that have been involved in this work, and also the contribution from DNV and from the entire VeChain team. Not only the people that are working on sustainability, obviously, but the entire VeChain team. So, since this is a collective effort, and the collective effort concept is very important for the success of the white paper, let me call on stage another person that has been also a friendly contributor like me to the realization of this white paper. He's also a friend and he's also a member of the steering committee. So let's give a warm welcome to Luca Crisciotti.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Hi.
Okay, so we are running this together, so for sure we will make a mess. So we apologize in advance, so let's start.
We have prepared for like half an hour. I'm pretty sure that we are screw up, I mean, all the way, but anyway.
Okay, so we go. First mistake, very good. Okay. Okay, we have a problem because the remote control is going ahead. I'm trying to go back, and it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's just introduce the topic for this session. So first thing is about sharing with you the aspiration journey. We have a new aspiration, but the aspiration itself has been exposed to a journey since 2017, so we will talk about that. We will also try to define the challenge of sustainability. What is the challenge for VeChain in relation to sustainability? We will discuss and share how VeChain technology and VeChain organization could contribute to sort out the complex challenge that sustainability is defining. We will go into Web3 and try to share how we believe Web3 could help solving sustainability challenge. We will discuss about how and why VeChain could be considered probably the best layer one platform for sustainability, and then we are going to share a high-level roadmap at the end of this session. So if there is a common pattern across VeChain journey, is the fact that since day one, so since 2016, VeChain has been aiming to utilize technology to solve real-world challenges. Therefore, it's quite natural that the real-world challenges are changing and are basically defined in relation to the current situation. So in 2017, in particular, when the ICO was launched and VeChain Foundation was established, the main goal was to set up a technology infrastructure, at the time a superior technology infrastructure, bearing in mind also those kind of needs that were placed by communities, users, and enterprises. And the main focus was about understanding and communicate the value of blockchain technology in itself. 2 years later, in connection with the white paper 2.0 release, the focus was more on making sure that this technology, which is for sure a transformative technology, was also getting adoption, and adoption both from users, individual users, and enterprise. And at the time, the focus was to promote user adoption through enterprise adoption. And the technology development itself was also aiming to create this kind of connubium. Now, the quantum leap in VeChain aspiration journey is to focus all developments or conceptual and technology developments to a very specific problem, which is the sustainability challenge. And in this perspective, I have to say that the contribution of each individual is fundamental. It's not only about enterprise, it's also about individual. And in particular, it's very important to connect all individual efforts towards a common goal and a common mission, which is part of the sustainability challenge. So this is basically this multiply individual impact to unleash our collective potential for sustainability is the new aspiration for VeChain, which will drive the development of VeChain from now on.
So Renato has mentioned sustainability, and there's of course a question linked to this. How may we define our current challenge? Before to answer to this question, I think that it's extremely important to have a common definition of sustainability. I'm pretty sure that if I would ask to each of you what means sustainability for you, I would get very different answers. So that's why BCG came in the, let's say, when they wrote the white paper with this definition of sustainability, which has been published by the Sustainability Accounting Standard Boards. And is made by 5 different elements. There are, of course, other definitions of sustainability, but this is the one that you will find reading the white paper. I've mentioned 5 elements. We are talking about the environment, social and labor conditions, and then business model innovation, and then leadership and governance. Now, all of these elements then bring some additional topics, and those topics are evolving over the time. Of course, environment is the topic of the moment, is the topic that everyone is mentioning when we talk about sustainability, and in particular, greenhouse gas emission or energy management. But there are, within environment, for example, other topics that will become probably even more important in the next future. I'm mentioning, for example, water scarcity or biodiversity. It's also important to keep in mind that sustainability, again, is not only environment, but is a combination of these 5 elements. That's extremely important. This is something, again, that you will find reading the white paper. And there are extremely important topics, such as human rights, but also selling practices, customer welfare, privacy, customer privacy and data integrity, for example, supply chain management, as well as employee engagement or diversity and inclusion. So we need to keep in mind that sustainability has really a broader sense, and that's very, very important. Now, how can VeChain, given, let's say, this definition, can contribute to the complex challenge of sustainability? This is also very interesting, and this is the result of, let's say, a quite deep analysis that BCG was doing, analyzing for all the topics that I've just mentioned in connection with 24 industry sectors. And we can look at this materiality map from 2 different dimensions. The vertical one, so we can look at how important are those topics industry by industry. And of course, there are, let's say, some differences. Heavy industries or energy company, oil and gas companies have as a priority, for example, greenhouse gas. Other companies have supply chain management as a priority or business resilience, especially after the pandemic. But there's instead another way to look at the materiality map, and it's the horizontal dimension. Because if you look at the map, you see that there's a lot of commonalities among all the industry sectors in terms of priorities. So this is basically brought us to look at things in a completely different perspective. There's also to keep in mind that those companies belonging to those industry sectors belongs to supply chains. And there's companies that are using same supply chain for producing different products. So there's a lot of things that they have in common. One of the things also, one of the words that you will see used many times in the white paper is about collaboration. We do believe that if you want to achieve, if you want to tackle some of the sustainability challenge, what one individual, what company is doing is not so powerful compared to instead having a community doing things or having a much more active role than what it is today. And let me give you one example about that. We have taken the production of a bag as an example. It's a very simple one. And you see here that there's a number of actors that are going to contribute, or they're sharing the goal to minimize the environmental impact, for example, of this process. And we can start from the farm, and the farm can contribute, for example, looking at the biodiversity, this power company providing, of course, the energy needed to manufacture the goods that can use renewable energy, the manufacturers that can, of course, use efficient processes, a logistic company that can use the greenest possible form of transportation. There's, of course, the brands and retailers that can pay attention to, for example, ordering goods in order to avoid excess of production. In this picture, then, there are also other two actors that are extremely important or are becoming more important than the past. I'm talking about consumer and institutions. And why they have a different role compared to the past? Because today, as a consumer, if you would like to contribute to minimize environmental impact, you can do it in a different way. You play a different role compared to being passive as it was in the past. What does it mean to play an active role? For example, as a consumer, you can extend the life cycle of a product. You can resell this product to another consumer, or you can dispose it according to some recycle processes. And in this way, of course, there's another actor, in this case a municipality, that has a very important role, because the municipality is the one that have to put in place all the processes needed to make this happen, and to, let's say, extract all the materials from, in this case, the bag, and then handling, let's say, these materials back into the process. This is an example of a kind of simple supply chain. But as I said before, supply chain are connected. And then
Yes.
Renato is going to
So
go through this.
one of the big transitions that we will be exposed to is the transition from linear supply chain to circular supply chain. And what does it really mean, and why blockchain could play a role in supporting this transition? In linear supply chain, normally, information flow and value flow was exchanged between linear and sequential players. So retailer was selling something to consumer, and consumer was paying something to retailer in exchange. What is different in circular supply chain is that in order to implement this model, you need to establish a number of interconnection and relationship between players that never got in touch before. So it may be that the manufacturer should release an incentive to the consumer, as an example, to get back material. And this requires a complete different logic and technology. And obviously, for those who are familiar with blockchain, they will easily understand that this kind of peer-to-peer information exchange, trusted information exchange, and value could be supported by this kind of technology. This is the reason why we believe that blockchain will play a fundamental role, and VeChain will play a fundamental role in supporting and enabling this transition. And we do have an example, Luca.
Yeah, this is an example comparing a traditional ecosystem concept with a new one. So sticking with the example of the bag, if you want to sell or resell as an owner of the bag, if you want to resell the bag to another consumer, what you do today is to take advantage of some of the marketplace present in the market. So you ship your bag to a marketplace. The marketplace then is taking the responsibility to authenticate the good, and then once that this is happening, is selling this bag to the next consumer. And then there's, of course, the money flowing according to this process. So money are kept let's say, by the marketplace until the authentication process is finished. And then once they have validated, basically, that the bag is authentic, they are sending the money to the seller. Now, as you can see here, there's duplicating processes, for example, on the logistic and transportation, because the bag is sent twice instead of being, let's say, sent from A to B. So it's sent to the marketplace. And also for what concern, for example, the transparency on the process that the marketplace is using to authenticate the bag, well, that's something that, it's not so known. The other thing is, imagine that the buyer would like to sell the bag once again. I mean, you have to repeat the process because this validation process is not attached to that bag. So once that the bag is shipped to the owner, you lose basically, the added value that has been given by the marketplace. Now, talking about ecosystem, we have reimagined, let's say, the entire process, giving the possibility to every single actors here in the picture to play a much more active role and to contribute with this behavior to lower, for example, environmental impact in this case. So we have imagined, for example, involving the manufacturer to have a chip, a tag into the bag, and then the bag, since is, let's say, the chip is granting that the bag is authentic, can be shipped directly from the seller to the buyer. The buyer can validate this information simply with a mobile phone, scanning the tag on the product, and then there is a smart contract which is selling immediately once that this operation is done, the money from, let's say, the buyer to the seller. There's, of course, much less environmental footprint here because there's only one shipment instead of two, and also, let's say, the authenticity is following the bag, so you don't lose it as, let's say, in the previous example. And this is, again, a new way of having actors, again, collaborating together to make things simpler and also to have the possibility to contribute with active behavior, in this case, to also lower CO2 emission.
Okay, in the white paper, together with BCG, we have been sketching 12 different possible ecosystems. You should look at this ecosystem that you will find in the appendix of the white paper, not at all like off-the-shelf solution. They are concept. Compare this ecosystem to a concept car, okay? So something that may happen, will happen, but not in the precise and exact form as the concept car is. And among these 12 ecosystems, we have been choosing to focus on 3, which we have been exploring more in detail, which are in the core part of the white paper, and that have been chosen because they represent challenges that are more urgent. We believe that these 3 ecosystems represent challenges that are current and urgent challenges. But that's not enough, because it's not only about identifying possible ecosystem, it's also keeping in mind that this is not a problem, each ecosystem is sorting out a specific problem, but in a much wider and complex scenario. So in the white paper, we are introducing a new concept, which we call biosphere. What is the biosphere? The biosphere is an environment in which each ecosystem is able to operate in a standalone basis, but also in an interconnected way with other ecosystems that are sorting out other challenges. Why we did so? Because, as Luca said at the beginning of this session, supply chains are all interconnected. So one player, one company, could be part of different ecosystems with different roles. Even VeChain, which is the layer 1 player, is the player that will aim to provide the technology infrastructure which is enabling the rise of this biosphere, may cover other roles within a specific ecosystem, just for example, triggering the rise of a new ecosystem. That is also one element of the future strategy for VeChain. And this biosphere will be the connection between the physical world and the digital world, which is opening up to the introduction of the Web3 concept. And obviously, the bridge between the physical world and the digital world will be given today by devices like IoT. But in the future, we just learned from the fantastic speech of Professor Konstantin Novoselov that the product itself may become IoT of the product itself. And this is the future. So maybe we need to reflect a bit about the possible evolution of this concept in view of the rise of smart material. But anyway, this concept of the biosphere, in order to be enabled, need three very basic features. First of all, the possibility to count the value or the penalization coming out from externalities. That's important. So we need to be able to quantify, qualify, and monetize the positive externalities, meaning reduction of CO2 as an example, or debit the negative externalities, increase of CO2. That's fundamental. Second element, trust. Trust is a scarce resource when you are using blockchain in connecting the physical world with the digital world. In the digital world, trust is given, is granted by blockchain technology itself. But in the physical world, that's no longer true. And therefore, proof of authenticity is fundamental. And proof of authenticity, it's about providing transparency in supply chains, providing proof of origin, traceability. All the use cases that have been developed over the past years have been developed having in mind this vision. They are small pieces of a big picture. Third element, obviously, is about data ownership. I mean, the more you need to gather data from the real world, the more you need to be sure that they represent reality. But the more you gather data from the real world, from people, for example, you need to care about privacy, security, giving assurance that only certain data sets are shared, and so on. And that's very, very important for the future.
And I would like just to add to this. I mean, if you look at those topics, I mean, data ownership, visibility on sustainability of suppliers, I mean, those are all elements that we have mentioned when we define what sustainability is. And that's really the difference compared to many other initiatives that are just mentioning, for example, again, the environment as the main, let's say, goal to be achieved. But it's much, much more. And I think that the value of this work is really, you know, the ability to combine all these elements to support, I mean, what we said before. Sustainability is a combination of a wide range of topics.
So how Web3 and obviously VeChain can help in this challenge? Basically, I mean, the key concept, one key concept that we would like to share with you is that we are going to use blockchain in order to help society to redefine the concept of value. So far, when you are dealing with a purchase, you are basically recognizing the economic value. And the carrier of this value is fiat currency, okay? Tomorrow, if you want to promote the possibility for people to choose, as an example, more sustainable product, you need to be able to quantify and qualify other sources of value, not only the economic value, which is coming out from cost of production and expected profit, but you need also to count for how socially and environmentally good performing is the company that has made that product, and how this good behavior has been turned into, for example, CO2 saving, which is allocated to each individual product item. You cannot use fiat currency to do that. Also because you need also to find a way to incentivize people. Remember, those kind of interaction and value flow across the different players that are part of the circular supply chain. So tokens are the ideal tool for enabling this transfer of value across different players. And you could use token to store different value than the economic value, which are related to the efforts spent by the company and embedded into that product to be more environmentally and socially, as an example, performing. So, we are going to use basically key features of Web3 in order to tackle this challenge. First thing, building a phygital trusted environment. I mean, in the past, we used to think about the concept of digital twin. So a kind of virtual copy of a physical product. I believe that digital twins is becoming more and more an obsolete concept. Products are becoming phygital. That means that each product is going to have a digital component which is linked to itself. And this digital component will be essential to enable that kind of transfer of value we've been talking so far. Therefore, you need to give to items, people, a digital identity, a unique digital identity, to be able to exchange in a proper and tracked way this new form of value across different players. And in this perspective, obviously, tokenization will be key, because it will be the new carrier of value that is going to be used between players for many purposes, mostly, but not only, related to externalities. The more common externalities we are dealing with when we talk about ESG or sustainability, it's carbon. But carbon is just one of the possible externalities. Think of water, think of plastic, and many others. And obviously, in this logic, fungible tokens, non-fungible tokens, and smart contracts have a purpose, which is the main difference between, I believe, VeChain as a layer 1 blockchain platform with any other layer 1. We think of technology as a way to sort out a specific real-world problem. And we turn and we address the development of technology features according to the chosen real-world problem. So in this perspective, obviously, when you think of a product, you should think of something which is no longer only phygital, becomes not only physical, it becomes phygital, has its own identity, and the identity gives the possibility to connect to that product all the forms of value that are related to it, and gives the possibility to share this form of value across participants in the different ecosystem according to different rules. So, just to recap, we are entering in the Web3 era, in which users are obviously not only able to access information, create information, and own this information, but they are also able to do this not only for the information, but also for the value. And they could basically share this form of value through ecosystems, which are basically disintermediated platform. So we should think about the future as a place in which platforms, which are characterized by a single point of failure, a single owner, will become more and more decentralized. And user, individual, even enterprise, will play different role within that kind of ecosystem. So, one important element in this equation is about involving individuals. Why? Because if you think about our traditional supply chain, the end point of any kind of supply chain, at the end of the story, is the individual. The individual owns the product, the physical product. If we want to recover the matter contained in that physical product, you need to give him a reason for doing it, but you need also to reward him. You need to create a set of aligned incentivization mechanisms which are enabling the transfer of value from the individual back to all the players belonging to the given ecosystem. Therefore, you need also to motivate this individual and give him some feeling of be a winner. Gamification will play a fundamental role in that. And we believe that this will be a key role really for enabling individuals and for giving communities a reason for being part of a project like VeChain in the future. That is the future in which we are going to enter from now on.
And then other really few reflections. We are running out of time, but I think that this is important.
As planned.
Yes, of course. So the question is, may we become the platform of choice for sustainability? Well, of course, the answer is maybe yes, but there's also a number of things that VeChain has to do on the internal side. So we have been talking quite a lot about how customers can use our infrastructure, blockchain infrastructure, to enable a number of things. But there's also a lot to be done, internally in VeChain. So let me say that we started, I would say, years ago, and all the credit to Sunny in this case, using or choosing this technology, which is made by 101 nodes that are validating transaction in a very, let's say, quick way and using also very low energy. I would say that this is still one very key differentiator factors compared to many other blockchain technologies. It's also very scalable, and of course pay a lot of attention to data integrity as well. So those are, let's say, key functionalities of the blockchain. There's another element which is key. We have been talking about involving individuals, but not all individuals today are familiar with cryptocurrencies and wallets. But the fee delegation technology is allowing, even if who do not own directly a cryptocurrency, to be part of those projects, to be part of this environment or ecosystem. Then, of course, it's an open platform. Everyone can access, all the actors can participate, and there's a number of open source tools that are available for developers and builders to build their own dApps. We have also started to measure our own environmental performances, and I have to say that it's really a pleasure to see those numbers here. Actually, VeChain is using 0.04% of other comparable blockchain in terms of CO2 emissions. So it's very low. I would say that it's one of the most, if not the most, sustainable blockchain platform in the world. Also, we have collected, the amount of CO2 tons that in 2022 were produced for running the airtime, let's say, blockchain platform, and it's equal to 4.4 tons. Of course, we started recently to measure all these things, and the challenge for the future is to minimize this number and even to become a carbon neutral company. So that's one thing on the accessibility and on the efficiency. But there's also a lot to be done on the governance side. Our aim is to implement, let's say, decentralized autonomous organization. VeChain should work this way in the near future. In order to implement a DAO, again, there's a lot of things to be done. Someone, when you talk about DAO, say, well, but, you just implement a voting system, that's it. It's not like that. It's much more complex. And there's a lot of things to be done. But meanwhile, waiting for implementing or to have the DAO, let's say, up and running, there's already a number of things that we have to be. We need to be more transparent. We need to work on diversity, of course. We need to work on how the steering committee is working. So there's a long list of things that we are looking at the moment. With the aim to, let's say, enable everyone who is, let's say, acting on the blockchain platform to have a say. That's what VeChain would like to see in the near future. We would like to see whoever owns a node to take an active role, to take decisions, or to participate to take decision. Because that's, let's say, the spirit that belongs to VeChain since day one. So again, This concept of having an active collaboration is something that we are not, let's say, offering to customers or whoever is using our technology, but it's something that we are going to implement ourselves within the VeChain governance.
Okay, so we are approaching the end of this session. What is the roadmap? I'm scared to talk about the roadmap because every time I say something, I get tons of tweets in the upcoming days and weeks about adherence to the roadmap. So this roadmap is general purpose roadmap. So no dates so far, no quantified goals. This is a learning for me when presenting things to the community. So what are going to do from now on? But first of all, we are already working. And I mean, the biosphere concept is there and is going to be further developed. Second step, we are already dealing with different players and stakeholders, not only enterprises. And we desperately need to find champions, pioneers, okay? Because if we want to build minimum viable product for ecosystem, we need to find pioneers in terms of users and enterprises. It's not about only enterprises. And we are working hard to find this. And BCG will help us a lot on that. After that, we are going to build this, put in operation the biosphere and start connecting this ecosystem. But everything we are saying will not happen if we are not at the same time able to be evangelists and, let's say, educate people, users, starting from our own community, but not only, and trying to leverage all collective efforts and initiatives that different organizations across the world are undertaking in order to tackle the complex challenge of sustainability. In a few words, we have been condensing all this effort into a kind of aspiration statement, which I'm not going to read. It's very dense. It's the result of many weeks and months of work and could be summarized in a new payoff for VeChain, which is blockchain for our better world. I invite you to reflect on these words, but more than that, I invite you to read the white paper and come back to us with questions, ideas, opinions, suggestions, and contribution. Many thanks to everybody.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello. So 3 things before I get started, right? First one, thank you to Sunny and team to having me here today. It's really a great pleasure to be with you all. Second thing, I'm the last hurdle before lunch, right? So bear with me. I hope to make it reasonably interesting, and please stick around. The third thing, and this kind of leads into my presentation, we have heard a lot about sustainability today and how blockchain can help with the topic of sustainability. But we haven't heard much yet about how to think about the sustainability characteristics of blockchains themselves. So that's kind of what I want to do with you today, okay? So these are really this is my little agenda. I want to talk briefly about 2 investment trends. Then I want to talk about how to assess sustainability of blockchains and share a little bit about some recent research that we've been doing with a few fellow scholars. And then wrap it up. I don't think we have time for Q&A, but I'll stick around, so we'll get the chance to converse a little bit. So let me start with these 2 trends that I just mentioned. The first one is, of course, sustainability, no surprise. I'm showing you on this slide on the x-axis, of course, time, on the y-axis, 2 numbers. One is total amount of assets under management in sustainability funds, and on the right-hand side, the number of total funds. Yeah? So you can see it's about 6,000 funds that manage over $2.5 trillion in AUM. That's about 2.5 times the total market capitalization of the crypto market today. And as you can see, Europe is kind of the leader. US follows, Asia is a little bit behind. So some people argue that sustainability is a scam. There's a very prominent person from HSBC, and he came out, it's basically all a hoax. I think, of course, it's not. But what I do think is very bad is greenwashing. I'm sure you heard the term greenwashing. Basically using sustainability as a means of marketing. So that is something that I personally really don't subscribe to. I also believe that rather than only characterizing companies or blockchain platforms the same way a credit rating agency does, is not the right approach to think about ESG or sustainability. Rather, I think the better approach is to think about it like research of an equity analyst, right? The analyst in Goldman Sachs might say this company is a buy, and the one in Morgan Stanley might say it's a sell. And why can they have different views on the same data that they look at? Well, because they might have different preferences, right? And this is the same thing with ESG. Some of the preferences will determine which parts of the ESG framework we find more important. In the blockchain space, everything's more complicated because there is no standard to analyze these sustainability characteristics. But I do think that we can use sustainability characteristics to assess who's going to win in the long term. And I'll talk more about that in a second. The second trend that you're all probably very familiar with, otherwise you probably wouldn't be in this room, is crypto, right? So our total market capitalization as of yesterday, I don't know whether it changed much, is about $1 trillion. We see that this incredible pace of innovation, right? So many new ideas popping up left, right, and center. But we also have to acknowledge that the adoption of crypto-based platforms is close to zero. Right? That's something that always offends people at crypto events, but it's really true. You think about the biggest platforms that we know today, right? OpenSea or Uniswap, right? These are kind of household names, everyone knows about them. They have about, I don't know what, 20,000 daily active users. Do you know how many daily active users WhatsApp has? 500 million. Okay, so you can tell that adoption is really not there. All right. I want to also highlight, and I think Renato mentioned it earlier a little bit, we can't use sustainability characteristics that we apply to companies or the firm and say the same thing goes for blockchain platforms, because they're different beasts, right? So I tried to depict this a little bit. You have, in the traditional case, a company that is owned by shareholders, managed by an executive management team, and then you have some sort of operational capacity that effectively creates a product and sells it to the customer, right? And these three parts, the shareholders, the organization, and the customer, are quite separate from each other, normally. Now, in the blockchain world, we're not-for-profit entity mostly. We're a foundation. VeChain also has a foundation. And then different matters seem to be relevant, right? So we have, on the one side, the technology stack. We also have how incentives are being designed into the system. And then last but not least, we have the community, right? And in the community, you have people who build businesses on top of the platforms, people who consume. Yeah? So it's a little bit more blurry than in the traditional company context. What I want to focus on today is a little bit the discussion of sustainability of smart contract platforms, or some people call them layer one platforms, right? And I think about them as operating systems for Web3. Okay? So it's similar to Windows or Unix that is basically creating you basic infrastructure so that you can build something on top. The tokens that power these platforms are really designed, this is very important actually, are really designed to be spent on the platform, yeah? to be paying for infrastructure services. They're not really designed as investment products. Yeah? Very important. But at the same time, if I put my fund manager hat on, the interesting way to get exposure to the cryptocurrency markets in a kind of a macro way, because buying them helps you get exposure to something that is not committed to a particular use case. Yeah? Anything can be built on top of it. All right. Now, why is this all important? Why do sustainability characteristics of layer 1 chains really matter? Well, if you move somewhere new, you're going to research the neighborhood. If you buy a car, you're going to understand more about the car. So if you pick a blockchain to build on, of course, you want to do research because you create, effectively, a bit of a dependency to that platform for your system, right? And you'll be bounded by some of the characteristics that that operating system has. So eventually, if you pick the right platform for your use case, you will be able to decrease the risk of your platform failing. But there's also a reason, and again, I'm speaking a little bit from an investor perspective here, why this matters for investors, right? And that is kind of nicely reflected in a survey that Fidelity ran, I think, in 2021. So a few key insights, right? 71% of all of the people who responded to the survey have a plan to get exposure to digital assets. But only 3% of the respondents already had any exposure. And the group that you could summarize as pension funds in the US and also in Europe manage about $50 trillion worth of money. So that's a lot. Yeah? So when we talk about the 3%, I'm not talking about the 3% of the 50 trillion. I'm talking about the number of participants. These investors cannot really buy anything if there's no standardized way of thinking about value in these platforms. Yeah? And there is no discounted cash flow method or comparables or anything like that that we can use for companies to assess the value of these platforms. So in absence of that, the best thing that we can really do is think about the characteristics of these platforms and see whether we can learn anything about the platform through those characteristics. Let's see whether these respondents of the Fidelity survey care about ESG or care about sustainability. So over here you can see the top 5 cryptocurrencies that they named, right? Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, XRP, Bitcoin Cash, Binance Coin. So 3 out of the 5 run on proof of work, so not very environmentally friendly. Ripple has very, very high concentration of wealth. I think, what did my slide say? 64% of total wealth on Ripple is concentrated in 100 accounts, so very concentrated. And as you probably know, Binance Chain has very few validators, right? So there's a governance risk associated to a collusion, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about what that actually means in a minute. So what do we take from that? Well, people don't care about sustainability yet, right? So I think as people learn about how sustainability comes into the world of blockchains, this will definitely change. So then this begs the question, how do we do it? Right? So let me talk a little bit about that. I have 6 hypotheses for you, and I also summed them up in this piece. I hope that the slides will be shared with you eventually. You can read it later. But here are my 6 hypotheses. So for a smart contract platform to be adoptable at very large scale, which is kind of what we're all interested in, it needs to be environmentally friendly. It also needs to be stable. As simple as that may sound, you know that not all blockchain platforms are stable. It needs to be fair. If anyone's systemically disadvantaged, I don't think that platform can fly. It also needs to have low, ideally low, but most importantly, predictable pricing. Nobody can build anything on a platform if they can't budget for their cost. Yeah? It also needs good governance. And I say the recent addition is I think it also needs some sort of privacy-preserving technology, because we all don't want all of our financial details to be inspected by just any Tom, Dick, and Harry on the street. So let me talk a little bit more about these 6 things individually. I'm checking time. I'm still okay, I think. So environmentally friendly. How can you deal with that matter? Well, I think you can choose a platform that uses a consensus mechanism that is quite environmentally friendly. As a next step, you can also calculate the CO2 emissions that are related to each of the transactions. And I think VeChain released something earlier this week or last week in that regard. And you can also monitor what academia has to say. There's several studies that compare these different layer 1 platforms through that lens. Why is this important? And I'm going to tie it back to adoption here. There is now regulation in Europe that requires companies to disclose their adverse environmental impact across their entire supply chain. So what that means is that if you are Adidas and you mint an NFT collection on a proof-of-work blockchain, in your next earnings call, there might be an analyst that says, why did you choose this platform? Because you have a spike in CO2 emissions. So there's a regulatory driver towards platform adoption of platforms that don't have that issue. Stability, we don't have to talk about all that long, but of course, if you consider these systems as operating systems, they have to be available all the time, right? If these systems become nearly as important as the financial system today, then you can expect similar kind of scrutiny by regulators. I can only give you the example of the Singapore regulator who gives a 4-hour grace period to a bank per year, not per month, okay, per year. So that's kind of the benchmark for these platforms' availability. Platforms also have to be fair, and fairness is kind of a very philosophical topic, but we can think about it in a couple of ways. One is the ecosystem set up in a way that wealth is distributed relatively evenly? And I think there's work around the Gini coefficient, and we look at this for countries and societies and so on. What's nice on blockchain, because of the current transparency, is that we can also inspect the blockchain and see what the wealth distribution is. And if you think about it intuitively, right, if wealth distribution is more even, then more people have an incentive to use the platform, more people have an incentive to build on the platform. That will then attract more users. So it's kind of a natural thing for this to be positive. Yeah? What can you do? Well, you can check that data, right, on the blockchain directly. And you can also monitor this over time. Because even though all platforms probably are way more concentrated today, maybe some of them do more work to distribute wealth more evenly than others. We also want predictable and low pricing. So if you think about these operating systems, they're very much like a utility company, right? Like an energy company or any kind of comparable firm. So you should have, it's basically a low margin business, right? You should have a very accurate price tag that is very low. And why is this so important? Because if anyone wants to use the platform and they never know how much they have to pay for the service, how are they supposed to create a thriving business? It's almost impossible. Yeah? I was just reading that because of the Silver Lake Bank issue that is kind of in the news right now, more people start using USDC as a means of payment on Ethereum, and therefore the average transaction cost on Ethereum spiked like 5x or something. It's like, how can you build something on a platform like that? It's very difficult to budget for your cost. Good governance is also very important. You know that in blockchain world, we basically remove any sort of central coordinator and replace them with validators. And then there's a couple of issues with these validators, right? They can go rogue or they can be hacked. And you can basically do something about the rogue part by making sure that there are enough of them. Right? You don't want like, if basically the number of validators is low enough so that they can all get on a Zoom call, that's not a very good idea. Right? But they can also be hacked. So it's worth looking at not only how many nodes there are, but also how many companies run these nodes, right? Because if you only have let's say, 4 companies that run the majority of the nodes, then you're not much better off, yeah? Even if you have thousands of nodes. So what can you do? Well, look into these things, and then also try and understand kind of the second order information around who owns the nodes. I want to skip through this because we don't have much time. I also think privacy-preserving technology is going to be extremely relevant in the future. So not only is privacy a human right, but also eventually it's required for our own security. You know, imagine that all your wealth information is publicly inspectable. Are you comfortable to send your kids to school? Maybe you're scared because somebody finds out, oh, you know, this guy has a lot in his wallet. So my take is that nobody really will build on a platform long term that doesn't have any sort of privacy protection technology enabled. So this is another kind of thing that you can look at when you select the platform to build on or when you invest. I'm trying to keep it to 12:30, and I've got 5 minutes. I think it should be okay. I want to share a little bit about some related research that we've been doing on the sustainability characteristics of blockchains. This is a joint project with Will Kong of Cornell University and also Wei Zhang in Tsinghua in Beijing. And basically what we're doing in our paper is we're trying to understand, apart from collecting some basic facts about our sample, we're trying to understand, is there a relationship between these sustainability characteristics and how the token of the platform fares in the financial markets? Yeah? And we do that in 2 ways. We basically take a snapshot view, and then we also see how this impact or this relevance of the sustainability characteristic impacts the token price over time. Okay? So these are the 2 things that we check for. And I just want to, there are a few more variables, but in the interest of time, I'm going to share 2. We basically have one for fairness, and then we have one for this wealth concentration matter that I just mentioned. And what's interesting to see is that we do get statistically significant results for both of these as a positive contributor to the return in the financial markets. Okay? And what's perhaps even more interesting than just having that snapshot view is to look at how this develops over time. So I'm going to show you on the next slide what we call in finance a dynamic test, where we basically can see that as a trend over time, the contribution of this wealth distribution characteristic increases. Yeah? And you can see that if you have lots of large token holders, there's a negative impact, and if you have lots of small token holders, there's a positive impact. Yeah? I think I haven't shared this in any sort of bigger audience, so this is kind of a first. We also did this for our variable that tries to sort of counter unfair activity on a blockchain, which is the block time, especially relevant in the context of MEV. And you can see the same thing. Over time, the relevance increases. Okay? So as a quick summary, and then we can go for lunch, we talked a little bit about these sustainability characteristics of blockchains, or layer 1 blockchains in particular. And we can use, we actually do use these also in my daily work as a fund manager in our firm. It's very important to remember that layer 1 platforms are like operating systems that other people can use to build upon. So they have a critical systemic role in Web3. In February 2023, which is already a month ago, 9 of the top 40 cryptocurrencies were smart contract platforms, commanding about 1/3 of the market capitalization of the entire market. And that makes them a very good way to kind of get macro exposure to the whole space without committing to any particular use case. Here's the very important thing. I pose that only sustainable platforms will be able to be broadly adopted. And it doesn't matter whether you're a corporation, whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're just 2 guys in a garage building something, you will pay attention to these sustainability characteristics going forward when you pick your platform. And that has an impact on who's going to be a winner and who's not. Right? And therefore, understanding what these sustainability characteristics are that are specific to blockchain platforms is very, very important in my view. Okay? And with that, hey, what's going on? Here. No time for Q&A, but I want to let you go on time, which I think I managed to do, 12:29. I thank you very much for your attention, number one. Also, I know that I've tried to cramp in a lot of information into a very, very short moment in time. So if you want to reach out on LinkedIn or you want to talk to me later, I'll stick around a little bit. And then I thank you for your attention today, and I wish you a fantastic rest of the HiVe Summit. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us for our morning session. Lunch is being served right now in the Charleston Ballroom just across the hall. Our afternoon programming resumes at 2 p.m. Please join us. Thank you.
But don't you shuffle a little closer now? Cha-cha with me, I'll show you how you would doozy, doozy, doozy. Doozy, doozy, one of a kind. You're so groovy, groovy, catching all those eyes. We gon' shuffle a little closer now. Cha-cha with me, I'll show you how you would doozy, doozy. Say I'ma make you mine. Thinking and I close my eyes, everything is black and white. I can't tell if we're getting closer. Running up against the tide, I could go my whole life playing this thing just over and over. And won't you come and put it to rest now, baby? Can't you feel the ground when your arm is shaking? Tell me how do you have it now? Your home is with your guard up, your guard up. With your guard up, your guard I'll help you find your peace of mind. You don't always have to climb. We can just stay under covers. Leave the old world behind when everybody's going blind. Baby, you don't have to suffer. And won't you come and put it to rest now, baby? Can't you feel the ground when your arm is shaking? Tell me how do you have it now? Your home is with your guard up. Lean into me when your worries they weigh. We will watch as they all fade away. Lean into me when there's nothing to say. 'Cause you don't have to go out every day with your guard up. Your guard up. With your guard up. Your guard up. Your
to me, holding my hand, but I'm okay with it. I'm just fine, taking it all, one step at a time, moving slower than ever before. Somehow it feels like I'm doing so much more, lost in moments in my own mind. I feel less lonely when it's me, myself, and I. And I, in my own mind. I feel less lonely when it's me, myself, and I. And I, just me, myself, and I. Just me, myself, and I. I used to search for reflections of your face in the waves, but then I changed my direction, 'cause now I'm going my own way. I'm moving along. Everything looks a little different without you next to me, holding my hand, but I'm okay with it. I'm just fine, taking it all, one step at a time, moving slower than ever before. Somehow it feels like I'm doing so much more, lost in moments in my own mind. I feel less lonely when it's me, myself, and I. It's me, myself, and I. In my own mind. I feel less lonely when it's me, myself, and I. And I, just me, myself, and I. Oh, just me, myself, and I. Okay.
You ain't on my level, then shoot, I can't die. 똑같은 질투 너비 올라와 공기도 달라 so high. I don't see you, you talking digits. Yeah, I kill it. mean I spit like a villain. Bra-ta-ta, ay.
It's getting boring. No momentum. I'm a Let's go. You've been acting distant. I'm trying to find the issue. Really should've listened. I feel like something's missing. Expressing how you feel is tense when we chill. Please just keep it real. Ooh, you're here, but you're not. Who else got your heart? I know it might hurt, but can you be honest? Be honest. Be honest for me. Be honest. Be honest. Be honest for me. Let the end see eye to eye. You keep your head down and speak. I can tell there's something wrong. Tell me if it's best to leave. If so, then I'll go. I'll go. I'll go. I'll go away. If so, then I'll go. I'll go. I'll go. I'll go away. But the heart wants me to stay. Can't sit and watch you start to fade. Maybe it's better this way. Maybe it's better this way. 'Cause you couldn't be honest. Be honest. Be honest for me. Is it so hard to be honest? Be honest. Be honest for me. Why can't you be honest? Be honest. Be honest for me. Why can't you be honest? Be honest. Be honest for me. Honest for me. Well, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. Start back, you baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my plate. You just wanna know, child. I just need some time space. I just need another day. Need to find another way. Girl, I used to play some sports, but I'm sick of all the guys. Now I don't care about your plans. Girl, I'm sorry, I just can't. I'm just doing what I can. It's bigger by the like your chance on your mind. I got too much on my mind these days. To be dealing with your mood swings. Start back, you baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. Start back, you baby, please, no games. now it's one fight. Last shot, last chance, and I'm alright. I don't need your ass. Keep on playing games and I'ma leave your ass. Hey, I'm falling off without you. When I'm off the yayo, I don't think about you. I can do the fade love, my heart don't know how to. You just make me hate myself when I'm around you. These ain't growing pains, you just ain't the same. I can't take this change, baby, please. Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind these days. Still be down with your mood swings. Sorry about you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. Sorry about you, baby, please, no games. I got too much on my mind. Sorry about you, baby, please, no games. Girl, I got too much on my mind. Girl, I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind. I got too much on my mind. I said, baby, I'm done. I'm so sick and tired of the way you just run. Say it takes two when you build that trust. I feel alone in the so-called love. I said, Shawty, I'm done. Driving down this one-way road. Even with you, I'm alone. Trying to find my way back. When I move ahead, you stay back. Baby, I know we get lost. Love is always worth that cost. And I always play my part. Now I have to cut that cord. I said, baby, I'm done. I'm so sick and tired of the way you just run. Say it takes two when you build that trust. I feel alone in the so-called love. With this one-way love. This one-way love. This one-way love. What have I done? Tried to love for two, but it's not enough. Oh, no, no. With this one-way love. I go Saudi, I'm leaving. Like it's far on the winglet. Always change like decisions just to please you. Now I'm over the pressure, feeling under the weather. But I won't second guess it when I leave you. I don't study the reasons, girl, I swear that you're evil. Let's see other people, we don't need us a sequel. Cause I got options all around and will take my love. Bodies all around and you just one girl. It's nothing worse than love that is given and not back. I've been on a mission to give it and get back. You've been always missing and grilling about my past. So I had to get gone from you and get you so far from the view. And I see it crystal clear, but it's only cause you wasn't here. You wasn't here. I said, baby, I'm done. I'm so sick and tired of the way you just run. Say it takes two when you build that trust. I feel alone in the so-called love. I said, baby, I'm done. Yeah, I'm so done. Yeah, I'm so done. This one-way love. This one-way love. What have I done? Tried to love for two, but it's not enough. Oh, no, no. With this one-way love, no, no, with you. Yeah, I'm doing, with you. Yeah, I'm doing, with you. don't even really know where to begin, because it seems like every time I get ahead, I end up going 2 steps back. So tonight, I'm just gonna let this one ride. You know what I mean?
Chasing clout, he's scared of missing out, but he ain't gotta know what we doing. We ain't got nowhere to be, living out wild and free. Curry, let's make it a 3, another round up on my sleeve. She said she don't wanna leave, ain't even playing for keeps. Oh yeah. Can't nobody tell me what I can do. Got a plenty aces that life hands you. Feeling like my body understands you. Maybe we could take this all the way. Spend another day chilling, making layups. If you're feeling down, well, there's a way up. All about that bread, I got my cake up. Maybe I just need another taste. Love the way you sway. Lately, I've been feeling like my life is in a movie. I call it every night and every day. 'Cause I don't ever let the fame of money fool me. I gotta stay consistent in my ways. Oh yeah, we ain't got nowhere to be, living a wild and free. Girl, let's make it a 3, another one up on my sleeve. She said she don't wanna leave, ain't even playing for keeps. Yeah. Can't nobody tell me what I can do. Gotta play the aces that life hands you. Feeling like my body understands you. Maybe we could take this all the way. Spend another day chilling, making layups. If you're feeling down, well, there's a way up. All about that bread, I got my cake up. Maybe I just need another taste. Love the way you sway. Oh, 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 oh.
How do I deal with what I'm feeling? Maybe I just don't. What you doing? I'm in ruins, all alone. I'm all alone, and I know nothing to do helps me forget about you. You just came out of the blue. If you only knew, let's sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant, go to a field, pick up some strawberries, then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant, to a field, pick up some strawberries, then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant, to a field, pick up some strawberries, then maybe let's fall in love. Deal with the feelings I feel when you come near me. All I can see is you and me together, building a future forever, loving till eternity. I see you, can't you see what you're doing to me? The way you got me, baby, it's like I can't even breathe. You're all that I need, and I know nothing to do helps me forget about you. You just came out of the blue. If you only knew, let's sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant, go to a field, pick up some strawberries, then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant, to a field, pick up some strawberries, then maybe let's fall in love. Sit and have a cup of coffee. Let's go to a restaurant, to a field, pick up some strawberries, then maybe let's fall in love. And maybe let's fall in love. Then maybe let's fall in love. Then maybe let's fall in love.
sun, high and low, low and high, trying to find something that makes me feel alive. Nothing new under the sun, running to or running from. I just need someone to help me see the light. But I could never have been ready for this. I think I should start by letting you in. Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new. Everybody spends their life trying to keep on getting back, searching but don't know just what we hope to find. I've been over 7 seas, hoping I can find some peace. Tell me, where's this love? I hear it's so divine. Well, I could never have been ready for this. I think I should start by letting you in. Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. The way you do what you do. I take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do.
One in a million, 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 one in a million. You know they're coming up to me, 'cause I'm just the kind of flower that's stinging from the beat, but the rhythm's getting higher. Go, 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 go. One in a million, 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 one in a million. I know it's me you see for the shine of my reflection. The meaning of your being is you can't resist my nectar. Go, 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 go. Bring it up a notch, 'cause I'm making an entrance. You say don't have enough, you gotta play your part. If you wanna reach the taste of my full essence, better have patience, 'cause I'm gonna take my time. One in a million, 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 times when I dream, at times when I just close my eyes, I see the place we used to live. Gaze up at the sky and I look for a familiar face. I try to find my way back home. Could have sworn it was real, but with time started doubting myself. I play it on repeat, I would do anything just to turn back time. Memories are faded in the sun. I just wanna feel like when we were young, when we didn't need photographs and nostalgia to bring us back home. Bring me back, rewind. Gotta believe. Bring me back, rewind. Gotta believe. Sometimes I can't sleep. At times when I'm wide awake, I see the place we used to live. Stare into the sun and I look for a familiar face. I'm blinded by the light, I'm lost. Could have sworn it was real, but with time started doubting myself. I play it on repeat, I would do anything just to turn back time. Memories are faded in the sun. I just wanna feel like when we were young, when we didn't need photographs and nostalgia to bring us back home. Bring me back, rewind. Gotta believe. Bring me back, rewind. Gotta believe. Bring me back, rewind. Gotta believe, gotta believe. Bring me back, rewind. Gotta believe, you gotta believe. Bring me back,
Jenny's the type of girl you'd look up to. Jenny's life always seems to be full of the best moves. People back home don't get why she left them, but she don't look back, she don't forget them, cause they don't get that she's just a person. They didn't see her, they saw through a blessing. 4.0 on her GPA, Ivy League on her resume. Everybody knows she's got what it takes, but even she deserves a break. Jenny kisses girls on a Saturday, and then she kisses guys on a Sunday. She does what she likes, and she does it in a right way. Nobody's gonna tell her if she can or can't be kissing on girls on a Saturday, or kissing on guys on a Sunday. She does what she likes, and she does it in a right way. Nobody's gonna tell her if she can or can't be Jenny.
first said it was over, yeah, it all went black. Didn't get any closure, like a heart attack. But then you came back with flowers, explaining for hours how you intend on winning me back. How could I have known you were still half detached? And I hoped things would change, but I know where you were last night. Yeah, I know what you did last night. I can smell her all over your t-shirt. Pull the knife straight out of my back. Next time, do a better job to cover up your tracks. I can smell her all over your t-shirt. I bet you didn't think I'd be strong enough to leave you. I'm all for second chances, but I'm not that dumb. You love to take advantage, and it always stung. But I'm not afraid to say that I'm pulling away, 'cause I'm done biting my tongue. You wanna try and have it all, then brace for the fall. I hoped things would change, but I know where you were last night. Yeah, I know what you did last night. I can smell her all over your t-shirt. Pull the knife straight out of my back. Next time, do a better job to cover up your tracks. I can smell her all over your t-shirt. I bet you didn't think I'd be strong enough to leave you. I know where you were last night. Yeah, I know what you did last night. One day I'll be friends with her. One day, yeah, I'll comfort her. 'Cause one day you're gonna break her heart. 'Cause you love breaking hearts, breaking scars. I know where you were last night. Yeah, I know what you did last night. I can smell her all over your t-shirt. Pull the knife straight out of my back. Next time, do a better job to cover up your tracks. I can smell her all over your t-shirt. Bet you didn't think I'd be strong enough to leave you. I'd be strong enough to leave you. Think I've been here before. I know that I must have met you in a past life. Got my heart on the floor. Go slow. Keep me falling for you all night. Tell me now, you're the one I've been dreaming about for my whole life. Had you on my mind. Oh, hear the sound of your voice in the crowd, calling my name. Yeah, you captivate. Oh. Cover me in a dream of you're pulling on my sanity, it does seems. I need you next to me, can't get enough. I don't wanna miss your energy, so tell me now, you're the one I've been dreaming about for my whole life. Had you on my mind. Oh, hear the sound of your voice in the crowd, calling my name. Yeah, you captivate. Oh, you captivate me. You captivate. You captivate me, baby, baby. Ooh, it's almost too much to take. Baby, you captivate me. Ooh, with you's where I wanna stay. Baby, you captivate me. Tell me now, you're the one I've been dreaming about for my whole life. Had you on my mind. Oh, hear the sound of your voice in drowning in the lost emotion. Crying like some kind of ocean from my eyes. But I got up out of the hopeless. Yeah, I got over you last night. Wasn't it easy to believe I would be broken forever? Thought I would never see the light. You didn't need me, so I went looking for somebody better. Thought I'd be sadder, but I'm fine. Washing my tears away, I watch my heartbreak go down the drain. My heartbreak go down the drain. My heartbreak go down the drain. I finally learned how to let go. I don't even feel the echo of your touch. I've never been so in control. Only love I need is mine. But wasn't it easy to believe I would be broken forever? Thought I would never see the light. You didn't need me, so I went looking for somebody better. Thought I'd be sadder, but I'm fine. Washing my tears away, I watch my heartbreak go down the drain. 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 It wasn't easy to believe that I would miss you forever. Always be tethered to your love. Grass isn't greener on your side. You're wishing we were together, but I'm not. Just watch. Well versed in saying goodbye to the wrong ones. I get better at moving on every time. Always love me so much more after I'm long gone. But history is the furthest thing from my mind. Doing my thing, working on me. Only got eyes for diamonds. Yeah, I'm vibing. Lost what you had, you want it back, but I'm just fine, yeah. Sorry, I'm not crying. I'd rather be with nobody than with somebody who let me be someone else. I'd rather be with nobody than with somebody like you. Expectations in the sky for the right one. Put mine on a pedestal if you want it. Need somebody who needs me to put their hands on me. You were never on that wave if I'm honest. Doing my thing, working on me. Only got eyes for diamonds. Yeah, I'm vibing. Lost what you had, you want it back, but I'm just fine, yeah. Sorry, I'm not crying. I'd rather be with nobody than with somebody who let me be someone to lose. I'd rather be with nobody than with somebody like you. Nobody, someone to lose. Nobody, someone like you. I loved you then I loved you not. You don't deserve the time you got. I loved you but you messed it up, so I let go because I'd rather be with nobody than with somebody who let me be someone to lose. I'd rather be with nobody than with somebody like you. Nobody, someone to lose. Nobody, always missing, wishing to be yours. Hit me like some kind of vision, never been so sure. I don't know where you've been, throw it out of my head. A dream, swear you're made for me, making my heart a mess. Kisses like electricity, feel the energy. Give me vibrations, been a long time without you, all been blue without you. Nah, nah. Give me vibrations, heaven is all around you. Happy now that I found you. Nah, nah. Give me vibrations, give me vibrations. Nah, nah. Give me vibrations, give me vibrations.
You're like a jukebox, baby, different song every day. I'm spending all my money just so I can hit play. In every song I sing along, you're like a jukebox, baby, and I like it that way. You're the type I'd walk the line with, take my time with, fantasize with, see you now and see you later. Supersonic, so iconic, fashion sense might break the wall. It got me on my worst behavior. Screw what my mama says, I don't care if she thinks that I'm a little bit messed up. I'll bite the bullet for a little bit, just cause I like the way that you drive, ignoring all the red lights. You're like a jukebox, baby, different song every day. I'm spending all my money just so I can hit play. In every song I sing along, you're like a jukebox, baby, and I like it that way. She get wild on FaceTime, we get high and waste time. She's exactly what I wanted. Any day now, she might take the train out, play my favorite songs for somebody else. Screw what my mama says, I don't care if she thinks that I'm a little bit messed up. I'll bite the bullet for a little bit, just cause I like the way that you drive, ignoring all the red lights. You're like a jukebox, baby, different song every day. I'm spending all my money just so I can hit play. In every song I sing along, you're like a jukebox, baby, and I like it that way. Spend all my common sense, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's been it again. Spend all my common sense in your jukebox, baby, different song every day. I'm spending all my money just so I can hit play. In every song I sing along, you're like a jukebox, baby, and I like it that way. In every song I sing along, you're like a jukebox, baby.
I ain't going down now with you. If you're going downtown, get you someone new. You put me through hell now, baby, and called it love. So save me your excuse. Stir up trouble for applause, trashing gossip about my flaws. feeling way too pretty to even try to deal with petty little things like you. Go ahead and stir up drama, spill the tea, my friend. Karma's listening to you. Scandalous is all for show. Scandalous is all I know. You signed up for so much more. Talk that talk behind my back. Whisper about me, how about that? Can't get enough, just like a drug. You know, all my name is on your lips. Cold sweats, regrets, can't resist. Shake, shake like that, I'm blowing up. I guess I got a fan club. I guess I got a fan club. I guess I got a fan club. A fan club. Go ahead. Talk that talk behind my back. Whisper about me, how about that? Can't get enough, just like a drug. You know, all my name is on your lips. Cold sweats, regrets, can't resist. Shake, shake like that, I'm blowing up. I guess I got a fan club. Sometimes it's safe and you can see it. It's easy for me to show. But sometimes I'm really brave, and that just means that I'll try again tomorrow. It's my doubt creating mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really wanna see that sunrise over the water. I swam over and under, get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me apart, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. I was made for this. I was made for this. Oh, I live among the waves. Let them take me as far as they want to go. And it's time for me to say, they won't break me, I'm braver than I know. It's my doubt creating mountains where the valleys used to be. Gotta change perspective if I really wanna see it. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under, get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me harder, I went faster and farther. I just gotta remember I was made for this. Oh, such a time as this. It's my doubt creating mountains where the valleys used to be. And all the things I thought I knew were changing like the seas. Yeah. But I've overcome it all and I'm still here. Oh, I gotta change perspectives if I really wanna see. Sunrise over the water, I swam over and under. Get lost in all the wonder, never call it quits, no. When life hit me harder, I went faster and farther.
In just a few minutes, the HiVe Summit will resume. Please take your seat and join us for the afternoon session. Just a reminder, please once again silence your phones and devices.
Dime lo que tú quieres de mi coqueta. Sé lo que te gusta es salir y se suelta. Cuando baila reggaetón pa' mí que muñeca. Me gusta salir y seducir. Me gusta seducir. Dime lo que tú quieres de mi coqueta. Sé lo que te gusta es salir y se suelta. Cuando baila reggaetón pa' mí que muñeca. Me gusta salir y seducir. Dale chiquitita, dame más. Qué bonita que te quiere controlar. Ella dice que me quiere controlar. Nosotros los vamos a develar más. Dime cómo tú te quieres venir más. Dime cómo los vamos a conocer más. Dime, no te quiero solo ver, quiero compartirte. Quiero que te vean y te siguen. Soy un bandolero, gusto o eres una coqueta. Dime cómo suena la pobreza. Sé que tú supiste que tú fuiste la coqueta. Tú siempre fuiste la coqueta. Dime lo que tú quieres de mi coqueta. Sé lo que te gusta es salir y se suelta. Cuando baila reggaetón pa' mí que muñeca. Me gusta salir y seducir. Dime, yo mandale de gusto o era una coqueta. Yo mandale de gusto o era una coqueta. Dime cómo suena la pobreza. Tú siempre fuiste la coqueta. Dime lo que tú quieres de mi coqueta. Sé lo que te gusta es salir y se suelta. Cuando baila reggaetón pa' mí que muñeca. Le gusta salir y seducir.
In just a few minutes, the HiVe Summit will resume. Please take your seat and join us for the noon session. Just a reminder, please once again silence your phones and devices.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out 'cause you kept cutting the cord. And I started to fade into your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you never came, so I'm checking out. The fire you stole away, I know one day we'll come back around. The future is now. The future is now. The future is now. I waited for you in the passenger seat. There's only so far I can ride in your dreams. While you were chasing everything else but me, I'm starting to break out from your gray. See, I finally opened up my eyes, and I saw me coming back to life. That I'd be better without you inside. It's time to be someone I wanna recognize. The future starts right now. I made a reservation, but you
Very nice to see you all here. Let me first introduce myself. I'm Professor QG. I'm from National University of Singapore. My role as an institution for functional intelligent materials is to link the fundamental research with the requirements from industry. If you want, I'm a skirter of technologies. My background is in startups in the high-tech area, such as advanced materials, quantum, and more recently, in sustainability. We are packaging the recent fundamental discoveries and make them comprehensive and more suitable for early investors to develop it further. In the Institution for Functional Intelligent Materials, where I'm working, we explore a wide range of technologies, from considering a variety of applications from telecommunications to energy. Clearly, we now require a very out-of-the-box solutions for future sustainability technologies. Sustainability is a very complex issue now. It will require breakthrough in catalysis, batteries, carbon advanced materials, AI grid regulations, photovoltaic technologies, fuel cells, and so on and so forth. And that's what I hope to bring to VeChain by joining their steering committee. Access to the most advanced scientific developments happening across the globe in those areas. Now let's move to the most fun part, the roundtable discussion, this panel. I will be chairing it, prepared a few questions to our guests. But please be active. At the end, you will have the opportunity to address to our 2 Nobel winners yourself. So our 2 guests today, Professor Sir Andrew Ngem. He's a professor of physics from the University of Manchester, United Kingdom. Professor Sir Kostya Novoselov, you met in the morning. He is the professor of physics and material science from National University of Singapore. They both got the Nobel Prize in 2010 in physics for their hard working in graphene. And actually, they have both knighted twice, 2 times, by the English Queen and by the Dutch Queen, which is very, very special. And I have my honor to know them and to work with them for a number of years. And we have our best honor to have them both here today for the panel. Thank you. Please. Okay, so Andrew, Kostya, we are really glad you could join us today, flying like just for a day here from London and Singapore. What else can you tell us about sustainability?
Well, I actually took only my hand luggage, so, and I lost some weight as well, so I reduced my carbon footprint. Don't worry.
Oh, no, seriously, tell us about your research.
Okay. Do you understand?
No, everything up to you.
Okay, so I started talking about our research just in the morning. So soon after working on graphene, we realized that there are many of those 2-dimensional materials, and they all have very different properties. And of course, for any physicist, it's really exciting to study those 2-dimensional materials because electrons, matter behaves in a different manner when you reduce it to 2 dimensions. So we live in a 3-dimensional world, but if you reduce your coordinates, if you reduce your motion to 2 dimensions, then there are many new effects topological quantum start to appear. And but then the next step was when you realize that you can use those two-dimensional materials to create new three-dimensional structures. Just imagine if you think that one sheet of two-dimensional crystal is like a short story which is written on one page. You can put them all together into a book, and you can really write a very long and interesting novel. And that's what we can do by creating new artificial materials, so-called heterostructures. And as I said, in the morning, the next step would be to create those materials which have a number of phase transitions and which can exist at least temporarily in metastable state, so that they can really have some memory functions, and you can control their functionality through external stimuli, and that's what gives a range of new applications, from as Chi mentioned already, from telecommunication to energy, intelligent membranes, for example, or new materials for fuel cells, for example, photovoltaics. So you name it. So that's the pathway over the last few years.
Very impressive, certainly. How do you think the research in advanced materials addresses the sustainability issue?
Well, I think materials really materials are at the basis of everything, right? You think about batteries, it's all materials. So you think about photovoltaics, it's all materials. So you would have to figure out how do we proceed with the petrochemicals, whether we still going to use it, whether we focus on hydrogen and split our petrochemicals into hydrogen and carbon. So that's all about materials. Okay. So I think it is quite essential that we do research in those. So the photovoltaics have been studied for probably the last 40, 50 years, and now it is quite a mature technology. Photovoltaics based on silicon, the so-called PERC photovoltaics, but now new types appear. So we need to break this limit of what's 27% efficiency. We need to make it much more efficient, and you can do it with so-called tandem photovoltaics, with perovskite. So that's all material research. Andrei.
What's your opinions?
Kostya gave such detailed explanations that even I got lost with all scientific terms here. So I understand that most in the audience are not scientists. So let me give you some simple words perspective on our research. If you look around yourself, what you'll find out that objects or whatever materials you deal with, they have 3 dimensions. They can be described by their length, width, and thickness. Until just less than 20 years ago, materials where one of those dimensions, thickness, disappears. Those materials were not known at all. So Kostya and myself and our close colleagues somewhere about 20 years ago found materials which essentially have the thickness which is the smallest possible thickness in the universe. Materials which are 1 atom or 1 molecule thick. So these materials were not known, and 99.999% of the people even have proven that those materials couldn't possibly exist. So that's our small contribution. And if you look from the perspective not of today, but from perspective, say, from 100 years of now, we all know that the progress of civilization was kind of followed Stone Age, Bronze Age, Iron Age. Now, arguably, we are living at the age of plastic and silicon. What comes next? Now we have not one, we have thousands of materials which are atomically thin. And many people would argue that the next step of our civilization is the age of two-dimensional materials, what we call those materials, probably in combination with other materials. That's a generalistic view on our research.
Wow, that's very impressive. I hope you definitely. Wow, great, great. Okay, let's move to the next question, which for Kostya, there are many different models on how to fulfill sustainability. You mentioned some of that in your talk in the morning, go fully electric or go fully hydrogen, or something else. What is your favorite model, Kostya?
No, I actually prefer the third one, so that each of us plant 1 tree a day and cut 1 tree a day, and store it underwater. So that's so that would be much more sustainable, probably. So at least it is proven it's going to work. But in reality, I think there are many, well, at least several competing sustainability scenarios, and I think the one which invests into the infrastructure and which who would turn into as many users as possible in the fastest way is going to win. So I've been quite excited over the recent months in the one scenario where we split hydrocarbons into hydrogen and carbon and create a lot of carbon material and then just use it for a variety of applications, from carbon fibers to maybe construction. And so that's exciting, at least scientifically. And now we just need to work with our partners and see who is the fastest to invest.
Very good. Let's move to the next question for Andrew. Andrew, I know that you wrote many opinion pieces for the Financial Times.
A few.
Yeah, you was an early investor in Bitcoin and generally interested in all the macroeconomics. Where do you see such blockchain solutions as VeChain that is a measure of sustainability within this economics picture of our future society? What do you think?
When I was invited to this conference and was given to read the white paper, as many of people in this audience, I wondered, okay, what's the difference, say, of VeChain from other kind of blockchain, from Bitcoin and other. I can criticize a lot about Bitcoin and so on, what I experienced over years. But from perspective, why it's different and what is different, after reading, I thought a little bit, and from, again, trying to look at a bigger picture, I figured out that it actually does have sense. Bear with me just for 1.5 minutes. I try explain you, being serious rather than joking, what the difference is. You know what money is. Probably most of you know this is paper or in the bank account. The concept of money was going back in history to Adam Smith, Karl Marx, and so on. Essentially, money is the measure how we change our time between different people. For example, someone produces shoes, another person produces apple, third person needs something else, and we don't directly change shoes for money. We want to have something else. So the money, say $100, is the measure of time. If I give to Chi $100, it means that I'm buying probably a minute of his time or something like that.
Thank you very much.
When he gives me $100, probably it's 10 minutes of my time or something like that. That's how it comes. So people learn this not only a couple hundreds of years ago, this concept of money, although we use money for many centuries and millennia out of this. So, but money, they do not distinguish between different types of time spent on production of a particular product. Let's take, for example, electricity or a car. There is kind of human time put in, there is material, there is electricity, there are all sorts of hundreds of different components which are put in the car. Some of those say carbon neutral, some of those very dirty, something completely out of exhausting limited resources. And this has never measured. We have only one number, which is money in dollars or in other currency. We do not distinguish between different elements. And at our age, when we get these sustainability problems, for example, if we buy Tesla, many of us thinking that we are saving the world by driving Tesla, but there is a lot of carbon emissions to produce Tesla. How to compare this car with another car? We don't know that. How much dirt is in electric, in say photovoltaics, in those solar panels? We think that we are saving the world when we are putting them on our roofs. In fact, we don't, because there is a lot of carbon emissions put in those. It's very difficult to count this one. This idea of the blockchain, which separates different elements in addition to the total cost, which separates different elements, including carbon emission, sustainability, and so on. This seems to be an important idea without which we can't live. So I think VeChain is just at the spot of dividing this one number into different dirty, clean, sustainable, and not sustainable money. This is my macroeconomics view on what VeChain can do.
So, Andrei, and do you think we need a life cycle analysis for pretty much every single process to assign the not only monetary value but also sustainability value for every product?
I'm not sure that we need, but that's what people are trying to do, those carbon emissions, okay? When people now, there are thousands of researchers who try to measure what is green carbon, what is gray carbon, what is dirty carbon, how good is wind power, and how good is solar cells. We just don't know it. Some people argue that it takes about 10 years for solar cells to compensate those carbon emissions we put in their production. Some people like me think it's 15 years, and some people who work for photovoltaics industry say it's 3 years.
Andrei, it's because you live in Manchester, so there is no sunshine.
Yeah, there is this element as well, yeah.
But then there is a question, of course, that when you buy something for money or you're getting paid in real money, so it has some value to you. So how can we assign value to sustainability? Why people would prefer to buy a product which has larger sustainability fraction of this blockchain? So we just need to figure out how they can spend it further and how to move it further in the market. So
there is obvious, value for when you measure sustainability or carbon emissions. It's the question of tax. Government starts taxing carbon emissions. This is immediate outcome from what if you divide money to green and red and gray money. And the second important issue that's, not of my and your age, Kostya, but younger people who are vegan, for example, they take into account when they buy something, they take into account how much it damages the planet. I know quite a few of these kind of people who care about this. So when you compare two cars, one costs the same amount of money as another one, and you would like to know how much carbon emissions get into this production, how sustainable this car. And if the measure it would be very much appreciated, but I can't predict the future.
I can't really believe in this, but but tax is a good idea. So we need to link VeChain somehow to the tax office. I don't know how often are you guys arguing with the tax authorities, but it has to be linked anyway.
Thank you very much. Well, just on that side, I would draw a note that for the VeChain staff here, actually, Andrew probably the first who have ever read the Whitepaper 3.0 page by page. So if we are having our internal meetings in VeChain, make sure you understand as much as Andrew do, otherwise we will be really very sick because he understands everything and read the white paper page by page. Okay, let's move on to my next question. But, just I want to stop here right now. As academic, sometimes my questions can be really boring. So if any questions from you guys here, raise your hand or anytime, then I will pass over the mic to you guys to certainly ask for these two gentlemen here. Okay, my next one. Which are the areas you think blockchain solutions will take over in the future? What do you guys think?
I think so. Energy, as we spoke, is one area which is of course very important. But in general, so anything which with the distributed market and where you require a proof of work would be good. So I think I'm sure Andrew got his own opinion, but I'm sure that we can go for water supply or for the aids provided to the countries, to the developing countries. So where you need the proof of work, proof of spend, I think that's so those areas should be turned into should be using the blockchain solution. Andrei, you have any?
I have reached the age when it's polite to say that I don't know, and people don't think that I'm stupid. I don't know.
But at least I think for the as an anti-corruption methods, when you provide aids for the developing countries, when you need a proof of the work done, that would be a very good solution.
Okay. Any questions?
Come on, guys. It gets boring when you don't ask questions, because I'm tired of listening to this guy. Okay, just think of... Oh, yeah, there is a question.
Okay, there is
Carry
one over
on,
there. Please pass over the microphone. So the gentleman. Hello?
Yeah, shout, please.
Oh, just shout.
You could tell more about how graphene and blockchain will be integrated in the future.
Okay, so first of all, I think the biggest role for advanced materials is to provide sustainable solutions, and generally, that's as we said, we need those solutions in batteries, in fuel cells. So Andrei worked himself in proton membranes, which is the essential part of the fuel cells. I spoke this morning about the biological fuel cells, which is another example of the advanced materials, partly based on graphene as well. Then membranes, I think that's a big issue now, and how to extract CO2 from air, and that's where the advanced materials are going to be utilized. But then on the topic of Web3, so where you really need, where you want to connect the blockchain solutions with the physical solutions, you would need some sort of the physical authentication of the user. So, and it has to be done. With some unique tags, and that can be done on the quantum level. So, for example, there are solutions which work on the collection of the quantum dots. Every single quantum dot is unique, so you just throw an ensemble of those. You measure the spectra, and you uniquely authenticate it. So you basically place a chip like this, and it looks very simple. You just put two-dimensional materials. It can be graphene, it can be some other, like molybdenum disulfide, tungsten diselenide, with quantum dots embedded on silicon photonic chips, which communicates directly into your fiber optics, and you can test and verify the identity of the person, of the user. So we've been talking this morning just about the phygital, but then we just thought that maybe it should be the other way around. It's digital, so digital and physical. So that would be so when your material, when every single object has some unique identification on the blockchain net.
Thank you. Okay, I have a question here for you guys. Do you think that for the next issue of VeChain white paper, let's say 4.0, I will be interviewing AI on sustainability rather than you two or the other two physicists?
Nah. Gee, I think it's going to be the other way around. It's going to be AI interviewing two physicists. So just
Thank you. I think I have to work hard in VeChain steering committee, so I have another job to do. Okay, so what do you think?
Yeah. Okay. Carry on.
So I mean, AI. So it's of course it's a big name now, and I should say we started to use AI a couple of years ago in our work, and there are some good results. I won't say that they are truly amazing, but there are good results, and there are some results which we probably won't be able to achieve without AI. Is it a solution for everything? Well, probably not. I should be honest. I started to change my opinion and to get a little bit more positive after the appearance of those pre-trained neural networks, which I really don't understand how it works. Why pre-training on some strange data, weird data, helps this neural network to solve problems which it has never seen before. So there is clearly quite a lot of understanding for us to do in terms of figuring out why it works and how to make it operate even better. A couple of things though, what we still need to work on. So currently, those AI machines, TPUs and GPUs, it's really expensive in terms of energy. So unfortunately, AI solutions are not green by themselves. They're not sustainable. So a lot of efforts now going around in physics and material science community in trying to create neuromorphic computers which are true neuromorphic, not simulated neuromorphic as we do it now, but true neuromorphic. Whether it's going to work, I don't know. So that there are already chips like this, but how widespread are they going to be? It's still a good question. Whether maybe in 5 years' time we will have those neuromorphic chips in our phones. Okay, 5 years probably not, but 10, I would say quite possible. But already now they sell. There are machines which help you to manage complex problems. So if we need to have an example from the energy sector, so then I would say the management of the energy grids, of the electric grids, it's a very complex solution. If you try to solve it, it will be, I don't know, 1,000 differential equations which you need to solve simultaneously. So problems like these are much easier to solve with AI. So I think there are ways how we can utilize AI for sustainability and for energy on many different levels.
What do you think, Andrew?
I think AI is a very big hype, much bigger than Bitcoin, actually, because there is no artificial intelligence at the moment. It's all kind of clever computing and clever way of programming things. And it's not going to change in near future. Even with neuromorphic computing, it would remain the same. It's very important tool in our toolbox, and those who try this chat GPT, they find out that it sometimes gives very funny answers. Sometimes they're wrong, sometimes they're right, but it's clever computing. And those who believe that, you know, like in Hollywood movies, very soon we will be substituted, at least our host will be substituted with an AI. Fortunately, your job is quite safe because it's, as Kostya said, it all concerns energy. You know, we, with our architecture, which is biological architecture of brains to sustain ourselves, how many bananas per day do you need to sustain yourself? 2-3 bananas. That's what a typical human needs, this kind of energy. To support even the simplest AI, it takes megawatts of hours. So to make a sentient artificial intelligence on the current technology is just, we might create one for the whole Earth, for the whole planet, and that would take enormous amount of energy. So we are safe in these terms. So robots walking on the streets, it's not in any foreseeable future.
So you see, it's a very typical answer of a big professor. So it's when we have two bills, whether to buy a new computer, or maybe just simply hire 10 PhD students. It's much easier to throw this job into the PhD students. Much more efficient, so working on bananas.
Yes, we do
There is a
have
question.
PhD students working on bananas. Okay, so we have a questions here. Please, can
How do we incentivize consumers to use VeChain? For example, when I go to Starbucks and I use my app, I can get credits. When I go to Starbucks, they give me credits, and then I get free coffees in the next day or two. Or when I go to the supermarket, I notice that the organic produce is much higher than the regular produce. So how can we encourage consumers to eat food that's free of pesticides or hormones or whatever they put in our food supply? How can we use, like when people go into the newspaper and they look for coupons to buy at the best price. So we're very incentivized by competitive prices. How can VeChain help consumers save money with green products or products that are sustainable? Or that's what I'm like. How can we incentivize students to go to college and get paid to learn what we're discussing here today, instead of paying and getting into debt? How can we incentivize students to learn this incredible opportunity that's right in front of us?
So you see, you are exactly from the same generation as me and Andre. As Andre mentioned, young people don't need this incentive. They're driven by the sustainability attitudes. But it is a big question. So as we already discussed, yes, if there are two types of money, the green money and the black money, and the black money are cheaper. Why? How do we make sure that people use the green money? So blockchain at least can assign the correct value and make you earn the correct amount of the green money. But then how to convince people that they need to use those green. So Andre gave a solution that it needs to come really from the tax authority, and I really have I don't have the right answer for this. So.
Yeah, it's not the problem of VeChain can't do this. It's a policy-making mechanism. Okay, in some sense, when you know what proportion of red or black or green money in the product, you go to the shop, and if you buy, for example, a fridge, it states which class is it. Influences this you or not, it's another matter. So if it influences you, it's good. So the whole idea is to do VeChain, this blockchain solution, is showing how much money in different categories. It would be probably, okay, sustainability, carbon emissions, or something like that. That's an idea. And then that's the idea of politicians, how to make these different colors more expensive and shift the balance, like carbon tax, sustainability tax, and so on. So I'm afraid we are very small pawns in the game. It's policymakers who have to make this change.
But I should say that the situation is not that bad, and people, of course, they're fundamentally greedy, but in principle, they can turn up to earn those green money. There were experiments, if I remember correctly, in Canada somewhere, where there were problems with the local ecology, and then local people were paid part in black money, part in green money, and those green money could be invested and into the local community, and if they invested there into the improvement of the ecological situation, then they're matched by the government. And actually, people did do this, even though they could have spent those green money elsewhere as normal money. They invested and boosted up their the investment through this. So experiments like this have been done before, and it's partly worked at least. So there is some glimpse of hope.
Oh, that's a good question for the two professors. I'm
There's
sure
another
that. Okay, we do have another one. Okay, please pass the microphone to the gentleman over there.
Hi, I'm quite impressed by the presentation this morning, and I was particularly fascinated by the idea of using the new materials to generate electricity when people are working. So I would very much like to, have my mobile put in my pocket and charge my mobile while I'm working. So my first question is how soon this kind of technology will come to our daily life, so to, give us, fascinated, new stuff to try and save energy. And also my second question is, do you think blockchain technology, especially VeChain, is going to play a key role for people to adopt this kind of new technology in their normal life?
Well, so how fast is it to come? I think there are no fundamental reasons why it cannot be done. We definitely generate through our life cycle. We definitely generate enough energy to charge your mobile phone. But then whether we can. So the biggest problem now is the wearable technology. There are examples and there are developments. The problem is washability. So how often can you wash it? Because if you put some electronic devices, printable electronics into your clothes, so it works fine. But then if you wash it 10 times, that's it. So that's the biggest obstacle now. So it actually being utilized for some military applications in various forms. So that's phase changing materials for cooling down or for heating up, for example. But on the market, hard for me to say. So I'm sure that some simple technologies like solar cells, flexible solar cells built into your jacket, it's quite realistic. Fully printable in your clothes, it's still some time. And there was second part of the question you asked. Okay, so how the blockchain is relevant here, right? So of course those products are going to be more expensive, right? So but then if you have a chance to do exercise and charge your phone that way, or if you are lazy and you have to plug your phone into the wall, you should be rewarded somehow if you charge it through your exercise. So then if you can communicate cheaply and without creating gas and without creating too much waste energy by registering your efforts on the blockchain, you will be rewarded for charging your phone simply by, I don't know, just cycling to work and charging your phone from your bicycle, for example.
Thank you very much. I do actually have a question for you I'd like to ask. Now we have the two physicists in Las Vegas. Where do you stay? Is Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics or many words interpretation? And to make it even more complex, UFC or David Copperfield? Please.
Okay. I've seen David copper field on TV wasn't that bad. It was bad TV in Soviet Russia, I guess, but but it wasn't that impressive at all. Black and white, who cares? Just lots of noise. Yeah, but UFC fights, those were quite impressive. So I've been invited a couple of times, not to fight, just to watch. But it was.
It will be more interesting if you go on into the stage.
Right. Thank you.
Pass.
Okay. Okay, then we have a question for you. You can pass. Andrew, you are a very experimental physics. You have been levitated a frog. Everybody knows that. Are you worried that all technologies move into internet? And by the way, why frog?
How many people in the audience have idea what he is talking about? One. Two.
Yes, please tell me. You know that what he has been
Andrei,
doing.
you should tell this story. So, shall I make an introduction for you?
Yes.
Yes, please.
So Andrei is the only. So there are a number of physicists who won the Nobel Prize. Not that many, but a few. There is only one physicist who won both Nobel Prize and Ig Nobel Prize, and this is Andrei Geim, and he won his Ig Nobel Prize. So Ig Nobel Prize, the definition of the experiments is that those experiments which make us first laugh, but then still make us think. And Andrei won his Ig Nobel Prize for levitating a frog. So apparently, for those who didn't know, frogs can fly or at least levitate. You need certain conditions, but they can. And the reason is that frogs are quantum objects. So Andrei, it's your...
Yeah, it was a quite scientific experiment, levitating water. Apparently no one before us has done this experiment, and it was physicists around the world were quite impressed, because even those who worked with similar kind of facilities couldn't do that. And I recommend you to look at the web. There are beautiful images of levitating water and so on. But then people start giving various ideas what else can be levitated. So everything was levitated in magnetic fields. I wanted to show to school children, to other people, what the power of physics and magnetic fields in this particular case would be. You know the expression, if pigs can fly. So unfortunately, the pig couldn't fit inside our experimental facilities. Neither Kostya did. My face also didn't fit inside, so we ended up with a very small frog. And frog levitated, and when journalists saw the frogs, they were not impressed by water levitating. For me, it's much more beautiful, but if frogs can fly, as we would say now, so that was the frog story.
Very interesting.
But actually now, Andrei, it has the continuation now, because everybody start to talk about flying to Mars again. I won't even bother to ask Andrei's opinion on the flights to Mars. I guess it would be quite similar to AI opinion as well. But people are fascinated. But the big question is, do biological objects in the weightless condition behave the same as in the normal condition on Earth? And it's not that a trivial question, because whatever small is the gravity, so the pressure in our body is still reasonable. So that there might be some reasons why it would behave differently. At least biologists now try to simulate weightless conditions on Earth. They do some crazy things, flying on the parabolic flight, which is a completely really crazy idea, because you get through 2.5 G on the way up, 2.5 G minus 2.5 G on the way down. So it's a bit of a not very clean experiment. But with the magnetic field, we have enough space, not for a peak, but maybe for a peak heart at least. So we can stick it in and study the behavior of those biological objects in the weightless conditions. In addition, something which I really always wanted to do, I mean, Andrei worked in the high magnetic field lab, and of course you could stick your arm into a very powerful magnet, I would say million times stronger than the magnetic field of Earth. You usually don't feel anything, but maybe heart would be different. So when you still just put a heart into magnetic fields, it's not only weightless condition, but it would be something else as well, some other interesting physics. So it's fits nicely with the definition of the Ig Nobel Prize. That's the experiments which make you laugh, but then makes you think at the end.
Okay, let's follow up with Andrea and Kostas' next interesting experimental rather than the fraud project. Okay, the next one is even more interesting. Okay, so I would like to ask you guys, why do you think VeChain has a competitive point in building sustainability network?
I did answer this question, okay, already. Okay, should I repeat the answer?
Kostas, I wanted to hear Kostas' view on that.
Right. No, but that's the first blockchain system which actually puts value to something tangible. And I mean, by tangible, I mean sustainability. So, which is non-tangible in the sense that it's very difficult to measure, and that's why we need blockchain with very complex and complicated system of contracts, because different type of sustainability, different type of green money, different type of green hydrogen or gray hydrogen would have very different value in terms of sustainability. So it's impossible to trace those values by any other means except blockchain. So VeChain is the first company which actually realizes that that blockchain is useful not only to create NFT and not only to create another payment system, but it's a perfect system of smart contracts to manage such a complicated object as sustainability, whichever it means. So I think that's
okay.
So for me the value here is the system of smart contracts, if can be universal, it would really push the whole idea of sustainability much further.
Thank you very much. Do you think that we will ever get to the information or informational non-sustainability to make new discovery, to push the technology forward? We will have to spend more energy than we can gain from the discovery. What do you think? What's your thought?
It's on one hand, it's very simple answer. You get examples. Bitcoin in some countries, it's unsustainable to mine it because electricity costs more than the value of the Bitcoin. And there are many technologies which are already unsustainable, the same lithium-ion batteries, which we are widely discussing in Tesla cars, saving the world, and so on. There is not enough cobalt in the world to be sustainable for more than 10, 20 years about this one. So I'm a little bit from looking again from very general perspective, what we're talking about sustainability. It's a lot of greenwashing goes around. Many of those solutions are not sustainable at all, although they are solved, like, okay, solution for all our problems, climate change, energy resources, and so on. If I may, I personally see only one solution to all those, not one, but many crises. We need to find a source of energy which is clean and which is essentially unexhaustible. If we have this kind of energy, we can recycle everything. Many times we can take CO2 out of the atmosphere, we can air condition the whole planet. And we know that as physicists, this kind of energy does exist. Our sun runs on this energy, and it has been proven possible on the Earth many times. The energy called nuclear fusion, not nuclear fission, but nuclear fusion, which takes deuterium and tritium. There are different other possibilities, but this is front runner in all those possibilities. So from terms of view of science, this solution is well known. In terms of technology, we have to work very hard. Unfortunately, governments and so on over the last 50 years ignored this kind of science, and because it didn't promise immediate rewards. It's not low-hanging fruit. It takes a lot of investment, sometimes tens of years to put it through. Now private sector came very strongly into this energy, looking for solutions how to make nuclear fusion not only possible, which is possible, it's demonstrated essentially every week, but make it kind of commercially viable. May take another few decades, maybe closer, who knows? But from my perspective, all those green solutions which newspapers and TV and the media offers you, they are not really sustainable. So I'm looking forward when we get nuclear fusion, then we can talk about sustainable future for true rather than greenwashing it.
So, Andrea, I wanted to ask your opinion. Where do you stand on nuclear fission? So,
it's a temporary solution. It's very important, like hydroelectric, like all those solar cells, wind turbine. It's a temporary solution which allows time to find the solution for nuclear fusion and nuclear fission power stations, which are working very important part of buying time to get handle on nuclear fusion.
Yeah, so China now builds one nuclear power plant every 2 weeks. There was a moment a few years ago when the rate of introducing nuclear power plants was just unbelievable. So that's, I guess, for many countries, is the only way forward until we wait for more greener solutions.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much for our two guests here today. And let's all looking forward to the next panel or the next conversation with Professor Konstantin and Professor Andrew Gam.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
And with two professors' support and involvement in VeChain, let's be sure that VeChain can deliver what was involved and included in the Whitepaper 3.0. Thank you very much. Thanks again. Thank you.
Please welcome VeChain Project Manager, Marina Fortunato.
Thank you so much for sticking along. It's my pleasure to introduce the next panel. We will have Sai Ziggy from KlimaDAO, as well as Giuseppe Mascolo from UCO Network to talk about leveraging Web3 for sustainability. Please give them a warm welcome. So as we've discussed, throughout the whole morning, and as you'll read in our white paper, the planetary constraints are really urging us to move beyond just the economic value to include also the societal value and environmental value. It's really important to start considering not only the cost of production for a product, but also its full range of impact. And finally, we're able to account for the positive and negative externalities thanks to Web3. So before we dive into Web3 for sustainability and its full potential, why don't we go ahead and introduce yourselves as well as your projects. Do you want to go ahead, Giuseppe, and start?
Sure, I can start off here. So, my name is Giuseppe Mascolo. I'm the Community Management Director at UCO Network. And in a simple term, to put what we do, we're providing a decentralized protocol for the mitigation of fraud in the used cooking oil market. So what does that mean? How can you find ways to add traceability, transparency, and trust in a market that is requiring that? So that's pretty much the simplest way to put it. What I tend to do with UCO Network is I am more on the community management side of things, so I like to focus on building relationships, collaboration with other communities, and just really kind of going out there and trying to educate people on what we're doing. I've worked with other projects in the past, mainly, again, community management, working with building those relationships, and that's what brought me here today. So really, I guess I'd say that's about it. You can kind of go on.
Thank you. What about you, Sai?
So I am Sai Ziggy. I lead product at KlimaDAO. At KlimaDAO, we are building the digital carbon market. And we believe that the digital carbon market is the version 2 of the carbon market. We believe that the digital carbon market needs to be open, it needs to be transparent, and it needs to be neutral. And so we are concerned every day with building the critical infrastructure for the digital carbon market. We launched about a little over a year and a half ago. Since then, we've seen $4 billion traded in carbon credits on chain. And we were able to build the largest single source of carbon credit liquidity, not just on-chain, but off-chain as well, since that time. Since we were able to build that liquidity, we've been concerned with building this critical infrastructure. And so what that means is, how do large organizations, all the way down to individuals, interact with the carbon market? How do you purchase carbon credits? How do you hold them in your wallet? And further, and the whole point of the carbon credit is, how do you retire the carbon credit and remove it from supply to claim that benefit of the carbon credit? And that's what we've been focused on, and we have a lot of exciting new things to come as well.
Thank you both for joining us. So in the presentation this morning for the white paper, we presented you a green map that we built in collaboration with BCG to evaluate the most pressing sustainability challenges across industry. We saw that these needs differ greatly from industry to an industry to another. And so I wanted to know, in each of your fields of work, which are the most pressing sustainability challenges that you're dealing with?
You can go first.
Okay, sure. So I think we do not have a sustainability problem ourselves. We actually worked with Polygon to offset their entire chain. I think ours is a challenge of, how can we bring blockchain to the users in a way that they can actually use it. So for example, we recently announced a partnership with Provide Eco, where we're building a connector to SAP HANA to facilitate transactional offsetting, right? So this will enable any SAP HANA user to add this app essentially into their instance, and for each transaction, their footprint of that transaction is automatically calculated, and then it flows through our liquidity pools to purchase that carbon and retire it automatically. And so that's what I mean about bringing the blockchain to the user. How can we do this in a way that's transparent and lowers the barrier to entry?
And then I can speak on UCO Network. So with us, we're at this point mainly dealing with the used cooking oil market. And in that specific area, there are actually many issues that really need some type of solution, specifically with Web3. And some of the biggest that come with, trying to find out how can we, I guess, fix that. So what I'm trying to say is collection and transportation. That right there is a big issue, just transporting that oil, finding a sustainable way to do that. You don't want trucks going all over the place. If you can manage the routes and try to cut that down, that offers a huge reduction in the greenhouse gas emissions. I mean, that itself is a big issue that we're dealing with. How can you reduce those greenhouse emissions? How can you, prove that you're actually making a difference? That's a big, it's a big deal. And another thing is also proper disposal. That's a very big issue with used cooking oil. If you're just throwing it down the drains, there's so many environmental impacts, just from clogging up the drains. You have to then hit somebody to remove that. You can have different types of pests and things that are then in the sewer system that also, build up in there. So not only that, it can then leak into the groundwater. And then you have health hazards with people. So those are just a few of the, I guess, bigger challenges that we face in that industry. But there's many more that can be, down the pipeline, but I'd say that's probably the biggest at this point.
And how does Web3 in general help you tackle these challenges?
So Web3 specifically, I would say that's going to bring trust, transparency, and traceability into this marketplace that desperately needs it. Without it, you have a non-standard method right now that people are trying to have these proofs of sustainability, but they're not really easily audited. It's not really as efficient. So when you have Web3, let's just say you wanted to have carbon credits, for example. You now have the means to get that data to then issue something like that. So Web3 specifically has just many different advantages that you don't have in traditional Web2 companies. So specifically, though, having decentralized nature there, that's going to allow other people to enter the marketplace that couldn't before. So we have big institutions, you have regular individuals, households, and it's actually a big, especially when it comes to used cooking oil, the individual households are a very, very big untapped portion of the market. I think according to some calculations, it could be over $2 billion worth of, different types of used cooking oil that could go for biodiesel production. So having Web3 would actually, just simplify and give a lot more access to where there is none currently.
Right. What about you, Sai? How do you think that Web3 helps you tackle these sustainability challenges?
Yeah, I mean, it's core to our strategy. Obviously, as was said, I mean, there's the transparent aspect. In numbers we trust, right? So again, as I mentioned that SAP example, it's the way in which we can keep customer data, the data itself, private, whereas making their environmental impact public as part of their compliance. And it's through the blockchain that enables this, right? It is the blockchain that is going ultimately allow corporations and users generally to feel comfortable in interacting in this way, which today we just see a lot of walled gardens, and the difficulty in that collaboration is present, of course. So of course the blockchain underpinned by, I mean, it's really cryptography that makes that possible, this type of collaboration. And as I said, we need to bring the blockchain to our customers, and that is how we do that, is through cryptography in the blockchain.
Right, so you talk about the role of blockchain, the involvement of individuals. What specifically from tokenization we can leverage to enhance sustainability action?
Yeah, so like in our business, the carbon credit itself, when it's tokenized, all of its origination information is there with it. Increasingly, as we see the sensor data on the ground and remote sensing, we will see this data packaged into the carbon credit. So today, if you were to retire a carbon credit, you will be presented with a retirement receipt. This is something that you can share. You're able to click all the way through to the project in which that carbon credit came from. In the future, you'll be able to go further and see all of the sensor data and readings that went into the formation of that carbon credit. So tokenization specifically acts as a great vehicle for tokenizing not just the carbon credit itself, but the references to all this data that makes up the carbon credit. And again, this is key to compliance.
What about you, Giuseppe? How is your project advancing the use of tokenization for sustainability action?
So just to add on a few things that was said here too, with the sensors, that's a big thing that we want to do with UCO Network. We want to have IoT sensors basically with the collection of the used cooking oil to gather more data that you currently don't get. So having all that data further allows you to take that, analyze it, tokenize it, and if you will, we spoke again about the carbon credits. That's something that we aim to do, is to allow the creation of those carbon credits so that they can either be traded on an open marketplace, just further proof of the sustainability actions that are being taken place. So that is a really big part of it. It's just interesting with the direction that everything's going nowadays, that what you can take with the tokenization of certain assets, you give more incentives out. So I think it is really important to have just these new avenues that you can then go down and potentially do new things that you weren't able to do before, if that makes sense.
Right. And we already saw a disruption, right, from linear to circular models. How do your projects advance that specific transition?
Yeah, so, look, humans are really good at the cost of production, right? Like, we know exactly how much it costs to take things out of the ground, package them into products, send it anywhere around the world. We're amazing at that. What we've been terrible at is the cost of the impact of that production. And so carbon itself isn't the perfect measure, but everything that we do contains and emits carbon. And so it's a very good proxy of that activity, and that's where we're starting, right? And what KlimaDAO has done is it's helped, through the building of this liquidity, is helped the market decide on what is the cost, right? What is the price of these various types of carbon credits? And the market is the human's best invention on collaboration globally, right? And a sustained collaboration globally. But we need a way to bring that cost of impact of production into the accounting of companies and into our lives, so that we can innovate not just on the production itself, but the impact of that production. And it's through that way that we believe that the market will bring these efficiencies to the world, and we'll see a more sustainable, more circular economy as a result.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Giuseppe? How do you contribute to circular models?
So I'd say with the UCO Network specifically, just having an open marketplace that allows more than the traditional players to participate is already giving that much bigger interconnected sphere that people can then go and interact. And since it's never actually been there before, I think that's what kind of helps, since you have that the ability to branch out now. And maybe you weren't able to see these things before. So specifically being able to connect from the smallest parts of the collection process all the way to the end biodiesel producer, if you're able to interact with that entire supply chain ecosystem, that just helps everything stay in a, not a closed feedback loop, but something that is self-sustaining. And you have people from different areas that are able to go through and authenticate the data, make sure that everything is happening in a secure, transparent manner that, again, wasn't really able to do in the current structure that we have right now.
So that seems pretty aligned with our ecosystem model that we're going for and the blockchain biosphere as a whole, correct?
Pretty much everything that was in like the white paper was very spot on with the same goals and the vision that we have, yeah.
Right. And as we're moving more and more towards circular models, we're including new actors, right, to close that supply chain. We're including consumers in a whole new way, institutions in a whole new way, to really accelerate that transition. So how are each of your projects enabling the integration of these individuals and society as a whole in this fight towards sustainability and not just upchain? Why don't you go ahead, Sai?
Yeah, so as I said, we've been building this functionality to make it super simple. We're building out these integrations with large corporations, but for people, these tools that we've built, any individual can use them. So probably our most notable personal user of KlimaDAO infrastructure is Mark Cuban. He offsets all of his personal air travel. He does it himself directly. He shares his retirement receipt on his socials because it is that easy to do. You can just simply go to our DApp. You can search for a project by its location, by its methodology, by its vintage year. You can see the real-time price of it, and you connect your wallet and you purchase with USDC or any various assets, and it's instant. And so I think when we look at how we build these tools, we have to realize that even though probably it's going to, in the near term, be corporations, small and medium businesses that are going to move the needle on this, the people within those organizations are just people too, and we need to make the experience easy for them to use and understand. And so this is something that we're always thinking about as we're building our tools.
I imagine that the love letter campaign that you've had has also contributed to that. Can you speak more on that?
Yeah, so we launched what we call the love letter campaign. It's a way basically for you to encode a message on the blockchain while offsetting a little bit of carbon. And so we saw, thousands of messages come in from everyone, like a mother offsetting the footprint of her family and writing a nice message to her children, to many of our partners. So we've probably offset the highest number of NFT and web3 projects. As I said, we did Polygon, we did integration with SushiSwap and a bunch of NFT projects. And so some of them also use love letters to declare their commitment essentially to sustainability.
Giuseppe, in UCO Network, what is the role of the individual himself in propelling forward the vision of UCO?
I would say the role of the individual is paramount to what we at UCO Network want to do, because allowing the individual to participate in the marketplace that they currently were not able to do is just a big reason on why we want to have this. Because not only do you want to have the big institutional players, even governments, let's say, working on something like a waste management supply chain solution, you want to have the average consumer person be able to participate as well. Let's just say, for example, you cook a lot at home, and you have a deep fryer, okay? You like to make French fries, maybe you have some parties. You're just going to dump that oil out in the garbage, maybe dump it down the sink, which you're not supposed to, or potentially you could interact with our protocol, take that used cooking oil, and actually get paid to dispose of it in a sustainable way, getting some sort of an incentive. So I think really, doing that, it just helps open up the marketplace to more people. And again, like I said before, we estimate that households are roughly $2.5 billion untapped market in the used cooking oil economy. So being able to bring them in would be huge. But not only that, it's just having as many people as you can. We like to look at it as like this. We want to Uberize the global used cooking oil marketplace. If we can do that, I think we'd be pretty good and off to a good start.
And what has been the feedback then on the micro level on this project and the individual involvement specifically?
Especially in specific areas of the world, it's been something that they said, wow, like I can't believe that we've never seen this before, how, this idea is so cool, and we're getting lots of, you guys talked about love letters, we're getting love letters in a different way of people asking us, is the protocol ready? Can we use it yet? We're desperately looking for, a solution. I have 10 tons of cooking oil, or I have, a certain amount, can I dispose of it with you? So we're people are very interested in that, and I think, again, with the transition of a lot of people being more environmentally conscious, I think it is on more people's minds these days too, and especially the individual.
Yeah. And what about on the enterprise level? What have their reactions been when we're talking about Web3 for sustainability, for example, in your specific project?
So for me, when it comes to the enterprise, they tend to not want to know so much about the inner workings so much, just that the product works and it can handle their workflow or just what they have in mind. So I think we spoke about this in some of the VeChain spaces before. We talk about like Web 2.5. The goal, at least for us, would be to have a protocol or an app that existing companies can use and they have no idea that they're using blockchain technology behind it. But when it comes to just, their, I guess, basic ideas of what we're doing, they're desperately in need of a solution as well because they want to be able to participate, potentially with carbon credits and being able to incentivize and just further, they can just save a lot of money by, for example, if they want to have all their trucks routed in a smart and efficient manner, that right there can be a huge offset for carbon because they're not driving as much. And they can have specific pickup points that, let's say, restaurant X is halfway full, restaurant Y is completely full. Well, maybe you don't go to the restaurant that's not full yet, and you're only picking up, from the places that are actually full. And that, again, that's allowed by blockchain, Internet of Things, and having access to all that information together. But yeah, enterprises, they really want something like that. So.
And I guess what's drawing them is that trust, authenticity, transparency that we keep coming back to, obviously.
Oh, yeah.
And Sai, so how are we making sure that the emission reduction that we're having is real, is measurable, tangible, and transparent?
Yeah, so it's all about how, in our business, how carbon credits originate, how they're verified. And I think, look, no product improves without contact with the market. And the transparency that we bring to the carbon market has certainly been involved in starting that conversation of these assets, the validity of these assets, where do they originate, and it's for the better because, as I said, products need the market to help them improve, and carbon credits themselves are improving. Now, when it comes to the origination of how these credits were created, today, as I said, we link to the specific project. And when you look at the project, you can see many PDFs that were generated from third-party auditors of certifying this specific project, whatever it may be. In the future, we will see that data increasingly come on chain. So right now, you can think of it as locked away in PDFs. But in the near future, this will be live data on the chain and captured.
Mm-hmm. And for UCO Network, I mean, we talk so much about transparency. It's clearly at the heart of your project. Can you talk more about how it's the driving force behind your next steps?
Yeah, trust, transparency, traceability is like the ethos of what we do. That right there is the forefront. If you have that, we're satisfied that we're taking care of our vision and we're doing what we set out to. So, that starts again with blockchain and Web3 specifically because it just allows so many avenues to open up and have all the data at your fingertips live in real time and be able to access that. And we've just never been at a point before where you can take all that data and then do something with it. So that's why I think, having that now and just being here, everything, with the white paper that you guys have brought up too, it just seems like, these issues are starting to merge together and a lot of people are seeing that, it is a big issue that if you don't have trust, transparency, and traceability, like how can you be sure of anything that you're doing is having an impact, big, small, or good or bad, And again, with blockchain, if you have that proof, then you know for sure that somebody isn't going in and messing with the data or doing something that would, cause harm to the information and the sustainability that you want to practice. Yeah, I'd say that that's pretty much it.
And granting collaboration.
Yeah, in numbers we trust. That's really it. Yeah. And we like to say too. So when we have our systems in place, we like to call what we use in NFT as basically the most boring NFT, because what we're using that NFT is really just a digital certificate to have that proof and assurance that what you're doing in our network is, again, sustainable, and then you can have that like as a receipt for yourself.
Mm-hmm. And outside of building on more energy-efficient chains, what should Web3 organizations be doing to achieve decarbonization?
Figure out where the transactions are in your product or service. Figure that out, and figure out how you can connect that to some offsetting activity. Of course, you need to be reducing, right? You need to be becoming more efficient in how you produce your product or services. But figure out where those transactions are happening and how best to connect them to offsetting activity like a direct connection to the carbon market. As I said, we're working on this very same thing. And it's our belief that, as I said, that we need to bring the blockchain to where this activity is happening. That everything is clearing on the blockchain behind the scenes, but our users don't necessarily need to worry about that. But generally, I think that's the trend we're seeing, that this is a question primarily of future liability for corporations, right? We're moving into a world with remote sensing, with satellites that are taking on average 2 images per day anywhere on the world, IoT sensors, intelligence at the edge. I'll tell you the thing that's interesting about remote sensing is these models, they're in academia right now, and over the next few years, you'll start to see these machine learning models become increasingly accepted. But the interesting thing is they're built on the satellite data that can go back 8 to 10 years. So you'll see a retroactive analysis of every factory, of every cruise ship, of every plant on a waterway or on land. And there is a question of liability, of future liability. And many corporations are doing this calculation right now. And I think the answer to that calculation is coming out is that this liability could be significant, and so it's important to get ahead of this now. And so that's why I say look at where the transactions are in your business and work with providers like KlimaDAO on how you can connect the footprint of those calculations to a solid offset as part of your reduction strategy as well.
And Giuseppe, what do you think are possible solutions toward decarbonization in that same vein?
Yeah, I would say, just to kind of touch on what you were saying, that these companies can conduct their own carbon footprint analysis and really do like an internal audit and see where they're lacking compared to other companies, projects, other metrics out there, and just see where they stack up. And at that point too, almost, especially if you're in Web3, I feel like collaboration should be one of the biggest things that comes up. There should be more collaboration in these areas, that instead of everyone trying to section off and maybe do it themselves, we should be coming together more to see if we can have that bigger impact. Because more minds together, you just have more people there that can give you better feedback. And I think advocating for change within the Web3 community is something, especially for these projects. If you have a big sphere of influence, why not use that to advocate for that change that maybe others will, follow and take suit. You're not trying to force people to do it, but if you show that you're doing the right thing because you feel it's the right thing and you're genuine, other people may, see that you're genuine in that sense and want to take the steps necessary to then do that. But of course, I think somehow incentives are going to be coming into play in the future to really kind of get everyone on the same page.
And you spoke about collaboration as a metric. How do you envision that a bit more tangibly?
Specifically, like with UCO Network and
in general, since we're using it as a metric for towards decarbonization, for example.
I would say that events like this, you're meeting lots of people that all kind of have the same vision and the same goal in mind. And taking that one step further and acting upon it is probably one of the best things, because we can all sit here and talk about all the great things that we want to do for the environment, but unless we're acting on it and we're actually doing something, then nothing's ever going to change. So it really, we have to take that first step of, while we're collaborating, work to further those relationships and actually do something. But so far, I mean, everything that I've seen with VeChain specifically, too, not to give you guys a nice little push, but
We'll take
you
it.
guys are really at the forefront of the sustainability and environmentally friendly practices, which I think other people should be modeling their ideas and plans after.
Right, and it's allowing this time, right, to provide frameworks for these collaborations and build them together.
Of course, and again, this is a great place. Like people say, not to read the white paper right now, but there was so much interesting information. I was trying to take that all in, because it is good to have feedback and see what everyone else kind of thinks, because you can be working on this yourself, but until you kind of bring it out to the public, you don't really get that perception of what everyone else thinks about it as well.
Right. And looking ahead, are there any promising innovations at the intersection between Web3, blockchain, that you want to speak about and that you're looking forward to? Sai, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, I mean, I've touched on it, but I think it is the movement towards quantifying the Earth with these sensors and remote sensing, and how that data is shared. I think it's enabling corporations to keep their private data private and their ESG or sustainability data public. I mean, I think these things are going to come together because of the blockchain, and I think, as I said, we're going to move into a world where everyone can accurately account for their footprint and act accordingly. I think that what we're going to see over the next 5 to 10 years is this conversation about carbon credits will be less a voluntary activity as it becomes a requirement, and it becomes an essential part of the economy to account for the impact that we've had on it. And I think we'll really start to appreciate when that happens, because it won't just be talk about action, it'll be actual action happening in a sustainable way, and it'll involve the market itself.
Giuseppe, any thoughts?
Yeah, specifically what you said about the sensors, that obviously is a big thing that we're trying to do, and I think the usage of those sensors in multiple ways, and not just what we're talking about too, that's really interesting, because we're having discussions about what these sensors could do, and specifically with like UCO Network, we want it right now just for oil, but what if those sensors potentially could detect other types of waste or different impurities or just any other number of things that we want to go through. So I think that right there is interesting. Also, even just with NFTs, like I spoke before, a lot of people think of it as just a picture, but there are so many more applications that you can take. I still think it's evolving and changing every day in this space, that it can be more than just that. There can be so much data that you can gather from that. And I think, again, like you said, 5 to 10 years, also with carbon credits, it probably will be something that's a necessity. I feel like regulations are coming and pushing towards it, especially in Europe. I know they have lots of subsidies that are pushing towards greener and more sustainable energy practices. So already, if they're incentivizing people to do that, you can think that, again, in the future, it will be more of a, oh, not a nice to do, it's, well, we have to do it. And if you have to do it, you might as well already have the protocols and everything in place to easily and accessibly do it. But yeah, carbon credits, that is really definitely an interesting thing, and what you can do with it and how accurate you can get with it. If you can get extremely accurate with the information on what it is, I think then you can almost build up these reputations maybe for the people that are collecting, buying, and selling these carbon credits to have sort of a sustainability score, if you would, for yourself. So yeah.
Let's dream a little. I'd love to hear a little bit what your vision is a few years down the line, what your project looks like, how it has contributed to changing our daily lives.
Sure. So, I mean, by all popular accounts, the carbon market itself is growing and should grow many times its current size. I think the digital carbon market will enable that scale to really drive climate finance. I think KlimaDAO, at our core, we have the Klima token, which is a carbon-backed cryptocurrency. I believe our ultimate success is when that this backed cryptocurrency is used itself as a medium of exchange, that it becomes this so-called like carbon coin, this coin that represents sustainability versus, say, the petrodollars we have today. But I think the way we get there is, again, by scaling the carbon market. And in order to do that, we need to build the infrastructure today to make that happen. And so I would say that our ultimate success is when the carbon market has a large impact on our global economy. And that's what I expect to see.
Giuseppe, what's the dream for UCO Network?
So it's 2030, let's say. A little bit of time to let everything fully develop. I'd say in my vision, I see UCO Network as the #1 provider of disposing not only used cooking oil, but all different types of waste. So that could be anything, and having that, not only, again, just on the terms of helping the environment and being able to, accurately analyze all that data and then take that and push it to the necessary departments where people want to utilize it, but also the fact that once you have all that data, the possibilities really are endless. We look at it just of what we can do today, but you never know tomorrow what new technology or innovations that are going to come to it. But really, yeah, if we are able to, do the things that we are setting out to, it should be that we're able to get all the cooking oil, but also while having all these, big industries and big players, we also want the little person to be able to participate. Someone in a country, maybe let's say, where they have that extra cooking oil, and when they're disposing of it, they're actually getting paid in our token, UCoil, and that then is incentivizing them to participate because they're getting something for doing the right thing. So by all these little metrics, I feel that can help the individual then kind of change the mindset of everybody, and that's really what we want to do. We want to have the most sustainable practices that we can, and obviously VeChain will be right up there with us, so that's where it is.
Thank you so much for sharing this vision and overall the optimism, right, and the positivity around this discourse. Sometimes it tends to be clouded a little bit with some guilt, especially at the individual level, compliance. And so it's really important to keep it in the positivity discourse, and Web3 enables just that by valuing the full range of impact of a product, a behavior. It enables us to collaborate in a whole new way, and so the sustainability challenges seem to be broken down, and sustainability is finally within reach, right? Thanks to Web3. So it's an exciting time. Thank you so much for your contribution. It was such a pleasure to hear about both your projects. Let's hear it up for Giuseppe and Sai. Thank you for your participation.
Up next, VeChain CTO Antonio Senatore will explore the new VeChain wallet and the Voyage Lounge.
Hello, everyone. Wow. Thank you for coming. I know it's late afternoon now, so I promise this is going to be very lightweight, okay? It's a technology session. We're going to talk about things. It's been an incredible day, I have to say, since the beginning, with Sunny launching the white paper and the new vision. We got the Boston Consulting folks with the white paper. Renato mentioning all the ecosystem that we could build on VeChain. Luca mentioning DAO. And then we got Professor Andre, Professor Konstantin talking about all the things that VeChain can do for sustainability. And as I was imagining all this ecosystem, I realized someone is going to have to deliver those stuff. And I have a feeling that the honor of delivering a lot of this stuff will fall under the CTO team, and of course also under the chief scientist team, Peter Zhu. So today we are really going to talk about this. How do we deliver technology for Web3-driven sustainability initiatives? How and what? What is that we are going to do? So let's go through. That's what we are going to talk about. The CTO team and mission. Who are we? What we plan to do? Our roadmap, it's a rough roadmap. It's a high-level one. There are things we want to do, but a lot of the inputs will come from you, will come from the community. And where are we? What we have done so far, what we are delivering in the next few weeks, what we have already delivered. And then I'm going to list all these products, okay? So pretty lightweight. That's my windows from the Dublin office in Portobello. So CTO team and mission. So introduction about myself. I'm the CTO of the foundation. I'm based in Dublin, in Ireland, but I'm Italian originally from the south. I've been 16 years in Ireland. I'm a computer engineer, so I'm a technologist by background. Joined the foundation about 1.5 years ago, but been working with VeChain since 2018, basically. I was the global CTO of Deloitte for everything related to crypto and blockchain. And I recently got elected as steering committee member. So thank you very much for those who have voted me. Thanks. So please meet the VeChain CTO team. That's who are we. We are around 35 professionals right now. You can see them here. That's the Dublin office, but you can see the Italian guys there eating. Makes sense. 25 employees, 10 external consultants, 3 offices, Dublin, Milan, San Marino, but we have people located a little bit everywhere, Spain, France, etc. We aim to become 45 this year. 15 probably will be consultants, plus 15 consultants. So we aim to get to 60, still in the 3 main offices. In terms of skills, we're looking at product, front-end, mobile, back-end, infrastructure, security, anything really, full stack type of people. So what are the principles of this team? What is this team trying to achieve? Okay. It's to provide the technology to deliver on our roadmap effectively, on our sustainability agenda. That's what we do. Provide the technology infrastructure to enable the delivery of the VeChain sustainability agenda. Make VeChain the Web3 platform of choice for sustainability by delivering good software in the end. That's what we want to do. We operate with some principles in mind. Every delivery must have a well-defined, measurable business impact. I know this sounds like a buzzword, but for me that means we are going to have to deliver stuff that people can use and that people are going to use. And the crypto space is full of vanity projects, in fairness. And I'm honestly trying to avoid that for VeChain. No vanity, business. We will always engage with the community. And I think you may have seen that since I joined as a CTO on Twitter, constantly talking to everyone, what do you need? the community of sustainability builders. And our goal is really to support this community of builders and to make sure it grows and to make sure it is successful. So that's our mission, how we are going to deliver on this mission. So what I did here, next slide, I just grabbed from our internal wiki, this is Confluence, a diagram that the guys, my team, did about our target operating model. We iterated on this for about 6 months. How do we deliver software? And that's where we are working on, in quite a modern software engineering approach. You can see a few things here that you will probably recognize. Every time we build something, we ask, why? Do we have to build it? Really? Sometimes not building something can be a good idea. Sometimes you can buy. Sometimes you shouldn't be building that. And we always set business metrics to understand, okay, when we get live, let's put together a business impact map and realize, is this thing being successful or not? And let's gather the data. We start from that with an impact map, and then we go along the whole delivery, which is an agile delivery, test-driven, heavily test-driven, and behavioral-driven, which means the developer work with the product to understand what is that the user is going to do, and from that, the test, they start taking place, basically, and shape. In general, there is other stuff, other principles, agile, DevSecDevSecOps, so security to the left. It's heavily automated. There is loads of safeguards in our delivery methodology. Constant alerts before something goes live is really scrutinized automatically. Release in small chunks, incremental, fast, multiple releases per day. And as I said, test-driven. This enables us a few things to deliver fast. You have seen that. I think since we joined, we made huge progress. To deliver with quality, but also to deliver in a sustainable fashion. To deliver little, but something that works well, and that's really an impact. It's working fine so far, but we still have to tune it a little bit. It's a process. There's constant feedback, and we have really instilled this culture of retrospective. What have we done well? Where we could improve? What should we change? And we talk to each other every day. And that's really the way we plan to deliver things, the way we are doing things, the way the CTO team operates in a modern software engineering approach. In the end, it's about bringing engineering back to the software, which, to be honest, for many years has been missing, and also science, metrics, measurement, etc. And in the crypto space, I think that has been missing a little bit more. What is our roadmap? What is that we plan to deliver to support the sustainability agenda of VeChain? There's a lot of stuff here, okay? I'm not going to read through all of it. But in general, for this half of the year, we're going to release carbon footprint calculators. We already did, and we're going to look at that. Wallets, token bridges, libraries, development tools, development framework integration for Web3, Web3 as a service portal, VeChain as a service portal, effectively, the App Explorer and the App Engagement portals. Along the year, we hope to bring in the platform some new DeFi project supported by the foundation, NFT marketplaces supported by the foundation, moving along some more Web3 features that we really think VeChain should have, DNS or VNS, we could call it, DID, multi-chain bridges, Oracle, data feeds. And over the years, as we scale, we're going to look at layer 2, of course, more privacy, a bit more security around smart contracts, and to make Luca happy, DAO governance tools, which is not only a voting, it's really how do you define a DAO, a decentralized organization? Can you do in a drag and drop fashion? What are the features? And that's really our vision. How can we enable sustainability, decentralized autonomous organization quickly with one click? You know, because a sustainable organization, I think it was Professor Konstantin showed to us that decentralized thing, did you see that? Which all of us have a part in sustainability. It means that there's going to be millions of sustainable, small, decentralized organizations in this world. And they will be born every day. How can we do that on VeChain with one click? That's the aim. That's really the aim. One thing, there's 3 delivery models I have in mind, okay? The VeChain Foundation does everything. That makes sense. Sometimes we do that ourselves. 2, you know, VeChain Foundation works with some enterprises, so does everything but working with some enterprises. Number 2, sorry, the foundation grant mechanism, you know, working with the community or with small startup, we could outsource and offload a little bit of the work, which is quite important. And 3rd is community in full. The community decides, Antonio, I want to do that thing. I'll do that thing for you. I like that. And I think I can make a business out of it. And I would say, off you go, happy. So that's pretty much the way we are trying to engage our delivery. So where are we? What have we done so far? How good have we been so far? Quite good, I have to say. Carbon footprint calculator with VeChain stats released recently, that's quite good. I mean, Professor Konstantin said, you know, anything you do in the future, and even David said it very well, any blockchain you use, you're going to have to say, I'm emitting this NFT, what's my carbon footprint? You know, that's going to be a big deal. I know it sounds a little bit, sorry, I'm going to have to adjust my, better now? I know it sounds a little bit naive because a lot of people are talking about carbon footprint calculators, but we have delivered that and it's quite accurate. I will talk about it in a minute. Wallet browser extensions, Node API extensions, so Web3 to Connex adapter. We are releasing a number of development tools, especially hard hat plugins and truffle. We're about to release a full proven testing documentation of Open Zeppelin libraries, integration, 99% EVM compatibility, so that the community can use the whole EVM set of libraries. And Web3 as a service, we call Vorge. It's effectively a portal for VeChain as a service. Enables Web2 people to forget about the Web3 kind of difficulties and deploy smart contract, write smart contract on VeChain in a kind of a Web2 fashion. And last but not least, a little bit of infrastructure improvements. I think the foundation needed a little bit of an uplift in terms of public node, and we have delivered a few of those. So let's look into the details, and that's what I'm going to do now, a little bit talking about the products. So Mad V World is the first foundation wallet browser extension. I'm not saying it's the first VeChain wallet browser extension, but it's the first one supported by the foundation. It has been missing for a long time, I have to say, but we have delivered that quite quickly, so well done to the team. It's a self-custody. It's already live. It's been live for effectively a couple of weeks. So it's self-custody wallet. So you keep your keys, your digital assets. Recently, it has become a thing since the FTX collapse. It is truly decentralized. Believe it or not, there's no backend servers that is going to store your IP as it happened in some wallets recently. So it's quite decentralized. It's compatible with ledger devices. It's been security audited by Hacken. And the website is vworld.net, so please go there and download it. Some of the core features of the wallet, in general, it has, features parity at the moment with Sync2, which is the wallet where you guys from the community are all using. You can create wallet, import wallets, on each wallet, multiple accounts. You know, this is the typical stuff for derived keys, child keys. You can manage a crypto portfolio across multiple tokens that are running on VeChain, send and receive crypto, integration with Ledger. It transacts very well with DeFi protocols, DApps, embedded in browser, really, really, really good. Light and dark mode, there is a developer integration guide. And in fairness, it looks quite good. It's very usable, it's very fast. I think the community feedback has been great so far, and really thank you. What's the future of VWorld, though? What are we going to do next for this browser extension? A lot will come from you, from the community, okay? So you're going to tell us what you need. But at the moment, we are releasing a mobile version for this wallet. It's likely going to replace the VeChain Tor, as we already announced, VeChain Tor wallet. We already announced that on Twitter. It's going to support crypto on-ramp and off-ramp, which is quite good. It's an important feature. Native NFT integration, so you can browse your NFTs and all this type of stuff, exchange, etc. Carbon calculator. Again, before you're going to transact, you're going to check what is your carbon footprint for this transaction. And what does that mean for you? DEX integration, bridges, event whitelisting, and more. But as I said, a lot will come from this group of people, from the community, from this audience. This is VWorld. Next piece of thing that we have been doing, and this is quite an important project, Vorge. VeChain as a service. You can see a little bit the way it looks like. It's a no-code Web3 as a service platform, zero code, bridging between Web 2 and Web 3. It allows everyone, regardless of the technical capabilities, if you don't know Web 3, it's fine, to create, manage, deploy smart contracts, removing technical barriers. Technical barriers in Web 3 are heavy. A lot of organizations, one of the problems for adoption, it has been technical barriers, in my view. One of many. And VeChain has been trying to solve a lot of those. In general, we're going to try to integrate with everything that the VeChain community is doing, all the multiple marketplaces, etc. So we try to be inclusive of the community, and we're going to listen, as usual, to what you have to say, okay? Whatever you need, come to us. I'm going to spoil a little bit of the layout. Sorry, quite big, but this is a list of projects. So imagine you have a number of Web3 projects, that they do VIP 180, which is ERC20, fungible, non-fungible tokens on some more complicated smart contracts. Here you get a little bit your allocation, the carbon footprint that your allocation in terms of how many credits you have to run this portal. Carbon footprint, what's your carbon footprint for this project so far? How much carbon emission are you doing? So that's the way it looks. So what's the timeline for Vorge, though? Because it's quite an important project, in fairness, and it's a portal for everything about VeChain in the end. So the backend is live, to be honest, since October. We already have 5 organizations using it. Some of them are here. I'm going to mention names. Anyone can be onboarded right now. All we offer for now is VIP 180, VIP 181 as a service. It's just the beginning, okay? The web app will be released this month, and it's a web app where you effectively, it's going to be only free tier, unpaid, free for everyone, but with limited API, of course, limited traffic to issue NFTs or FTs. It's going to be on Vorge.app as a beta version testing this month. In Q3, at around June, we plan to release a full portal website where you can register your organization, select a plan, free and different tier for paid plan based on what you want to do, and then the production-ready web app at Vorge.app. What is the vision for Vorge? It's a big one, in my view. You know, it's sustainability as a service in the end. Our goal is to really enable Web3 organization, sustainability organization, to just, with zero code, one click, create your DAO. That's the way I see it. And that's the way our product manager, Neil, actually there sees that. So it's really enabled the developer community to support the sustainability initiative. It's going to be a core element of our strategy. So that's Vorge, and we're releasing now. Libraries in the infrastructure, this is something we have released, or we are releasing this month. We are really a week or 2 weeks away. We work with Electric Consulting, a consulting firm. We have been able to achieve the following outcomes here, I'm saying. A robust testing of Open Zeppelin libraries. So I'm quite sure all the developers and the builders here know what I'm talking about. Those who are not builders, everyone is a builder, but those who are not developers may not know, but it's the standard API framework for Ethereum, for EVMs. It's a set of API Solidity libraries written for EVM, for Ethereum. So we have tested all of them on VeChain, all of them. We spoke to Open Zeppelin, can we do this, guys? We want 99% compatibility. Again, I repeat, 99%. So we're gonna publish a Gitbook page where we explain all the testing we have done, and you just can use those libraries. They are verified by us, okay? Another thing we have done is the Web3 provider Connex client. You know, it's kind of using Web3 API to connect directly to VeChain with Connex in the middle. That helps really compatibility, again, with VeChain, with the EVM. That is quite important. So use Web3.js for VeChain. We've been working with this with Peter Zhu team a lot. Then we are creating and releasing a Hardhat plugin. We're updating our Hardhat is, sorry, I should have mentioned, Hardhat is a development framework for Solidity, similar to Truffle. So the plugin is ready. It's going to be issued on our GitHub as a package. You will see it there this month. So you can use Hardhat, quite easy to develop. We have updated the documentation, so it's on Gitbook this time. I think you can already see now, but we're going to add a lot more. So if you do docs.vchain.org, you will see now that it has changed. And so we publish everything this month. In terms of infrastructure, we've been improving a little bit things. 2 public nodes for availability and community use. We will communicate these 2 public nodes with everyone. Okay. Carbon emission calculator. Thanks to the VeChain Stats guys and the MVGL, we've been working with them, and we have created a carbon emission calculator for the VeChain Tor public chain. The model quantifies emission from transactions and blocks. Contains a baseline for empty blocks, because you may have some empty blocks, and we have a baseline for that. And for smart contracts, we not only calculate all the steps, and so the carbon footprint, but also the input transaction carbon footprint. Because for a smart contract, it's slightly bigger transaction type. There's a whole payload of data, as you know. It's not a mere token exchange. That's what it looks like, VeChainStats.com. Please go there, visit the page. Again, thanks to Fabian, who is here, and Paul, who is not here. Go under the Activities tab. You will see it there. That's where it looks. You can see CO2 emitted. Here, you can see on each block and transaction the CO2 emission. Quite cool. And there is one feature I love, I have to say, sorry. Is the calculator displays the whole VeChain Tor network emission since it has been created, and it actually makes some nice comparison with real-life use cases, like, you know, like round trip from flights from New York to Frankfurt, or things like that, watching an entire series on Netflix, or charging your phone. So it makes some very interesting comparison with real-life examples. Last, and I'm actually saving time here today, which is good. I usually go over time of 10 minutes and I get shouted at, but this time I'm doing quite well. Web3 inventory monetization system. This is not a product of the foundation. It's a protocol that we are building with an enterprise, which is SupplyMe. And SupplyMe is an inventory management company. It's a public company listed in London Stock Exchange. In October 2022, I minted that NFT, which represents an IAM, inventory management transaction. It's an initial MVP. The NFT carries a profit value. At the end of the inventory cycle, you burn the NFT, you get the cash. It's a utility NFT. So why I'm mentioning this? Because what I want this audience to understand is also the way VeChain engages with enterprises. You know, we don't say just simple, oh yeah, that's our platform, our API. Off you go, and then we see things like, oh, people have deployed NFTs and collectibles somewhere, which is great, but then they don't know what to do, and there's no community behind. There's no usage, and there's no adoption. To have adoption, you need to think about why people are doing that. What do you need this NFT for? And we have really been working together with them to define the protocol. And next step is really going to be a fully automated TradeFi protocol, TradeFi DeFi, I would call, for crypto investors to jump into this platform, invest into inventory management platform, and possibly leveraging VUSD, which is our stable coin. So getting payment directly on your wallet in VUSD, which would be quite cool. So it's a good engagement for me, this one, because it shows the seriousness we take when we engage with enterprises, with large organizations. We want to follow them. We just don't want to say, here's the API, deploy an NFT. I don't care. I'm a crypto guy. You know, I'm cool. I don't need. No, it's not that. We really want adoption. What is next? And it's my last slide, I think. What is next is going to be the community that has to tell me, okay, in fairness. What is next is Renato and Luca. What is next is Boston Consulting telling me. What is next is Sunny. But at a high level, Q3, the WeWorld mobile wallet, Vorge full launch, foundation-backed enterprise NFT marketplace, which I should have mentioned early, apologies. It's something we're working on to help enterprises. So a foundation-backed NFT marketplace, which is ours, is mainly for enterprises, is to create different NFT collection that carry a value and there is an utility behind, and they're more for enterprise use. Something we are discussing, and we think we may have a solution to deploy quickly in the next quarter. And another thing, and that's my main job, an initial VeChain dev community building. So my next step here is to build the community of developers around VeChain, okay? I'm building the tools, but now I need engagement. So within Q3 2023, so really soon, we're going to do sort of meetups with all builders, or those who want to be builders in VeChain. Probably going to be in Dublin. We're going to do several of those and gather feedback. What do you need us to do? What do you want us to build? Where do we need to change? Et cetera, and try to grow the community. What do you need so that you're going to build sustainability products on VeChain? And that's going to be a massive focus for me and for the CTO team. And as a steering committee member, that's going to be my focus, the builders community. I just wanted to make that clear. The community is going to be my focus. As a steering committee member, the builders community, sustainability builders community. As a CTO, my focus, as I said, is to deliver the tools to enable Web3 sustainability projects. In Q4, continuing with building the community, a DeFi protocol launch we expect to do, and also, which is kind of not backed by the foundation, a DeFi protocol launch, like where we say we trust this project, we like this project, I think it's a good one, so we are kind of endorsing, an endorsement. And the SupplyMe portal launch, we really hope we can do soon. And what is beyond is go sustainability, really, is delivering anything that we've been talking about today. And I really don't know the way it's going to take shape. It can be multiple forms. I have some ideas in mind, but maybe I'm totally wrong. And I'm quite confident and comfortable not knowing sometimes, because it's a journey, and we'll see where this journey takes us, okay? So, thank you. I'm 1 minute ahead of schedule. I'll see you later.
I got my vet that's always generating etho. The sunny and green ecosystems in San Marino. POA 2.0, be ready for mass adoption. Your products can be verified when customers are shopping. VFam repping 24/7 in spaces. User-friendly marketplaces got fee delegation. Sensational, never satisfied with complacent. Veracity is vital, growing with it's advantageous. Builders and developers, creators of the like, can find an environment that's fitting for building right. The VeChain Thor blockchain is precise. It's got that environment that's fitting for building right.
It's a KO. Ain't no way you say no. Knock him out the park, VeChain no go look a fuego. Hold it in my pocket, now you're hoping that I drop a hold it wallet after wallet. Got the vet crypto locked in. Giving it time to shine. Hopping in line of the community, circles to octagons, building unity. Even if it's new to see, I see sustainability. Crypto, always banging with utility. Put your hands up if you a VeChain soldier. We the VeChain soldiers.
We the VeChain soldiers.
We the VeChain soldiers. Soldiers.
VeChain. VeChain. VeChain soldiers.
Please welcome our panel on building communities and businesses on VeChain.
Wow, that was quite the send-on, hey? That video is always impressing me. Good evening, everyone. My name's Jake. I'm the community manager and communications lead at the VeChain Foundation. And it is my great honor today to introduce the community panel for the day, which we focus on companies and community building on VeChain 4. We've got a great set of speakers tonight, each with notable projects, which are well known from the ecosystem, I'm sure. But I won't do the talking for you. Maybe you guys can start with a brief introduction about yourself and your projects.
Sure, I'll start. My name is Mike Leonetti. I go by Satoshi Nakamoto on Twitter. I am a community team member at Mad V Apes on VeChain. I do a lot with community building, relationship management, collaborations, partnerships, bringing Web 2 businesses over into Web 3 and showing them the opportunities that they have here. So that's a little bit about me and what I do. I'll pass it over to you.
Sure. I'm Americo Cacciapuoti. I'm also known in the community as Vet Lever. I'm the CEO and founder of World of V, which is the first and largest NFT marketplace on VeChain. I've been in the community since late 2017, and yeah, since I found out about VeChain, I got stuck, and you know, I've been a big supporter, investor. That's why I wanted to build an NFT marketplace. That's it.
Fantastic.
Awesome. Hi, guys. My name is Lucas St. Laurent. I am the CEO and founder of ExoWorlds. Some of you may know me as the half of VeChain Brothers, along with my COO and brother, William Campbell. At ExoWorlds, we're building a science fiction MMORPG, an open world experience across an entire galaxy where players will be able to explore, battle, and trade in-game assets.
Amazing stuff. Thanks, guys. So as we know, part of the Web3 ethos is based around community. So I wanted to start the panel tonight by diving into your approaches to community development, because, of course, that is a cornerstone of any successful Web3 project. So I'll open the floor with a kind of general question. Maybe, Mikey, you can start us off. But what has your approach to community development been so far, and what kinds of communities have you developed?
So it's interesting. I come from traditional finance background. A lot of what I do is relationship management, and a lot of that has translated over into Web3. And relating with people and getting on the same page and helping each other achieve a common goal. And that's kind of how communities are started. And then once other people buy into that, they start taking initiative on their own to help grow the brand or the project or the community themselves. And then when you have a bunch of workers going out there and doing things, it makes it a lot easier, right? Many hands make for light work. So yeah, it's just been finding the right people, making sure that they know that they're empowered to go out there and help out and be part of something bigger than just themselves. And taking that mentality and just spreading it around and making sure that people catch on and want to be part of it.
Excellent stuff. I'll pass it over.
Sure. Well, I mean, I've always been part of the Web3 community. Basically, I've been doing it out of a passion. I loved hanging out and, just, see what VeChain was doing. That's why for me it was very natural actually to build a community around the NFT marketplace. I just saw it as an opportunity, I would say, because it's something that was missing, and I had to create it. I wanted to bring something on the table for VeChain, and it's something that it's been growing, but and we're there, just like we keep building, and we keep trying to bring new people in. That's for sure. That's the focus, actually. But yeah, that's all pretty much.
It seems like you're quite the natural. You had a hand in the Xnode group as well, right? You're kind of a natural community builder, it seems.
Exactly. It was for me. I mean, before I was doing it, I'm still doing it with the passion. I love what I'm doing. But now it's a job, obviously, because, I'm building something. That's the only difference. But yeah.
Love it. Lucas?
Nice. Well, ExoWorlds, we're like all the projects, we're very heavy on social media, Twitter, Instagram, Discord, and we try and do giveaways and engage the community. And like Mikey said, empower people to really go out there and post their own stuff and get excited about what we got going on, because, word of mouth from users is really valuable. And Mad V Apes, they've been doing such a great job, actually. We take a lot of pointers from them, because I hear, every time on my feed, I always see MVA. It's fantastic.
You'd be the ecosystem tutor.
Yep.
I mean, it's easy to say, right, build a community, but of course there's pitfalls that comes with that, right? What have you found kind of been difficult or successful, on that road to building a community?
Personally, I think when you're building an NFT project, it's hard to keep things fresh, fun, relevant. People always want to know what's coming next, win this, win that. And it's like, hey, we got to slow down. If we're going to build something good with a solid foundation, it's got to take time. You got to slow down. You got to make sure that what you're doing is right for the future of the project. You're here to build longevity, right? So I think passing along that message to your community without quite telling them, hey, settle down, has proven difficult, but you just need to find a way to be open, transparent, and have that communication with your community to get past that.
Cool. Anyone else?
Well, I mean, for us, building a marketplace, it's a constant challenge, because every day we're receiving feedbacks from the community, and we need to make sure that everything goes all right. Moreover, if there is an innovation, we have to adapt and we have to build. So we need to be very agile. That's been, the most difficult part of this job, I would say, basically adapting and evolving, because every day I can assure you that there is something that we could actually build. It's never ending. So, it comes to a certain point where you need to be very strategic, because obviously we have limited resources, and we have to be very strategic and be like, what should we build? Should we do this or should we do that? And we have to prioritize things. So that's been the biggest challenge. At the beginning was very tough, because we were trying to make everyone happy. But then we actually understood that we can't make everyone happy. It's impossible to make everyone happy. And since then, we've been, really focused. We've been, basically having targets, and then we've been trying to achieve these targets over and over. So yeah.
Amazing. Nice. Well, for us, I'd say that reaching our VeChain community has been really, really smooth, and it's been great. I would say that resource allocation, like Americo said, it's the biggest limitation in terms of marketing. How many man hours you got, how many campaigns you have to distribute those man hours. But I would say that the real difficulty or challenge that we're seeing is how to bring people from other chains onto our chain. How do we get people on Binance, and how do we get people on Ethereum, which we've cross-chained too? How do we get them to come and participate in our mostly VeChain community? And that's going to be a really rewarding challenge to overcome.
Absolutely. I mean, I can speak even from the foundation level. You naturally end up kind of enclosed within a certain set of eyes that are looking that direction, right? It's not as simple as like, hey, let's build this community. I think obviously that interoperability, which you in particular are kind of working towards, I think that's a good avenue for the outreach and a natural progression, I think, of blockchain. We've all been siloed, and now it's naturally kind of progressing a bit more outward. Excellent. Okay, obviously we're all well aware of our UFC partnership. That's had a lot of great aspects to it. How impactful do you think that's been in terms of community building for VeChain? Because that's kind of quite a large presence VeChain is stamped on the world. Americo?
Yeah, sure. I mean, UFC has definitely been good for all of us. It's bringing the exposure that we needed, especially in US, because it's something that was missing. We all know that VeChain was pretty much focused in Europe and Asia, so that helped a lot. And also, it's very important. UFC is one of the sports that it's growing like a very fast pace, and it's basically bringing a lot of exposure. It's good to see people recognize VeChain now, when before that, they had maybe no idea of what it was, but now they are actually linking it with UFC, and when we go out there, I can say that it's helping us a lot, because they can recognize it. We're like, oh, where are you building? And we're like, we're building on VeChain. They go like, oh, this is the blockchain that is actually, in a partnership with UFC. So, it's really helping us to onboard the people, and I think it's been great so far. So let's see how it will evolve.
Yeah, I would agree. It's really great when such a prominent brand is exposing, our network. It gives so much renownedness to VeChain. I can say, hey, just watch the next UFC fight, you'll see us, and like, oh, it's not just some blockchain, it's in the octagon. I saw it yesterday while I was having some beers with the boys. Maybe I should look into this, And I think that the demographic of UFC, especially for ExoWorlds, the demographic similarities between UFC viewers and ExoWorld players is very compatible. So we're really happy with the partnership. I think it's world class.
And of course, you had I forget the term, but you had a networking event, right? Down in Brazil.
Yeah. We actually did leverage the UFC partnership. We were graciously invited to do an event surrounding the UFC, and we brought all sorts of people, actually. Latin America is a very malleable market for cryptocurrency. They're very agnostic, and they're looking for opportunities. They're not siloed in one community. Oh, I'm Cardano, whatever VeChain, or I'm VeChain, whatever on Solana. They're really looking for opportunities down there, and being able to engage with that kind of audience was really rewarding. And personally, I can say that the connections we made through that event, those conversations are still ongoing. And I can't say much, but some things will come out, hopefully, if those pan out, that will really help ExoWorlds and VeChain.
Soon.
Yeah.
Check. Mikey?
So the UFC partnership, I love it because I'm a UFC fan to begin with, but I think it's been great for networking and community and just getting the name out there. Actually, it's impacted our project in a couple different ways. We actually had a small partnership with Ken Shamrock, who's a UFC Hall of Fame fighter. He's a legend in the sport, and we actually had a collaboration partnership with him. He owns some Mad V Apes, and we had some agreements back and forth to help share our brands to our respective communities. So that was really cool. But then on top of that, I ran a Chicago VFam community meetup. And while I was there, we were there to watch the UFC fights. And while I was there, I met somebody who, not from VeChain, but he actually he's a founder of an amateur MMA league. And it's the top one in the United States. And so we got to talking, and I was like, yeah, I'm here from VeChain. I was handing out VeChain UFC shirts and sweatshirts and stuff. And he looks up on the TV, and he sees VeChain. He goes, wait, you mean on the octagon right there? And I was like, yeah. And so anyway, we kept in touch. He wanted to learn more about VeChain and Web3 and how to start utilizing NFTs and proof of participation NFTs. And so we kind of took his hand and are guiding him through coming from Web 2 and going into Web 3. So we're going to do that in a few different ways. He's going to have proof of participation NFTs at his events. And what that's going to look like is basically when you register to claim your free NFT, you pick who's your favorite fighter of that night, or who are you most excited to see. And then after they capture all that footage from that night, they're going to chop it up and make NFTs of the individual fighters and then airdrop them to those proof of participation people who are holding that NFT. So now they get another NFT of their favorite fighter from that night, right? And there's just more things you can do with that. We're going to tie in Mad V Apes into that project because they're going to have digital collectibles of their fighters, but we're going to sneak some Mad V Ape fighters in there too. They're going to be really rare, but people are going to wonder what it is. But now what's cool about this is a whole new audience of people who may or may not know about crypto, may or not know about NFTs, but they're going to get a ticket at the door that says, claim your free NFT on VeChain. So now you have 60,000 people or whoever, I think they have 60,000 Facebook followers, but 15,000 or 1,500 people who are there that night that are going to try and claim their free NFT, which is awesome. And it's a whole new audience of people.
Amazing stuff.
So I'm excited about it.
Yeah, great stuff, Mikey. Well done. And yeah, obviously from VeChain's perspective, I mean, in terms of community activation, it's been unprecedented. I mean, I think for arguably one of the first times VeChain's been able to really unite and bring people together. We've got this amazing, events that we can invite people to, bring people together, create new, even tonight, I guess, obviously so many communities coming together. I mean, it's just been such a great kind of center point for engagement. So I think, it's brought a lot of good. And obviously there's more to come from that relationship. So yeah, benefits all around. Great stuff. Okay. Well, in terms of then, for anyone who's listening that might be interested in starting a project, building a community of their own, do you have any pro tips or any advice you could kind of leave them with a soundbite?
I think first take some time to get to know the other communities and the other projects and how they do their thing, and build relationships with the other existing projects that are there, because you can learn some stuff that they're doing. You could learn some maybe pitfalls that they're having, and make some adjustments to ensure that you're giving your project the best chance to succeed. You have to take time to build a community. It's not going to happen overnight. You can't duplicate it, replicate it. It has to be there, and it has to take time to build. So supporting existing projects who are doing the right thing, and taking the time to actually build a strong community and a good foundation first.
Love it.
Well, I mean, I can say I have a bit of an experience, and for sure, like for anyone who wants to join, the Web3 space, I will tell them, like, be ready to be agile and be ready to adapt. That's like very, very important. For sure it's tough, but everyone knows that. Even starting a normal company, it's tough. But the difference with the Web3 company is that you're receiving constantly feedbacks from the community. And you need to be ready to basically give them what they want and to adapt. Like a World of V, it's been, for us, it's been 1 year and 7 months that we've been around, and I don't know how many times we had to shift our focus. You know, we do have things that we want to build, but then, you know, sometimes you just need to disrupt it and build something else. For example, lately we've been working more and more with Web2 companies, okay? And it's not easy to onboard the people that are not crypto native, or with the people that never interacted with the blockchain, they don't have a wallet. So, you know, that's like a new audience for us. And to make them, you know, download the wallet and install it, it's a bit complex, I would say. Basically, we would push off the majority of these people, and we don't want that to happen. So while we were building many other things, we had to give a priority on building, you know, like a plugin which allows anyone to log in with their social media or their email and make an account on Word.V and use it to claim an NFTs or like to collect some NFTs. So that's a piece of advice that I would give. You know, that's the main difference. Like it is tough, but really be ready to adapt and listen to the community, because it's the most important part.
Absolutely. It's like social businesses, right? It's an interesting new paradigm, but yeah, I totally agree. Lucas?
No, I agree with both of what they said. If I had to add on, I would say if you're going to enter the Web3 market, innovate. Be creative, deliver something that nobody else is delivering, and the community will see that for the value that it is. You know, be in touch with what other projects are doing, see what kind of pitfalls they're going into, learn from them. But be original, innovate, see what the market isn't providing for people, and come in and fill that gap. That would be critical, I think.
Excellent. Wow. Thank you very much for your insights there, guys. Well, let's move on to the project details then, because obviously we brought you on stage. We'll give you a bit of opportunity to talk about your excellent projects. So maybe, yeah, you could just start by giving us some insights about the project you have and how it kind of uses VeChain's blockchain.
You want to start, Lucas?
Sure. Okay, well, like I said before, ExoWorlds is a science fiction MMORPG. We're doing a first-person and third-person dual mode shooter and RPG. We launched last year, and it was in February last year we launched our collection, and we minted out in like 22 hours of the public sale because, well, I guess we're one of the first in many blockchains to do a 10,000 5K resolution collection that was made with procedural generation. And we're really excited about that. We launched the collection, and then we said, how could we move it up from here? And we wanted to create, you know, lore and a whole game around it. So we're developing an open world game with 10,000 planets in the galaxy, and players will be able to grow their characters and trade items. And when we do get the RPG element in, people really be able to you know, get their skills and get all sorts of factions and different groups and socialize and create dynamics. What we're really banking on is to give the users a group, varied avenues for them to create their own content. You know, you're in a faction, well, there's going to be a tiny little organization for you guys to vote on and to create features and to, you know, engage with the game in ways that you want to, because you're going to have all sorts of players coming together and wanting to achieve goals that are in alignment or in opposition and compete. So yeah, we've developed our own cross-chain capabilities, and so we're launching our token hopefully in the summer or Q3 of this year, and we have made a cross-chain system of smart contracts that goes between VeChain, Ethereum, and Binance, whichever way you want to go. And so people really won't be limited. If they're on Binance, they can come onto VeChain and vice versa. So I'm really excited about what we got coming. We actually just transferred so we created our planets in Blender, And that's a whole different thing from a game, you know. So we've actually just converted them into the game, and we're working with some people that created a really, really ingenious plugin called Worldscape, and we're going to feed all of our data, all of our planets into this Worldscape and get fully open world walkable planets. Icy planets, desert planets. We have 8 world types and 122 sub-world types. So it's going to be quite a journey to get all of those details in, because we have tropical planets with violet trees. We have icy planets that are barren. It's quite the cornucopia of environments. So I'm really excited about that. And we're going to keep developing. We're going to try and make a metaverse city next year where we can have all sorts of projects come in and be represented, and players come and hang out.
Right. Yeah, right. America?
Well, yeah. I mean, where to start?
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Wait for
been,
the next question.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's been intense. I can say, you know, World of V started as like just an NFT marketplace. You know, the aim was basically to have anyone come to the marketplace, mint NFTs, and to have collectors collect NFTs. Moreover, we started as a semi-curated platform where basically we would also invite a traditional artist or like web3 artist to the platform to have curated drops. I'm talking about like a popular artist. And then since then, it evolved into many other things, you know. Right now, I can say that it's a complete marketplace. We have projects, we have PFPs, we have brands using the platform, and actually our aim now is to work more with like traditional brands, with Web2 companies. That's why recently, actually it's been a few days, we launched a new division of World of V, which is called WoW Labs, which has a new identity. It's basically made to work with Web2 companies and to bring them into the Web3 world. And we're doing that through the NFTs, obviously, with all the amazing tools that we've been building and that we're using. But yeah, I guess we can discuss about that in a bit to go into details.
Yeah.
Take it over.
So, yeah, you guys are killing it, by the way. I don't know how you do so much, but you get it done. Look, I'm not lost on the fact that a lot of you are like, oh, that's just a picture of an ape, right? It's an NFT, it's just a picture of an ape. But it's so much more than that, actually. It's, you know, you own that token, and that token can, first, it brings you into a community of people who are driven to build a business and a brand, not just a PFP collection, right? So you're part of this community, and it's unique. But beyond that, we have so many different arms to our project. We really are building a brand in Web3. I mean, we have Metaverse. We started a gaming company where we're empowering our community who are gamers to enter into tournaments, amateur tournaments, and then, you know, hopefully work our way up and get our brand out there and break into the pro gaming circuit and have our Mad Gaming brand in there on somebody's jersey, or who knows, you know, the opportunities are out there and they're endless. You know, on top of that, there's opportunities for passive income and just having fun with the NFTs that you do have. There's a lot of different things you can do, like breeding and mutating. It's just having fun with the art too. There is that aspect of it. But at the end of the day, it is building a business and figuring out ways to add value to your holders who hold those tokens. And a lot of that is these Web2 business partnerships that we are bringing in. We have a couple that we have successfully penned partnerships with, and we have a few more that we're working on too. And actually, World of V has been great helping them get set up with their loyalty rewards programs and their proof of participation NFTs too. So they've been a great partner for us as well. So yeah, it's exciting. It is.
Good stuff, good stuff. Well, that nicely segues.
I want to add something about Mad V Ape. You know, I wasn't part of Mad V Ape since the beginning, but you know, it's one of these projects that basically, you know, it just pulls you in. And once you're in, you feel part of this big family, you know, and it's a family that can really accommodate you. And I think it's very important because like, it's not just a picture, like being a part of Mad V Ape, you actually feel part of a family. And a family that you know it's gonna stay there. And it just feels safe. That's why I believe it's been so successful, you know? I mean, wherever you go, you will see the Mad V Ape branding somewhere representing the VeChain. I remember when I wasn't into Mad V Ape, and then I would see all these apes around. I was like, wow, what's going on here? What's so cool about it? And then once I got into it, I started learning more and more. And then now I completely understand. Yeah. So I just wanted to add that.
No, I like it. I think, yeah, I got to admit, you did genuinely impress me, Mikey. Your networking that I've seen, or you know, MVA at large, the networking I've seen from you guys has been like, you know, top notch.
Oh, it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. I see the Twitter feed, and I always see some apes, and the community is so strong. Like, mad props for Mad V Apes. They've done a great job with their community.
But like you say, it builds an identity, and you see these parties going on globally, and it's funny that you rally around, in essence, what is a cartoon character, but it does build a really strong community and sense of identity, which I think has power of its own. You know, and I think, you know, that's like the power of Web3, isn't it? It brings cohesion, it brings people together in this kind of new, socially driven way. It's a great thing. But yeah, I don't want to make you blush. We'll move on. So we'll move on to the crux then, because there's a reason why I brought you through in particular. I mean, obviously there's other examples in the ecosystems, but you've all got particularly notable examples, I think, of how you've innovated. You've taken the kind of Web3 approach, you've built, I guess you could say, somewhat standard versions of like an NFT marketplace, but you've innovated much further. So for instance, Michael, I'll hand the mic to you, but your All For program, for instance. I hadn't come across anything like that. Perhaps you could share some more.
Yeah, absolutely. If you stop by the booth, you might have seen our nut butter spreads. That's actually one of our Web2 business partners called All For, and it's a healthy nut butter that has half servings of, you know, vegetables, fruits, you know, healthy fats, all in this healthy spread. So it's a great product, but they didn't know where to start in Web3. They didn't know where to go. Our advisor, Connor, he works for Startup Grind, which has access to a bunch of Web2 businesses, and a lot of them don't know how to bridge over into Web3. He saw this company really wanting to get involved and thought it would be a great fit for Mad V Apes. So we started talking about how can we help each other, right? For them, it's getting their brand out there into Web3. It's reaching a whole new audience of people that they might not normally be able to with their traditional marketing and their, you know, network that's really right around them. How can we reach a bigger audience? Well, you know, we have people from all over the world in our community, and we reach a lot of different types of people. And then for us, it's like, well, we want to add value to our holders. That's our #1 goal. If you hold a Mad V Ape, we want to give value back to you. So eventually, we want to create like a list of products and services that Mad V Apes holders can get discounts to, and this is one of them. So you can go, you know, and depending on which collection you own, you can get a discount for all 4. And then on top of that, if we reach a certain amount of sales, you know, let's say 100. On the 101st sale, we're going to get a percentage of that revenue sent back to our project community wallet. And then every sale beyond that, we get a percentage of that sale back to our wallet. And so it's just another stream of revenue so that we don't have to just rely on a little small portion of secondary sales. We're creating other revenue streams for our project. And it's something that we're really excited about because we're giving value to our holders. They can get discounts on products and services. We're helping a Web2 company explore Web3, right? See all the opportunities in Web3, and it's a win-win-win-win. So it's just the beginning. You know, we have a couple on our, you know, sheet right now, but we want it to be 100 deep. We want there to be something for, you know, if you need or want something, we want there to be a discount for you. So that's kind of the goal. You know, you got to start somewhere and start stacking those bricks.
Doing great. And just to plug Antonio's previous session, he touched on Forge, which is, of course, this, you know, tool suite that will essentially allow the Web2 legacy companies to plug in their existing tech stacks, pump out smart contracts, NFTs, tokens, things they need to just seamlessly transition into the Web3 environment. So, we jokingly call it Web 2.5, but it is giving them that first stepping stone, right?
Yep.
Stepping off the safety of the ledge of Web 2. And, Vorge is going to be a key part of that. So just to plug the tech of what Antonio just said, this kind of transition, led by Web3 individuals is something that Vorge can facilitate. So pass the same question over to you.
Well, I mean, basically, it's been more than a few months already. Before the summer, around June, we were dealing with some big companies that actually wanted to explore the Web3 and do something with NFTs. So since then, we've been building the tools needed to onboard these companies. I'm happy to say that so far we've been able to onboard some very nice brands and companies that are actually using our tools. We're doing loyalty programs with NFTs with the different restaurants, and actually we're also doing with like gyms. We're doing it with like ice cream places, like a bit of everything. And I don't know, I just find it interesting to see the potential behind NFTs, because like back at the time, whenever I was collecting art NFTs, I knew that there was potential. I didn't know where it could lead us, And now when I see these companies approaching us and then actually giving us ideas. For example, we're working with the gym. Okay, they have a very interesting class. So what they're doing now, whenever you do the class, they're gonna give you the NFT, which is, we call it the proof of workout. So like you do the class, you receive this code, you go on WorldOV, you claim the NFT. The NFT is actually a soul bound. Once you claim it, it stays in your wallet. And then here it gets interesting. Obviously, it's a loyalty program. So whenever you have 20 of these NFTs in your wallet, you receive a voucher that you can basically spend it at the gym. Either you can have a smoothie or it can be a free class or whatever. But then it gets interesting because they also have a leaderboard where every month they give the top 3 unlimited merchandise. So basically, if you're wearing that shirt or like the hoodie, it's because you've been the one attending like more workouts in this case. And then on top of that, actually they suggested us to do badges. So basically every 50 class you complete, you receive a badge, so you're part of that club, 100, 300, so on. So it's just very interesting. And then, it makes you understand that it's a big opportunity. We can do so many things. Like, it's just the technology that works. And to me, makes perfectly sense, because like once you're claiming an NFT, all these informations are written on the blockchain. And you can't cheat. Like, if you have it, it's because you went to the class, you claimed the NFT, and then for a business, it's very important because they can see all the movements that these people have been doing, who's been attending, the events, the classes, and so on. So yeah, I find it very interesting, and I do believe NFTs will be part of our life. Actually, for me, it's been since 2011 that I feel like, actually, I know that everything will run on the blockchain. Everything will be tokenized, and then NFTs will just be part of our life in a way or the other.
100%.
Yeah, nice. Well, I would say one of the most, let's see, I got two. The one is we actually, there are some great marketplaces on VeChain, obviously World of VC. What we did when we launched our project is we created our own marketplace, and I think that was a real big hurdle for us to get over, and so now we have our own marketplace for all of the ExoWorlds, items and digital assets, and of course we are on the other marketplaces. So I thought that was one of our first big, innovations. But the real meat of it would be our Unreal to VeChain connection. So we're actually the first to connect the Unreal game engine, which is by far the most advanced game engine in the world, especially with Unreal Engine 5.1 recently. So we've actually connected VeChain to that game engine, meaning in-game we can interact with any VeChain NFT, primarily ExoWorld NFTs, but any, which is where my dream of a metaverse city where everybody in the community is represented, all the projects are, that's a reality right now. And we're working on getting that integrated with our Ethereum and our Binance cross-chain capabilities. But it's really exciting, and it's an open invitation for any project to come talk to us. If you guys want to get on Unreal Engine, we have the methods, and if you guys want to get on our game and represent yourselves, have a little store, an experience-based area, come on over. This is a huge, huge asset for the network, because any Web 2, any traditional game studio, they want to get their in-game assets secured. They want to get it immutably exchanged. Well, just come on over. We can onboard you guys. And that's what we're working on. Once we release the game, we're going to be creating a platform for Web 2 game studios to be onboarded onto VeChain. And I think that's really exciting.
Very cool. Web3 MMORPG.
Yep.
Americo, I just want to toss it back to you before we move on, just because the fidgetals as well that WoW is doing, I think, super impressive use case of the technology. Obviously, something VeChain's been working towards for a while, and it seems like you guys are really running with it at the moment. So maybe you could just give us more insight into how that's going.
Well, I mean, I have to say that actually if I started investing on VeChain was because of digitals. So it's basically since late 2017 that I found out about VeChain, and I was very intrigued by their technology. I work in the fashion industry, and when I found out that VeChain was working with some fashion brands, to track the merchandise, to prove the authenticity, I was like, oh my God, that's the future. Like, this is the blockchain for me, like, what are you doing? Like, so I started investing on VeChain, and I always liked the idea of digitals. So basically, by digital, we mean a physical item linked with the digital twin, which is the NFT in this case. And since the beginning of World of V, we've been having drops with some very popular artists with digital art pieces. But back at the time, we didn't really have all the tools needed to scale it. So lately, we decided to build on top of toolchain and to allow basically anyone to come to World of V and mint a digital, which could be anything. You can mint your shoes, you can mint your jacket, you can mint anything. So, and that's a very strong technology, because if you think about it, it's like it completes the technology. It's the missing puzzle. Basically, the NFT, it's just not an image, but it's a certificate, okay? And that certificate is the proof of ownership and the proof of authenticity of a certain thing. So I think it's a very strong technology, and actually many fashion brands, started dipping their toes into it, and they started doing something with the NFC chips. They still don't have such a technology, which we have on VeChain and on World of V, but for us it's a game changer, and this is something that we definitely wanna keep building, and we wanna give it to all the brands approaching us. Moreover, I wanna invite you all to come to our stand and mint your first digital. We have the chips, so anyone can mint anything, and just have it as a digital, even if it's just like a simple shirt or whatever, a hat. So that's possible, and it's very easy. All you need is to have a chip. You connect on World of V. You don't even pay for the gas fees, because we pay for that thanks to fee delegation. So it's pretty simple and straightforward.
We were talking over dinner last night, and at the next summit, all of the ExoWorlds merch will be printed with digital systems by World of V, and that's going to be really exciting. So all the ExoWorlds hats and T-shirts and merch are going to be digitals. So that's going to be a great partnership.
Nice. Yeah, I think just to touch on the points you were making, that was one of the things that captured my attention about VeChain. Seeing NFTs back in 2018, which obviously later went to storm the world in this pictorial sense.
But actually, you know, there's been a real-world use case for NFTs long before that stuff. And the unique digital identity is just such a powerful, you know, thing. It seems kind of abstract, but actually, you know, DNV, minting a certificate, giving it a unique identity that can be referenced at any moment. For a business, it just it's a game changer, but it's not very exciting, is it? You know, so
Exactly. I mean, sorry, just to be honest, you know, in a few years, I don't see any luxury brand not having digitals. Why wouldn't you do it? It's such a strong technology. Why would I pay, I don't know, 500 euro for a pair of shoes when I don't even know if they're real? And, you know, for a brand, it's just like an easy setup. Moreover, they're giving an added value to such, you know, such a thing. Like, imagine you could just receive the NFT and then wear the same sneakers, shoes in the metaverse. I mean, that's just fantastic, and I think like all the brands are gonna do that. It's gonna, I'm sure it's gonna happen. So yeah.
100%. And even if you were to sell on your luxury sneaker into a second-hand market, you know, the buyer knows it's legit. You transfer them the ownership.
Exactly.
Okay, you got the trail of.
Exactly.
You know, I want to see some interactive 3D sculptures as fidgetals and interact with the blockchain. That's going to be great.
That'd be yours in the metaverse. Cool stuff. All right, thanks, guys. Okay, well, so blue skies question then. How disruptive do you think Web3 is going to be? I mean, it's quite an ephemeral concept, right? We say Web3. What does that really mean? I mean, you know, how game-changing do you think it will be globally for the economy?
Well, you said game-changing. It is going to be literally game-changing. I mean, we have the Web2 game ecosystem is so siloed. Everybody, you know, come to our ecosystem, buy our V-Bucks, buy our Call of Duty bucks, and buy some assets, and then you're stuck with them, you know? It really doesn't engender a strong community of, you know, secondary sales. And what I think that Web3 will be able to give is that transferability. You know, the blockchain is immutable, but you want mutable experiences. You don't want to be stuck in the same experience. So, you know, Web3 allows you to transfer gaming to different gaming ecosystems and keep your status, keep your kind of all of the earned experience and skills and whatnot that come with investing time into a game. You can get that, and you can just move over, and you can move back. It's going to open up the world of gaming in a way that we haven't seen. It's going to liberate so many funds. I mean, there must be billions of dollars that are frozen inside of ecosystems. Now they're going to be transferable, monetized.
EVE Online, that's a big example, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Anyone else want to comment?
Well, I mean, to me, you know, Web3 is going to be obviously a game changer, and it's going to be the way everyone is going to interact, basically, with all the tools that now we have available and the tools that will be built. That, for example, recently Instagram started implementing NFTs. And the next natural step for me for social medias will be to have anyone with a Web3 identity interact with the social medias. So basically, whatever is Web2, our emails, our usual social media logins will be obsolete. And what you're going to need to log into this platform is actually your wallet, which is your Web3 identity. I do think that ENS domains, they will be a big part of our life. So basically, our web identity will be needed to, you know, to log into something, or like even to go to a concert or whatever, whereby just your, let's say, username, they can check if you have a membership, if you have an NFT. So that's definitely something that I see it happening. And yeah, it's going to change everything, like, that's for sure.
I agree. Mr. Mikey?
What they said.
Yeah. It's going down. Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. Tokenization of everything. I mean, it's the next, it's the evolutionary step of data management. It isn't, it's not like, will it, won't it? It's written in the stars. It's coming. You know, it's like, take advantage, take notice, learn and educate yourself and position for the new era, because it's not a question of will it, it's a question of when it. Great stuff, guys. Okay, well, we are running short on time, so maybe we'll just do a quick final blast. To any VeChain community or wider that are currently watching, how can they empower themselves with the tools we have today at our disposal, in your opinions? Or future? I mean, Vorge. Americo, have you had any experience of Vorge? Maybe you can shed a little.
Well, I mean, like, you know, VeChain so far is, I mean, I can say that VeChain lately has been building so much. Like, you know, we saw a huge, huge change, and actually it's been great. What's been happening maybe in the last year, I don't know, or maybe a bit over, it's just been incredible. We finally have a great new wallet, which is amazing. I heard that soon we also are going to have the mobile wallet, which is going to be a game changer for us on VeChain. Also, it's going to help us to onboard many new people. I mean, I have to say I'm just like very happy to see the development that it's been happening lately. That's giving me a lot of confidence also to build on the top of VeChain. And I'm sure this is the right direction. It's something that, you know, had to happen, and it's finally happening.
Yeah, I agree.
That's all I can say.
Yeah, we need more builders, right?
We do.
We need more builders. We need to attract more people here. But having those tools to make it easier for builders to come here and just hit the ground running is important. Yeah. So knowing that that stuff is coming is a big deal. It's huge. Yeah. As far as, you know, how can they get started? I think leaning on the existing community, finding people that can help you get started, you know, point you in the right direction, or the right tools, or the right resources. That's a great way to get started with what we have today. But I think the tools that are coming are going to make it easier to attract new builders, which in turn will help us attract more community members as well.
100%, 100%. Well, I see we're running short.
I got a quick little thing. Outside of the developers, I think it would be really important for our community to get a wider knowledge about the network, see how it works. And one amazing tool that we have that not many do is VeChain Stats. It is a world-class block explorer. And by going through it, by checking out what's going on the blockchain, users, everyday users, can empower themselves with the knowledge how it works. And we truly have something that not many other chains do in terms of block explorer. So check it out. It's very powerful. It will empower you.
Fabian's in the crowd. Good job, Fabian. All right, well, we've got the red light flashing, so that means we're going to have to call a quits on the session. But thank you, everyone. It's been great to be up in front of you all with this all-star lineup of community speakers. So great job, guys.
Thank you so much.
And thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, it has been a very interesting day. Thank you very much to join us. And a very important takeaway for today, I would say, I believe sustainability is more than VeChain itself. And also, we wanted to create open and inclusive space, to have more builder, attract more builder, not only from, let's say, the readiness, the friendly tools, but also the mindset, the ideology. Everything we write in the white paper, we want to attract more builders to join us, to all focus on, leveraging the Web3 technology to support the sustainability. And also, the other more important thing is sustainability is bigger than everyone, I will have to say. And it's more than just a project. It shouldn't be a project. It should be a bottom of your life. It's a way how we're gonna live, and also as an entire humankind, how we're gonna make the world more sustainable and more better. So thank you again. And last but not least, I also wanted to share a video later. It's a very good example. Anyone can be the builder. Anyone can contribute. So let's enjoy that. And don't forget, the logistic of the after party will be announced at the end of the summit. All right? Thank you very much. Thank you.
UFC fans have seen plenty of new names in the octagon lately. One of those is VeChain, which made history when it became the very first ever Layer 1 blockchain partner of the UFC. Since 2018, VeChain's low-carbon blockchain has been enabling people to build Web3 solutions with a focus on sustainability. We're here at the UFC Apex, which is essentially my office when I'm here in Las Vegas. And today we're gonna go on an exclusive behind-the-scenes tour with an influential member of the VeChain community, Brian Hoover. I'm gonna show him my world, and he's gonna explain to me what Web3 is, what VeChain is, and help me understand what blockchain technology is.
What's up, V-Fam? Isaac right here. We're on our way to the Apex, and we're gonna talk blockchain with Laura Senko. Let's do it.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Laura.
Laura, I'm Brian. It's great to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Thank you so much for coming.
Of course.
I'm just gonna go get touched up real quick and then I'll show you around.
Sounds great.
Okay, all right, sounds good. This is where I start my day. So I come in here and she puts my war paint on, and then, I don't know, I spend a few minutes going over stats and notes and just kind of getting my mind in the zone to go hopefully deliver some smart thoughts. All right, so this is it. This is the Apex studio, and this is where we do the weigh-in show, the pre-show, the post-show. So I'm in here a lot. There's usually a desk, but yeah, I spend a lot of my time in the studio.
Very cool.
So this is the second PI. You've got all of the racks, you've got some tires to hit. Welcome to Control Room A. So this is the brains of the operation. Honestly, I don't really know what most of this equipment does, but I do know how to do one thing. Watch this, it's pretty cool, actually.
There you are.
There I am. All right, now it's time for me to interview you. I'm gonna need you to explain these things in a very simplistic way, so I wanna start at the beginning. What is blockchain?
Blockchain is just a technology that was developed in 1991 as a way to store information in a safe and tamper-proof way. Data is stored in blocks, and these are all attached to each other in a certain row.
So how does cryptocurrency use blockchain?
Yeah, cryptocurrency is just digital money. Blockchain is the fundamental technology behind cryptocurrencies. So it's a way to prevent fraud and forgeries, and it also allows cryptocurrencies to move value across the networks.
I'm getting that older blockchain technologies have a more detrimental impact on the environment, but help me understand why that is.
Some of these legacy projects use as much energy as an entire country.
A country?
Yes.
Did you say country?
Yes. So VeChain's technology uses proof of authority. It's much more green, it's much more sustainable, better for everyone.
So tell me if I'm getting this right. Older blockchain technology is like my diesel farm truck, and VeChain is my new electric car. Is that,
yes,
does that make
exactly.
sense? Okay, good. I nailed it. All right. So what's VeChain's focus on blockchain technology?
There's so many things that you can build on blockchain. There's metaverse projects, there's DeFi.
What's DeFi?
decentralized finance.
Okay, thank you.
There's a lot. There's play-to-earn games. There's all these different things that you can build on the network. VeChain is kind of an everything chain. Basically, if you can dream it, you can build it on VeChain.
I love that.
You can kind of think of it like a VeChain is a shopping mall, and all the different projects on VeChain are the stores. VeChain has partnerships with enterprise clients. They're building revolutionary supply chains. Hospitals can build their own cutting-edge medical applications, and even entire countries like San Marino in Europe, they're working with VeChain on a sustainable ecosystem.
So how can MMA fighters potentially utilize blockchain technology?
There's a lot of different ways that UFC fighters could use it. One is wearable technologies, IoT.
What's IoT?
IoT means Internet of Things. It's a technology that allows fighters to track key metrics like their heart rate, their sleep, all of these different aspects. They have control of that data and they can use it to perform better.
What is the mission of VeChain?
I think the mission can be summed up in a phrase called Go Sustainability. And essentially what that means is they're driving the mass adoption of blockchain technology, and they're trying to use that towards sustainable projects with their partners all around the world. VeChain kind of sees itself like the UFC. It's an organization that started out very humble, and now it's turning into a global force on its own. So VeChain's fighting to shape the future of sustainability, and a partner like UFC is really part of that fight.
So I saw the phrase, win the decade, not the day, on your Twitter profile. So obviously that means a lot to you. Why did you put that phrase there?
The way I see it is that you should always be looking at the big picture, and don't get discouraged by setbacks because they are going to happen. For UFC fighters, I know, and they know, that there's no shortcuts to success.
Yeah.
Whether it's training, watching tape about their opponents, eating clean, all these things come together on fight night and give them the best chance to win.
All right, so we saved the best for last. This right here is the most important moment. You ready? And 3, 2, 1, whoop, 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 whoop. All right, Brian, this is what we trained for. Go check it out, check out the vibe.
Wow.
What do you think?
It's amazing.
I think he could be a fighter.